Well, I'm just trying to work out how far it is to the climb of Pro Martino. It's probably about 20 kilometres still to go. These roads are not easy though, they're a little bit lumpy as the riders continually in and out of the saddle. Cardenas isn't doing a great deal in this front group, twice King of the Mountains in the Vuelta España, but are now heading towards retirement, probably at the end of this season. This will be his last year, going with the sponsors Barlow World, I guess. 3:08 is the gap now to this group, I suspect.
But look at the difference in the speed. We just looked at that group of 4 riders a moment ago, and these guys here are probably doing, as I mentioned, between 5 and 10 kilometres faster than the groups up the road in them. So we'll start to see those time gaps really start to slash themselves. 6.5 minutes, Phil, at the top of the Colle de Sestriere. 3.5 minutes now. They are seriously eating into the lead of Stefano Garzelli, and I think very shortly they're going to be right on the tail of the second chasing pack.
And that 35 kilometres to go banner does put them exactly 20 kilometres from the top of Pro Martino, because that comes 15 from the finish. There's all the run of the order, and very shortly these four will be back in the pack and feel the pressure coming from Danilo De Luca and the boys.
I think they've already realised, Phil, that they're going to get caught because they've sat up. It's Cioni still setting the tempo on the front, but they know that they're about to get pulled back into the fold by these guys, and what a great job of work being done by Team LPR.
Well, they've got two objectives here. That's to get Pataki winning the pink jersey, or the Ciclamino jersey of points, and to get De Luca home in the Maglia Rosa. And that would be a great achievement if they achieve it, of course. Word in your ear, Mr. Garzelli, they're coming. And it doesn't matter. He's going to try and at least survive to the top of the Pro Martino, because that's more big points in the bag. And he's going to pull on the green jersey for himself anyway tonight, so he gets to go to the podium.
But he still has to think about the rest of this bike race, because as we come to the end of stage 10, there's still an awful long way to go before we get this race down into Rome. And rather interesting that because of it's the 100th anniversary, they're not going to finish in Milano as they normally do. They're actually going to finish right in the very heart of Rome. And what a backdrop that is going to make.
30 kilometres to go. We saw the peloton go through 35, but they're closer than that now. And interesting, his front wheel there, Paul. He's got an almost normal front wheel on. He's had it on most of the day. I'm just wondering if he's had a flat tyre at some stage.
I can only imagine that he probably did have a mechanical out on the course, and having changed it, he got a wheel from the neutral service vehicle and didn't want to waste his time. Look at that rider from Astana at the front there. You might recognise that style. Well, I'll give you one guess. He wears number 21.
Oh, right. It's the man. And settling back in. He had, as I say, during the end of that first week, a couple of shaky days, but I think he's come through, you know. I think he had a good rest day himself. Armstrong back in the thick of it. It's a good day for the riders to recover. Well, I say it is 262 kilometres, but they have ridden this very, very sensibly indeed. They haven't exactly ripped up the road to bring back the breakaways.
I think what's amazing, Phil, is 3.5 years away from the sport. And to come back in a grand tour like this and be riding immediately up at the front end of the peloton, it really just goes to say that Lance Armstrong is a very special human being.
Well, I couldn't agree more. He's showing bike riders who haven't had time out how to ride this race, and you know, he's having to work the tactics out all again. He must be mentally a little bit rusty, although you wouldn't think it. He reads the race so well.
Well, he knows exactly what to do. You sit at the front end of the main field, you keep out of danger, you avoid all the crashes. Although the crash that he was involved in the Castilla-León was right at the front end of the main field. And I think, Phil, casting my mind back, that's probably the first serious injury he's ever had in the sport of professional cycling.
First ever broken bone. And funny enough, he mentioned this sort of thing might happen, or it could happen, not might happen, in the Tour Down Under. He kept out of the bunch sprints, kept to one side of the peloton, because he was afraid of a crash, giving him a broken collarbone. And my goodness me, it happened, which is very, very ironic. At the moment, he's tickling in the top 20, by the way. He's 5.5 minutes off the race lead.
Well, the three riders have been pulled back into the fold there. In fact, Felix Cardenas continued on his own, and I'm not quite sure why he decided to do that, because he must have realised that the main field is absolutely charging here as they start to line themselves up for this final climb of the day. Well, there's Cardenas. He prolonged the agony a fraction, and he too now is back in the fold. So the race situation is the lone leader at the front of this bike race, and that is Stefano Garzelli, chased by the two riders from ISD, and then the main field at 2 minutes and 40 seconds. They've wiped away 4 minutes of this man's original lead at the Col de Sestriere.
Yes, I think they've all got eyes on this Pra Martino climb, because it has been the talk of the race that it's coming so close to the finish that if a group rips off here, then those seconds might open up a little bit in the overall classification. By the end of this day, of course, we will have finished up 1,800 kilometres, so we're over halfway of the Giro by the time we get through today's stage, in kilometres, not necessarily in days.
They're still prepared to work together, these two riders. Visconti on the front, flicking his wrist. He knows that the man with him is going to keep pacemaking, because these two riders are teammates. It's always a good situation to be in a breakaway, because you know that the guy who is with you is not going to try and hold anything back and be slightly clever tactically by avoiding putting all of his back into the pacemaking.
Look at that.
1:07 and 2:39.
No, it's not going to happen for Garzelli today. I'm not sure he's even going to get to the top of Pra Martino right now, because they're coming so quickly. And it looks as though the Maglia Rosa has taken control with his team LPR, which he's got to do now. There's the steady pedalling of the Acqua Saponi rider. He's looking a little bit tired. He has a right to feel tired on this massive day today. It's one that one wants to get out of the situation, out of the way. 262 kilometres. I mean, this was an average stage 25 years ago in a Grand Tour, but that's all gone now. This is a massive stage today.
Yes, most of the organisers of the Grand Tours have noticed that by reducing the length of the stages, they very often get a much more aggressive stage, and that seems to be the way things have gone over the last couple of years. Visconti and Grivko looking for 1.5 minutes, and the way the race is developing, it may well be that they all come back together at almost the same time.
20 seconds to the chasing pack, so that means the tandem's almost onto him. And you might be right, because they might even see the catch here. LPR now riding, and riding perhaps to try and springboard Danilo De Luca away on Pra Martino. If he doesn't spring away himself, he'll be very vigilant, but somebody else tries to go.
Well, I don't think Danilo De Luca, Phil, will be feeling extremely confident with the advantage that he's got over his near challengers, because he knows that in a couple of days' time, that 60-kilometre individual time trial is going to be a very testing course, and I'm sure he'd like a little bit of extra time before he gets there.
Surrender here. Is it surrender to the bunch or just to the back two? Probably the back two, but he knows they're coming. Quick time for a cup of tea before they join him. There's De Luca, looks quite casual at the moment. As I say, he keeps on telling us he's got good form, he's happy with his team, he's happy with everything right now, Danilo De Luca. He took the lead at the end of stage 6, and here we are now heading towards the end of stage 10. New leader in the King of the Mountains, so he's lost his lead in that competition. De Luca, I don't think he'd be too upset about that.
No, the most important thing for him is the race on time and the race for the Maglia Rosa. He would certainly like to try and get himself a second victory in the Giro d'Italia. These two leaders, you can see Stefano Garzelli, Phil, he's actually sat up completely here. He knows that those two guys behind him are slowly coming up to him, and at 25 kilometres to go, he's about to get caught.
Well, if the cameraman would just have a swing around, then we'll all get to see what Stefano is seeing. But he's waiting for them. Ah, there we go, and here they come. So we now have 3. Well, you might have waited for him. Garzelli quickly jumps onto the wheel. So at 25 kilometres to go, we now have 3 men in front. He didn't exactly wait for them till the last few kilometres. He made them work all the way up to him. But now they've got to combine 3 of them as friends. Otherwise, these boys will be up very shortly.
Well, the gap between the two groups that remain now, this Maglia Rosa group and the group of 3 riders at the front of the race, not very much at all. It's hovering around the 1 minute mark. And the 3 leaders are very shortly going to start that final climb of the day. And it's a climb that, as you mentioned, Phil, with being just 15 kilometres to go at the summit, it's almost like a mountaintop finish, because on the far side it's a very technical descent. And if you are a good descender, you go over the top with a 30-second advantage, and you could hold that all the way to the finish.
25.5 miles an hour, the average speed today for 262 kilometres, including the hills. Made a sharp left turn there. It's always a bad sign. Now, is that some sort of a
manifestation,
demonstration
about the exploration, the exploitation of the valley roads?
Yeah.
Ivan Basso, wow. This is Visconti now, and now that they've got themselves to the front, he seems to be completely and utterly reinvigorated. Although He needs to have a look way back over his shoulder to see what sort of speed the main field is going to do when they get to this point.
Gozzelli's not working now. He needs a rest period here. As we now get on to the Pramartino itself, 925 metres. That was what the left turn was, away from the valley road. We climb out over the top and then we descend with 15 kilometres to go down to the finish. So we'll see now, but I noticed a lot of Liquigas riders massing at the front of the race. Now they've got two men they might try here. I think, in all honesty, it's an opportunity to take time off De Luca, and I think they've got to attack on this climb, irrespective of what these boys do.
Just having a quick look here, it looks as if Andrei Grivko has all of a sudden completely and utterly disappeared as soon as they got to the nasty part of the climb. And there's a different change at the front end of the main field now, and we can start to see as they stretch out. They're looking at 15 kilometres to go with a minute to pull back.
Well, that banner's at the bottom. We were under the impression it was at the top, so it's even less to go once over the top of the climb here.
Liquigas are the guys now.
There's got to be a plan here. Pellizzotti's sitting there in third wheel, Basso just behind. De Luca is up for this. He always watches. Menchov is stalking on the shoulder of Danilo De Luca. Michael Rogers here in the yellow as well. This is all looking very good right now. Scarponi's getting back in the action in the white as well.
And not far away from those names that you just mentioned was also Lance Armstrong, starting to, I think, enjoy his Giro d'Italia. He's getting back into that nature where he wants to ride at the front end of the main field, and that's the spread of the race. And there you can see coming back, I think that was Andrei Grivko just about to get picked up, but Team Liquigas here are starting to put the pressure on the man who leads this race, Danilo De Luca, a fraction.
Well, you're right about Lance. There he is, happy as a sandboy. The old leg's warming up. It's taken 1,800 kilometres to get warmed up, but it's going well now as he continues on this climb.
1:51. That's Gilberto Simoni.
There's Soler down there, 31, packing down the water over his neck on this occasion. Apart from that early flurry in the opening few days, we haven't seen much of him at all, have we? I'm not sure how well he's going right now.
There's Chris Horner, number 23, just over on the left-hand side. He's well up in the overall standing. 61, briefly Sastre. 141, Denny Menchov. Everybody, Phil, is taking this very seriously, this climb, and it's not necessarily the climb that I think is the most dangerous part of the next 10 to 15 kilometres. It's actually the descent, because it's a very tricky technical descent.
Well, here's the narrow road up the Pramartino, and the race behind is climbing, as you saw, 4 kilometres an hour quicker than the breakaways. So at that rate, they're going to catch before the summit of the climb.
Everybody waiting for the riders
like the summit of the
to
climb,
get up to the summit of the climb.
But Gozzelli, well, these points would really give him a clear lead in the mountains. It's a lovely climb, isn't it?
It is a beautiful, narrow climb here. Garzelli and Visconti. Big pressure here now from Team Liquigas. They're trying to sort something out, and I wonder if this is going to be the day when we'll see Franco Pellizotti try to wrest the Maglia Rosa off the shoulders of Danilo De Luca. There can't be very much time gap between these riders, Phil, and I would say it's probably not much more than 30 to 45 seconds.
There's a lot of motorbikes in there, but there are no. They've sent a motorbike up with spare wheels to keep the cars out of the gap, because they're well aware of the narrowness of the climb up and the descent down, so they want to keep the vehicles away from the riders. Good thinking. Now, if we can find them through the trees from the helicopter, we might get some idea. Armstrong is really impressive right now. He's not under any pressure at all. Remember, let's not forget, on the first climb of the day, which was 10 kilometres long, he went over the top in third place behind Garzelli and Soler.
Sitting right behind his teammate Levi Leipheimer, who's also looking very solid. Leipheimer trying to keep himself out of trouble and probably just trying to get himself psyched up for 2 days' time when he will face up now. There's a move by Pellizotti, looking over his shoulders at Basso. De Luca straight onto his wheel.
Oh, he's a cunning rider, De Luca. He knows the men he's got to watch. And Pellizotti here now starts a little bit more. Basso is still there. Armstrong is still there. Garzelli knows they're coming. He just knows they're coming. He keeps looking over to his right. But he wants the points at the top. Are we going to see riders in the background? Not quite as we get round the corner, so they're not quite there yet.
It can't be very far. This is a very narrow climb here, and you can see the damage that it's doing at the back end of the race. All of these riders just scrambling to try and stay in contact. and they realise that, again, this is a decisive part. There's a lot of motorbikes at the back there. The referees are there. The neutral service motorbike is there. And this looks like
Paul, at the back
Pellizotti.
of that bunch there. You don't know whether you're in the bunch or off the back because you can't see around the corner. 22 seconds. And this is a move by Pellizotti, and he's gone clear. Now, they advertise the fact because of the way Liquigas has been riding, but he's taken his chance.
Well, there he is.
There he is.
Yep, that's less than 22 seconds now. So this is a big showdown for Franco Pellizotti. He and his team set this up in the early kilometres of the climb. They went to the front, they set the tempo nice and hard, and now's the time that they've decided to hit Danilo De Luca. Now, if he can go over the top of this climb with a 10 or 15 second advantage, he can take serious risks on the descent. And just looking there briefly, Danilo De Luca, Phil, doesn't have any teammates at all. He's having to take the responsibility of the chase himself. Now watch this, no prison as I would expect. Pellizotti straight by, ciao ciao bambino.
Now, Garzelli took one look at the number there and thought, Franco Pellizotti. He never even lifted his place here. I feel rather sorry for Garzelli. He's not far from the top, and he's not going to get the points here because now we've got Pellizotti up front, and the whole peloton are cramming the road just behind, so they are coming up here as well. And Garzelli, this is a man who really digs into reserves here as he tries now to get back on terms. Well, they're saying Pellizotti, winner 3 stages of the Giro, 12 pro victories, pro since 2001. I don't think they said there, though. He led the race for 4 days last year, and he's got to like the thought of wearing a pink jersey now. Is he going to get another one as he now drills them on the climb? He's going to be first over the top, I think.
You have to say that Stefano Garzelli, Phil, is a class act. His legs must have been burning with lactic acid there, and he realised if he could hold on to Pellizotti, there's still the chance of a bit more survival here. Acceleration now from Maurizio Soler, covered there by Danilo De Luca.
Oh, Soler, he must have heard me insulting him, I think, because he's coming back into his own again now as he looks over for some help from Danilo De Luca. De Luca will not like the thought of Pellizotti gaining time here. They're not both not great time trialists, but the time trial is an odd one in a couple of days' time. It's very hilly. 12 kilometres to go, so a little out on the kilometrage today because the 15k to go was at the bottom of the climb, not the top.
Well, De Luca now taking the responsibility. Menchov moving in there. Soler, Leipheimer, Mick Rogers, Lance Armstrong, Carlos Sastre, David Arroyo. These, I think, now, Phil, are starting to be the big names of the Giro d'Italia. In fact, Chris Horner there, number 23, he's come unstuck a little bit off the back of the group. That's the first time he showed weakness.
Well, he works so hard, and now he's cracked just that little bit.
I think this man's cracked too. Stefano Garzelli, he's going back away from Franco Pellizotti, not able to stay with the acceleration. This is a beast of a climb, I tell you one thing, not easy.
Well, we'll just keep an eye on things here at the moment. But it looks to me as though Pellizotti is trying to go alone for the victory right now, and you can't blame him for that. Armstrong clearly is coming big now because he's right up at the sharp end of the race at the moment. That looked like it was Rebellin there, who is also slipping off the back.
This is Damiano Cunego slipping off the back as well. A lot of pressure on Armstrong.
What a strange race at times this is turning out to be.
Very interesting, though, because Franco Pellizotti has decided this is the moment when he's going to try and crack De Luca, but I think De Luca was just round the corner. Armstrong just coming off the back of that group of the big favourites of the Giro d'Italia, but I just would like to say that one more time. He's only just coming off the back of the group of big favourites, but behind him, other riders like Damiano Cunego have already been dropped, and dropped with Mr. Lance Armstrong was Mick Rogers.
And that was Simoni dropping off the back, by the way, not Rebellin. He's not riding the race, but it doesn't matter. He's here in spirit, I'm sure. 1 kilometre to the summit, and it's been a really hard little climb, this, as we've seen. It's cracked the big field. We've got a nice group growing clear here. And Maurizio Soler is the rider, the big spider of the race, who shoots off the front and being chased there by the others. But I must say that this has been a real move by Pellizotti. They flagged it up, and he still got away with it. And now, is he going to go for gold on his own?
That's what he will do, but I think he may well very shortly get joined by Maurizio Soler, because I could see the big Colombian rider coming through the shadows. This is an amazing climb, this climb, and I tell you what, all the riders have said that the descent of this climb is extremely treacherous and technical, so watch out, and let's hope that everybody gets down nice and safely.
Gotzelli on the defensive now, but still in there nonetheless. He digs deep now to try and hang on to the wheel. This is the front group now, and he's still there. He knows if he can just hold on till it tips down, he's got a chance of finishing with them. That would complete a brilliant day out. 500 metres, Stefano. That's all you've got to have.
Coming up to the top of this climb, La Pramantino, 251 kilometres covered. It looks as if the man to get maximum points there was, in fact, Franco Pellizotti. De Luca's now doing all of the chasing.
Now, I think Leipheimer's got up in this group, you know.
He's there. Leipheimer is there in the group, sitting in about 4th or 5th position. We've not quite got to the top of the climb. Pellizotti looks absolutely superb. We've seen him win stages in the Giro in the past, but for a long time he was regarded as the great future of Italian cycling. 75 metres to go. He will get the points here, Phil, but will he have enough advantage to stay clear on the descent?
Well, you're right. In 2001, he was actually voted the revelation of Italian cycling. He won that award. Life has moved on a bit since then, but he's got the points there. Now, who's going to take the... Well, Stefano Gotzelli is not going to take it. That's Soler who's gone over, and Leipheimer's gone over. So they've taken the points on the top of the climb.
Yeah, there's a little bit of a gap back to the next group containing Lance Armstrong and Damiano Cunego. And I think that's Armstrong now coming through. And he's joined there by David Arroyo and Gilberto Simoni.
Well, another little narrow road here. Excellent road for racing. And this has really damaged the field. There is Danilo. No, it's not. It's was it Danilo De Luca?
No, that was Cunego. Sorry.
Yeah.
De Luca's in the group just behind Franco Pellizotti. Okay. No problems for him this afternoon on a climb like this.
No, but he's losing time to this man. He won't be too happy about the way things are going just now.
Pellizotti, he's on the descent, and a very tricky and technical descent. I think you need to buckle your seatbelt here. In fact, you probably would want to have a rally driver's harness on here to stay on board.
Well, our cameraman's the brave soul, looking through that little lens and hoping his moto pilot takes him the right way as they start the descent now. It's done a lot of damage, this hill. They climbed it very, very quickly indeed. It was narrow roads, constant changing of direction, and that really does break up the rhythm. And at the end of a 262 kilometre stage, those legs, I would imagine, are complaining. Pellizotti now, he's noted for his ability to go down hills, and he knows now he's about 11k from the finishing line at most. And this could be a big moment for him.
It's a tricky old descent, descent. It's very difficult on a descent like this, Phil. There's confirmation of the king of the mountains. 5 points for Pellizotti, 3 for Soler. Levi Leipheimer there in 3rd place, going over the top of that climb. It's very difficult on a descent like this with this shadows that comes through, and it really tricks the eyes on a number of occasions, because you don't know if you...
so the pebble dashes the road. You can't work out where the holes are, can you?
It's very hard to do that, and that's why a lot of riders sometimes come unstuck. At least, though, it is nice and safe and dry.
Well, in that respect, yes. And that round they come here now through the S's. Look at this now. Why are we seeing this again? Lean over a little bit, Franco. Well, he's gone close, but he's made it right out to the top end and then brakes hard to get round this left corner. We're looking at a man who finished 4th in the Giro last year. Oh, he cut away just before he hit that red thing. I'm sure he didn't. He finished 4th in the Giro d'Italia last year, don't forget. He did lead the race for 4 days as well. The Maglia Rosa group, and I'm sure right at the front, looking at the way down, is Danilo.
Yeah, De Luca very comfortably in this group. You notice these riders are trying to use as much of the road as possible, swinging from the right-hand side over to the left-hand side to keep the impetus nice and high. But unfortunately, on a number of occasions, the corners come so close together that you don't have time to get across to the other side of the road to use the apex to keep the pace nice and high. It's a special rider who knows how to do that and keep his pace good.
Well, this would be a lovely ride for a tourist on a bicycle with mud guards on, I suspect, but today it's a treacherous way down, and yes, as you say, thank heavens it is dry today. The groups we will re-establish as we run off the mountain, I think, but Gotzelli is still hooked up to this group.
And hats off to Gotzelli, because he's just sitting on the back there, and I thought at one stage he might have built up just about enough advantage to stay off the front end of the main field. There's De Luca taking all kinds of risks, and they're back onto the, I think, Phil, they're back onto the wheel there of Franco Pellizotti, so that just goes to show you how quickly. Let's have a look at this one more time. There's De Luca.
Good stuff.
Wow.
Really gone through on the inside. He could have gone with a bit more width, but I think you're right. They can't re-correct the line because the bends are coming too quickly at each other. Danilo De Luca there. Sastre is here. I'm not sure. No, it should be Soler at the moment. Oh, as well as Carlos Sastre, but 6.9 kilometres to go I really thought Pelazzotti had taken that.
Well, I think he's had a hard time. This is Ivan Basso in the next group, and he's just going to sit there for the moment and try and ride himself in a little bit later on, but it gives you an idea how many times the decision can be made on the descent.
If the killer has reached Pelazzotti, this could be a real score for the pink jersey in the Giro.
Well,
they're all there.
Well, it's sort of there and it's sort of not there, because Danilo De Luca has not quite made it to the tail of Franco Pelazzotti. Sastre tried to stay in contact there, followed by Denny Menchov, David Arroyo of Case d'Epargne, and Levi Leipheimer looks to be losing a little bit of time. That's Leipheimer's group, followed by Soler, followed by Basso. Basso's riding fairly solidly over these last couple of days as well.
Well, these riders trying to protect themselves now. The top 10 riders are still not a lot of time in it overall. The time trial might open it up a little bit, but they really haven't been able to take advantage of this little climb before the finish just yet. Very narrow roads though. If you get just 10-15 seconds around those corners, you might get away with it today.
That's the important thing. That's why I think Franco Pelazzotti was hoping that he'd created the surprise, and he probably didn't expect the violent reaction to come from Danilo De Luca, who, although he leads this bike race, Phil, knew that he could take the descent, knew that he could take the risks, because he wants a little bit more time before we go to the individual time trial, but he's actually not got clear. It's Sastre and Menchov making the tempo there to try and pull it all back together, and David Arroyo is probably saying, fantastic, I'm so happy to be here.
Yes, the clever little man in black there for Cervelo. Carlos Sastre has come up now. Now Pelazzotti will have to rethink now. He looks over his shoulder, doesn't see anybody as a friendly agent there. Basso has not bridged the gap. So now they've got to really work it out. 5 kilometres to go, I think it was.
But the man they've caught out is Levi Leipheimer. Armstrong a little bit further back. What a phenomenal machine that Armstrong has got it. Yeah. And I have a feeling that Armstrong is riding himself back up to the Levi Leipheimer group.
Well, Levi needs to not let this run too far. He's got to make a move at the 5 kilometre banner. Underneath goes Lance Armstrong. Gilberto Simoni tucked into his back wheel there. A lot of work being done. There's that Michael Rogers there too. They're going to have to do some work now, because they can't afford to lose seconds like this. It could be another sneaky little gain of only a few seconds by Danilo De Luca, but that's how you build in the bank. Pelazzotti, Arroyo, Menchov is here. That's a danger. Sastre too.
I think what he's looking to do is get himself time over guys like Mick Rogers and Levi Leipheimer, because he knows that there's a pretty serious individual time trial coming up.
Yes.
Hats off to Armstrong, Phil, because, he's riding with Mick Rogers, who is a pre-Giro d'Italia favourite, and he's riding himself back up to his own teammate there, Levi Leipheimer. I think that man from Texas is getting stronger as this race goes on.
Well, that's apparent, I think. But if he could just reach Leipheimer now and put a bit of power behind the pedals, they might cross this gap, because look at the face of Danilo De Luca. He's thinking of gains where he can hit them, when he can hit them. He's not a great time trialist, but nobody knows how it will affect certain riders of the time trial. It's not a pure speedsters race coming up in a couple of days. It is a climbers race, and people like Leipheimer may not gain as much time as you would expect.
Well, that's the group of Leipheimer there with Maurizio Soler, and this is the leading group of riders, down to 5 men. De Luca is like a man possessed. Pelazzotti is the man who started the action. He was the one who attacked on that final climb of the day. Menchov, I think, just happy to be in contention here. And Carlos Sastre, well, I think his days are going to be a little bit further on. David Arroyo is under a little bit of pressure there to try and stay in contact with this serious group at the front end of the race.
Well, the man who's going to drop off the leaderboard today, out the podiums at least, will be Michael Rogers. If these boys continue to keep the screw as tight as this, Sastre's gone through on the inside of Menchov. It looks though he's caught a little bit one-legged just there. Danilo De Luca put a chain round this man. He's got no intention of losing ground here. He's taking every opportunity to get more seconds. He knows he's got to get that deposit in the bank.
Well, that's what he wants. He wants time and more time over the men who he knows are superior to him in the individual time trial. And any of these little stages are the stages that will help him to build that money in the bank.
Oh, what a face that is there by the killer. And now we've got Basso and Armstrong, but they're not climbing the Col de Tourmalet side by side in the Tour de France. They're now battling to reduce their losses on the stage of the Giro d'Italia 2009.
lead of the race. One man leading this race currently completely and utterly on his own now, and that is Danilo De Luca. This is the Armstrong group with Mick Rogers. Armstrong able to sit back there and not do any pacemaking because he's got his teammate Levi Leipheimer up in front of him. Gilberto Simoni, a solid professional bike rider, as you mentioned, Phil, on a number of occasions during this Giro, 7 times on the podium at the Giro d'Italia, always a serious contender and always a solid performer.
Yes, if I had 5 minutes, I'd tell you all his positions because he's got so many in the top 3. But we're being given a terrific demonstration by the leader of the Giro here, and justly so the way he's riding today. He's waited and waited. He saw Pelazzotti fly away. He joined him, he dropped him, and now he's going on his own. If he gets it, of course, it's his second stage win of the Tour, and there's nothing nicer than getting the win when you're wearing the leader's jersey.
I noticed Basso is prepared to help with a little bit of the pacemaking there with Levi Leipheimer. On the left-hand side in the streets of the finishing town now is Danilo De Luca. And again, Phil, these streets are incredibly narrow that they dare to bring the Giro d'Italia into.
Thank goodness. They can't move the houses.
No, that's a good point, but thank goodness it's dry. 2 kilometres to go.
2 kilometres to go. There can't be any gap at all, really. We're talking 5, 6, 7 seconds, that's all. He's not away from them. The crowd are enjoying the spectacle there. Are the nearest chasers Menchov, Sastre, Pelazzotti. In any order, at the moment Sastre is the leader, the winner of the Tour de France last year. This is the town of Pinerolo, the end of the longest stage of the Giro d'Italia at 262 kilometres. We've got just over 1 kilometre to go. And the leader of the Giro is the leader of the day.
Well, I have to say, Carlos Sastre, since he won the Tour de France last year in the month of July, is a completely changed bike rider, taking the responsibility here, Phil, to do all of the pacemaking. A little bit further back, this is the group of Lance Armstrong and Mick Rogers. When you think about it, Armstrong is not really very far away from the top end of this bike race. De Luca, 1.9 kilometres to go, knows that every second counts in a situation like this, and I tell you what, he's got himself about 10 seconds advantage there over the chasers, and don't forget, once again, he'll get himself a time bonus at the end of the day.
Well, he took the race lead 5 days before the rest day, and boy, has he come out fighting. They always say the day after the rest day you have a bit of bother finding your rhythm again, and I don't think it's been any trouble at all for Danilo De Luca. He's kept his form as he hits the kite at 1,000 metres from the finish. Almost certainly now, wise man, checking out where these 3 chasers are, but I think he's got the victory.
Well, one man has disappeared from that group of 3 chasers, and that was David Arroyo. He wasn't able to keep in contact as they went round some of these very nasty, tricky bends.
Climb. Yeah, just before. He slipped off the back. Bye-bye, number 51. But this is a lone win now for him, and it's more rewarding than ever now, more satisfying, because he's beating the creme de la creme here, the Tour de France winner, the 2 times winner of the Vuelta a España in Menchov, and Pelazzotti, the leader of this race for 4 days a year ago. And now Danilo De Luca, himself a former winner, let's not forget, of the Giro, is now racing, but it's time that decides the winner and the leader, and he's gaining real time. This is Leipheimer.
He's on the front of that group, and it looked as if there's been some reinforcements to the group there. This man, Danilo De Luca, though, will not sit down. I don't think the victory salute will be left until he crosses the finishing line. He's charging to the line here, Phil, because this is all about time for this man, extending his lead.
It's been a long day in the office too, 6.5 hours. He gets the victory. The clock will start as he hits the white line, and every second could count here. So he's going to build his overall lead today. Pelazzotti coming up. Menchov, is he going to have a go at him, or has Pelazzotti's done enough? Second, Menchov and Sastre over the line. The time continues to count. Well, the killer's in good form. And this will be Arroyo. Is he going to hang on?
Just survived.
Because yes, he's just survived. He's got it. Well done.
And then coming up, leading the next group home, you can see that's the
Soler.
Yeah,
Soler. Well, he's not a sprinter, is he?
I think Lance Armstrong managed to pull himself back up to his teammate there on the run into the finish, and there he is. Well done,
Lance. Well done, Lance. They're going to come in for a little while yet, I think, as tomorrow, it's not quite so bad tomorrow. But there's the victory for the Maglia Rosa. And it'll be interesting to see what the new time gaps are now, because he may have built himself a little bit of a cushion. He's still 48 hours away from that 60.6 kilometre mountain time trial. And he's going to need a little bit of a cushion, I think, because with people like Menchov, who ride a good time trial, it might be different then. there's the situation. They gave him 10 seconds. He gets a bonus as well, of course. Pelazzotti, Menchov, Sastra rather. Then 26 seconds back to Arroyo, 29 to Sola and Basso's group, and continues that way. Armstrong in at the tail in 13th place, 29 seconds down.
Well, Danilo De Luca is extending his lead. I think he's probably got
today.
A little bit of pain in those legs of his. Now
Look at that.
Is massive. 1 minute and 20 seconds over Menchov, a minute 33 over Mick Rogers, a minute 40 over Levi Leipheimer. He will be feeling a little bit more comfortable, Phil, now before the individual time trial, which is certainly not one of his best points.
No, but he's 1 day to go, but he should get the last start house position. Tomorrow it shouldn't be too much of a worry. All of the starters will try to keep themselves out of trouble and not use too much energy. There's the climbers classification new leader, Stefano Garzelli, by a considerable way over Danilo De Luca here. And there's the others who will never see the green jersey of Garzelli. I don't think they've lost too many points here. But remember, the last 10 days is all mountains, and there's a lot of points to be gained. But today was the day of Stefano Garzelli.
I think he very much deserved that. That was a long breakaway attempt by him.
On now to stage 11 of the Giro d'Italia. We're heading away from Turin and on to Aranzano today, which is in Genoa, and it's 214 kilometres. Another long day. 187 riders taking the start because Chris Horner, we are hearing, will not be starting because he did crash yesterday and has hurt his knee, and so he's been pulled from the race by the team, I suspect. That's a little bit of a blow for Levi Leipheimer. This is another long day in the saddle, but one would presume it won't be too full of action because the time trial is tomorrow.
Well, the riders leaving Torino, the head of the car manufacturing industry in Italy, behind them, and of course the home of Fiat cars, heading across the northern part of Italy before they cross over the Ticino Pass and drop down onto the Mediterranean to give the riders a little bit of respite before they make a further incursion in the last few days of this Giro d'Italia into the mountains once again.
And there's the Passo del Turchino, and don't forget that is on the route of Milan-San Remo, halfway approximately in that 300 almost kilometre race. Now this is a picture of Levi Leipheimer here. In fact, he's fallen. We're around about 100 kilometres into the day, and he's showing no signs of panic, is he?
Well, the race is not completely and utterly fully on. Fourth overall at the start of the day, Levi Leipheimer. This is one of those mechanical incidents that can happen on almost any day. We're over the top of the Col de Torcino now on the running down towards the finish. We're inside of 4 kilometres to go. There is Mr. Armstrong, and you may well have just noticed that the names on his jersey seem to be disappearing. And the reason for that is there's still this ongoing concern about whether or not Astana and the country of Astana are going to keep the payments up to the international governing body.
Yes, yesterday they came to the start line without any of the miscreant sponsors not paying up the bills. They've faded down those names, but let's hope something happens there. Otherwise, they may not be in the Tour de France. That's the tragedy of it. Anyway, the team now driving, and guess why? Because now they're hoping that Mark Cavendish can finish this one off. There's a small breakaway over the Ticino, by the way. Stefano Garzelli got the points there to increase his lead, and Armstrong and Leipheimer were second and third over that climb as we go under 3 kilometres to go.
3 kilometres to go. Team Columbia High Road on the front end of the main field, but in fact I also noticed that Tyler Farrar was not far away from the front end of the pack there. He'll be also trying to sniff out a victory if he can. A late little burst here from one of the new teams at ISD, but that's not going to ruffle the feathers at the front end of the main field. And in fact you can actually see that the next team who's going to set up the pacemaking is going to be Garmin Slipstream, and there they are, and that must be for Tyler Farrar.
And Pataki is slowly but surely slipping up the inside of that bend in that Ciclamino jersey. There he is, positioning himself. And this could be the first head-to-head between Pataki and Cavendish we've seen for over a week now in the Giro. Cav is tucked in nicely. He's seeking out Mark Renshaw, his lead-out man. Now we're going to spoil the party with an attack by AG2R.
Well, these little attacks are scurrying off the front, but the sad thing I have to say, Phil, for Alessandro Pataki is he doesn't have the train with him this year because his team at Team LPR are trying to control the front end of the race and the overall lead of Danilo De Luca. So Alessandro Pataki, rather than being launched into the assault as he normally is, he has to fight for himself.
Well, inside 2 kilometres to go, just 2 riders trying to spoil the party here. I'm not sure who I think it might be Lorenzato here who's had a go from the Lamprey team, but he's trying to get clear of the field.
In fact, I think this is Gasparotto trying to get off the front end of the main field.
Gasparotto,
and that
right,
is a very strong move by him. Scrambling across one of the riders from Saxo Bank all over the road. There's no control at the moment. It was a few moments ago controlled by Team Columbia High Road, but everybody now is seeing the chance because nobody has got the power to control the front end of the pack.
Well, things happen in the tunnel, of course. We'll find out what happens when they come out of the tunnel here. Oh, there's been a crash. Now, whether that was in the tunnel, I don't know. But the riders have come through, and they're more or less joy now. We've got 4 riders at the front. Now, this is a difficult situation here for Cavendish and his team to put to rights, because these opportunists might have made the right move. 1,100 metres to go. There's the kilometre. Now, the sprinters are going to have to start the run early today.
Well, that's what it's all about, and you can see that group of 4 riders there looking over their shoulders, and inside the final kilometre you cannot start to mess around like that because you get wiped away very rapidly indeed. It's Garmin Slipstream on the front. They'll be looking after their man, and their man, of course, today is going to be Tyler Farrar. He's got a great sprint. He's been in the top 3 on a number of occasions so far during this Giro d'Italia, and now he's hoping to go one better than that.
Well, they never committed, and the result is they've been swept up by the sprinters. There is still Mark Renshaw looking to see where Cavendish is, and he's right on his wheel. Tyler Farrar is the left centre of our picture, and the run has started now. Pataki's making a late run on the far left of the picture, but this could be the lead out that Cavendish wants, because he's in a perfect launch pad. As he races up towards the line, he can see it now. Now he bursts as Renshaw swings away. Farrar's got Cavendish back wheel, but has he got the speed to take him on? As Cavendish now, no, he has. And this is win number 2 for Cavendish, and I've lost count of what win it is for Team Columbia High Road, but I think it's their 5th win of this year's Giro. Mark Cavendish made it look easy, and if we ever get to hear him interviewed, the first man he'll thank will be Mark Renshaw.
I have to say, I've seen Renshaw racing since a number of years ago when he was racing on the track and was at that time an incredibly good sprinter. Congratulations from Alessandro Petacchi, the old man greeting the new man. There's no change in the overall classification either, Phil, because it's still Danilo De Luca on the eve of a very important individual time trial, wondering whether or not he's gained himself enough time to keep the Maglia Rosa one more day.
Well, there's the thanks all round for a brilliant lead out, and Pataki now will still keep hold of that Ciclamino jersey, and that's all that matters to him right now, I think. There's life away from the Giro as we look now. The win, Cavendish, Farrar, Pataki, Davis, Sebastian Eno getting in on the act there for AG2R, and Boysenhagen never far away. That young man can sprint as well as do most things in the sport, it seems. There's the lead out he got from Renshaw.
Well, watch Renshaw here. He really is a great sprinter in his own right, but he realises that by working very closely together with Mark Cavendish, he can set him up for the sprint. There's Tyler Farrar stuck into the wheel of Mark Cavendish, put his nose into the wind for a section, and then thought, no, this is too fast, mate. I'm going to stay here, because if I can stay on this man's wheel, at least I'll get second place.
Happy days. 2 stage wins last year in the Giro, 2 stage wins in the Giro this year. That's 4 stage wins in all. No British riders ever done that in the Giro d'Italia. And now, of course, he won't be winning tomorrow. It's the time trial. So De Luca takes 1:20 advantage over Menchov into the time trial. 1:33 over Rogers, 1:40 over Leipheimer. Menchov, Rogers, Leipheimer are far better time trialists than De Luca. He knows it. But he's done his best to get the gaps prized open, and we'll wait and see what he does tomorrow.
Well, it's going to be a very important D-Day for Danilo De Luca, and certainly, as I've mentioned on a number of occasions, his Achilles heel is the individual time trial.
The day is dawned. Stage 12, the individual time trial from Sestri Levante to Rio Maggiore, 60.6 kilometres. The last time I had a time trial of this length was back in 1992.
And the winner on that occasion, I think, Phil, may well have been a certain Miguel Indurain, who was the king of the time trial during all of the years that he dominated the top end of the sport and the Grand Tours.
Well, the riders say this is a very difficult course. We're watching the arrival of Bradley Wiggins here, challenging the time of Visconti, and I think he's going to get the better of Visconti, so good start for Garmin Slipstream. I can tell you, though, that Fabian Cancellara, I don't think we've mentioned him more than once throughout the whole programme of the Giro, has not started today.
Wiggins setting the benchmark very early on. with 49 seconds beating of Visconti. Pinotti is up there in third place, losing 1:28. Denny Menchov starting the individual time trial. Menchov is a solid time trialist, but not really one of the great time trialists. I don't think he's going to get himself the beatings of the likes of Michael Rogers or Levi Leipheimer, who have been down here on a number of occasions before the Giro d'Italia just to look at this individual time trial. Now look at this ride here by Yanis Brakovic. Now this is one of the riders from Astana, and he's going to go better than Wiggins.
Well, Astana are trying to keep a lead in the team race here, so every rider will count as far as they are concerned. They're going to take something big away from the Giro if they can win the team. There's the last man to roll out of the start house. Today, by the way, we have 187 riders taking part. Well, 186, of course, because Cancellara didn't start.
Well, Danilo De Luca out on the terrain that he does not appreciate. He's not a great individual time trialist. But this is a rather strange individual time trial, Phil, because it's a place where a lot of the riders were having a hard time actually choosing which material to use, which bike to use, because it's such a technical course that a lot of the riders have actually adopted their normal racing machines just with clip-on handlebars at the front.
Well, it's such a long way, and it's the only real time trial of the race this year. And in the last week we go back into the mountains. Michael Rogers finishes minute 19 off the pace. Garzelli's coming in now. Brakovic is going to feel pretty pleased with the way this is going just now.
Yeah, but watch this ride by Stefano Garzelli, because he is in fact going to give the brand new best time. He's gone faster than Brakovic, 1:35.32. That's an 11-second beating, but you look at the average speed, it's not exactly a fast time trial.
It suited Garzelli because of the hills. He's already demonstrated how well he's been climbing. Brakovic pushed back by 11 seconds into second place, but that's a good ride for him. Now, Levi Leipheimer, we've seen him so often course the roads of the time trial out of Solvang in California and win there. It's a little bit steeper around these roads, but he still looks pretty cool and relaxed. He knows today he's got to start picking up time.
Yes, but just out of interest, starting ahead of him on the road, his own teammate Lance Armstrong has actually been posting some very fast times at the intermediate time checks. In fact, Armstrong was inside of the top 10 at the first time check, but then he slipped out to 12th place at the second time check. That looks like the style of Ivan Basso.
Yeah, it's not a very pretty style either, is it? It's sort of very high and upright position. It doesn't look very comfortable at all, but the new UCI rules where you've got to keep those elbows parallel with the handlebars, it's what he's being forced into. Here's the arrival of Lance here, and this is going to be superb. It's only for sixth place at the moment, but even so, this is always the race of truth. It tells you where your form is, and Lance is sixth at the moment. There's still quite a few riders to come behind us.
Well, Denny Menchov, Phil, on the left-hand side there, has already pulled back 46 seconds on Danilo De Luca over on the right-hand side of the course. I just go back to that performance by Armstrong. I have to say, riding a time trial like that, again, 3.5 years, Phil, since he's ridden a time trial of that length and that severity. So I don't think he'll be too dissatisfied this afternoon when he goes back and looks at the results page.
Well, that's Leipheimer here as he comes up towards this climb at 44.5 kilometres. Garzelli is in, don't forget, and Leipheimer is better out on the course at 30 seconds quicker. 44.5 kilometres though, 16 kilometres still to go.
Well, this is a very testing course. It's up and down and left and right and very difficult. Probably, in fact, is going to suit Danilo De Luca a lot more than a big power flat individual time trial. Thank you very much. I don't think he needs that when he's trying to concentrate on keeping the Maglia Rosa on his shoulders. Denny Menchov now is looking at the time of Levi Leipheimer. Leipheimer has posted the fastest time, and just around here we're getting a chance to see what his performance is going to be like, and it's stunning.
Oh, he's going through. This is a man who has really come out with a mission today. Look at his face. He gives nothing away. The poker player of the peloton, but he's going through now with the best time, and if he continues to build on this, we've got Danilo De Luca now. He's the next man up and the last man. We'll see what he can do. I don't think it'll be good news, frankly.
Carlos Sastre, this has always been his Achilles heel as well. He's never been great at the individual time trial, although I'd have to say here this afternoon, this is a time trial that should suit the little climber from Spain, because it's all about changing in rhythm, changing in speed and direction. Danilo De Luca not doing too bad a ride here, Phil. It's not the greatest ride, but he will be losing himself a huge chunk of time. He's lost himself a minute 46, and I think he's lost himself the lead.
He's lost himself the lead. If that's the way it's going to be confirmed on the way down to the finish, Menchoff's the next Maglia Rosa. He's regained all his lost time. Here we go, lining up for the finish, but this is with Ivan Basso as he races towards the line. Face a picture of pain, every second counts. Brusagin challenging, good ride by Basso, very, very close to the time of Brusagin, who's a good time trialist.
And very close to the time of Lance Armstrong as well. Denny Menchoff doing a very impressive individual time trial here this afternoon. I wasn't exactly expecting him to go quite so well over Danilo De Luca. De Luca doesn't look too bad at all here. He's got a very high cadence going, but I'm not sure that he's able to pick it up to maximum speed. And that's the difficult thing about the individual time trial. You've got to keep the pace nice and high. Carlos Sastre coming in, a sensible time by him.
Very.
Just about the same time as Jose Serpa, who put in a stunning performance for 5th. 8th place for Carlos Sastre, losing a minute and 15 seconds at the moment.
No, that's a pretty good time for Sastre. He's not a great time trialist, and he's still keeping himself very much in the mix here. Danilo De Luca's been saying he expects to concede to the best time trialist 2 minutes today, and he will be very happy if that's all he lost. Well, you know, he could be very close to his prophecy here.
Well, he needs to keep himself as close as possible to the top of the leaderboard, and the top of the leaderboard at the moment seems to be going to the man on the left-hand side of the screen, 1:41, Denny Menchoff. A great time trial course for a man like Menchoff. Francesco Pelizzotti. This is a good ride by him as well. He's got the form.
This is a very good ride by Pelizzotti, who continues to be the leader of Liqui Gas. Comes in, he pushes Wiggins down to 4th as he claims 3rd spot there. That is an extremely good ride. Well, the men who have been showing the form in the mountains are confirming in the race of truth here. We're on the way down now. Menchoff will know at this point he is the virtual leader of the Tour because they will have told him.
Well, he's taking the risks. You see how he's swinging across to the far side of the corner, cutting the apex, keeping the pace nice and high. It's a very tricky technical run down to the finish line here, and you can lose yourself a whole chunk of time if you come unstuck at a situation like this. This is Leipheimer now, challenging the time of Stefano Garzelli.
Well, the battle is the last two on the road for the next Maglia Rosa. Can Leipheimer do something here that will make him a challenger as we go back into the mountains? This is the only time he's free to fly at his speciality. Garzelli's the best time in the house, but Leipheimer's going to beat that by 43 seconds, which in my opinion is not a lot against Garzelli, but it's still the best time so far.
This is Danilo De Luca. He's going to take all kinds of risks now, Phil, as he goes around. That's not a very good line around that corner. That'll cost him 4 or 5 seconds, but he will take the risks. He knows that now is the chance for him to do something special.
Well,
Mick Rogers is a little bit disappointing here, Phil, because let's not forget Mickey Rogers has been 3 times champion of the world at the individual time trial, and a 12th place finish for Mick is probably not what he was looking for.
He's saying that he's concentrating so much on improving his climbing that he tends to be losing his time trialing ability. Well, he certainly won't be pleased with that one as Menchoff hits the line. This has got to be best time. Menchoff is in by 20 seconds over Leipheimer. Not a big beating of Leipheimer, but enough. And that is going to be the winner's time because, in fact, this rider here is off the pace now. Danilo De Luca, he started a minute 20 ahead of Menchoff. That's gone. And so has a lot more besides. Danilo De Luca, the killer, is going to be out of the Maglia Rosa tonight.
Yes, he is, but I'll tell you what, this is a solid performance because he's rivaling the times of a man like Bradley Wiggins, who is a specialist at the individual time trial. So De Luca, I think when he does the mathematics tonight, won't be too dissatisfied. He's probably not lost as much as he was thinking that he was going to, and as he comes up to the line and stops the clock, it's going to be a loss of 1:54. Well, I think you predicted, Phil, 2 minutes.
And he did, not me, and he's very close. He's lost 34 seconds in the overall then. There's no bonuses today. So after exactly a week in pink, it's now going across to Rabobank's Menchoff. Let's have a look at the result first. He wins by 20 seconds over Leipheimer. Garzelli got 3rd. That's a great result. Brakovic 4th. Pelizzotti 5th. De Luca in 6th place. Wiggins will be pleased with 7th. Bosisio of LPR Brakes, a teammate, don't forget, of De Luca, completing the top 8 riders. That's a good ride by Serba, but you see the climbers had their say today. This was a tough course. Brusagin, normally a winner on a flatter road, finishing only in 10th. Simone in 17th. Top 22 completed there by Jaroslav Popovic. But there is the next man. We'll see him first of all celebrate the stage win for Menchoff and then we'll see him take the Maglia Rosa.
Well, I think that was a solid performance by him on a very solid technical individual time trial course, and that performance, Phil, gives him a very solid lead at the top of the overall standings, but instead of widening the gaps, it's actually brought them back together.
Yes, 34 seconds. It was 1:20 the other way around, of course. It's now 34 seconds to DeLuca. Leipheimer is still very much in the hunt here, 40 seconds off the pace. Armstrong is up to 12th now after that great time trial. I think that's absolutely tremendous. 6:34 is a big time loss. Lost most of that in the first week. He's been getting better every day.
Yes, I don't think he'll be too concerned about that, but this man will be very concerned about the new Maglia Rosa, and he's going to do whatever he can to try and keep that on his shoulders.
Well, tomorrow the riders head to Florence, another famous town in this beautiful country, but today Menchov will dream. And as we go on now to stage 13 of 176 kilometres, we've now done 2,000 plus kilometres of this year's race, and this stage now, it might be a little bit more for the sprinter.
Well, it should be, and I think one of the big story about a day like this, the day after a tough individual time trial, Phil, the big contenders, the men at the top end of the overall classification, they really pretty much need a day off so they can sit back and just loosen up those legs after the violent effort of 24 hours ago.
Well, there's been a problem here. One of the B-Box Telecom riders have had a bit of a collision, I think.
There's a rider from Columbia High Road who'd gone down there as well. And it looks like, I thought it was Cavendish.
Well, it is Mark Cavendish if that's the rider who fell, but I thought it was Boyson Hagen who was actually caught in our picture there. Cavendish may be waiting for him. Anyway, they're sorting themselves out. There's the new man in the pink, enjoying his day, Denis Menchov. It shouldn't be a day he'll be challenged too much, and he'll want to keep the riders around him. Well, Cavendish, by the way, celebrating his 24th birthday yesterday. He couldn't do much about winning yesterday, but maybe he'll try and pull it off today.
Front
It's
end of the
certainly a
main
stage
field,
for him.
getting very organised now at 5 kilometres to go, and it looks to me as if we've got Barlow World, Phil, trying to sort something out for their man, Robbie Hunter.
Well, this is the drive now at 4.9 kilometres to go, and the race is virtually all together here. We did have a break of Scarzelli, Ignatiev and Bjorn Schoder, but he got washed away, and it's virtually the first day that the whole field has come down together. There's hardly anybody, to our knowledge, off the back of the pack, which means that we're seeing 187 riders come home.
Quick Step getting themselves organised, and that will be for Alan Davis. Bunch packed is the translation now for Gruppo Compacto.
The bunch have all given up. No, it can't be true. Now there is Menchov too, and Pataki is also up here. No change, by the way. Lukvist is still leading in the best young rider competition. Garzelli is king of the mountains. DeLuca is still got the lead on points. And of course Menchov is now the new man in the Maglia Rosa. 3.9 kilometres to go.
A bit of organisation at the front. Looking over to the right hand side, you can see the white and yellow jerseys of Team Columbia High Road. I'm not sure who else has got
Just
the power
trying to
yet.
see who's going to fight for the wheel of Cavendish. There he is, the last yellow jersey in our picture on the right. Everybody usually tries to line up on his wheel. A few elbows start flying, but at the moment nobody, it seems, too anxious to get there. This looks like the big figure of Bradley Wiggins trying to bring the Garmin boys through on the right, and that's Tyler Farrar getting into the action on the left.
Well, Tyler Farrar has been very consistent in all of these bunch sprints so far, Phil, this year, and I think one day or another he's going to be a Grand Tour stage winner.
Well, it would be nice to see because he's so close, but you need that little bit of luck as well as high speed. Cavendish is the only one that seems to be able to organise his own luck, I must say, if he reads it right. Astana, by the way, are building up a lead in the team race here as we line up for the finish. A long way down the line, Mark Cavendish just at the moment. He's got to get to Holder Renshaw and say, get me up there, because it's not a foregone conclusion by any manner of means. Pataki will also move up.
Well, 3 kilometres to go. That's a very long line in the running towards the finish. I noticed Jaroslav Popovic doing quite a bit of work at the front, and I can only believe that's just to stay out of danger at the front end of the main field, because Team Astana don't really have a bunch sprinter in their midst. This team now, though, Garmin Slipstream, have decided that they're going to line it up for their man Tyler Farrar, who's currently in about 5th or 6th position.
They're organised. They've got 5 riders, including Farrar, on the front. It'll take 5 riders to beat the likes of Pataki, I think, and Mark Cavendish. Cavendish has only got 2 lead-out men to look after him. I think it's Boysenhagen and Mark Renshaw, and he's the 3rd man of those yellow and white clad riders. Now the object is to keep the pace high, and Julian Dean's moving up as well there. And there's Cavendish. Pataki chooses the right wheel, doesn't he?
Yeah, Pataki not too far away there, looking for the wheel of Mark Cavendish. This is high speed, and that's the best thing to do when you're leading out a sprint like this, to keep it in a long line, and that stops any of your sprinters getting swamped by riders moving up around the outside. It creates a much better organisation, and in fact it creates a much safer sprint to the line. Robbie Hunter at the front there in the red jersey for Team Barlow World.
24 years of age today, or yesterday rather, so he's an old man now, isn't he, Mark Cavendish? And he's got Pataki sitting on his wheel, because don't forget Pataki passed over his Chiclamino jersey back to its rightful owner, De Luca, today. As they line up for the finish, one of the Garmin boys took it wide and got rid of himself there. Now it's all eyes down for Tyler Farrar to try and finish it off and come out of what is 4th wheel in the front line. I must say Cavendish is leaving himself a little bit of work to do as Robbie Hunter goes through, licking his lips as well. This is going to be a race for the finish now. Another sweeping left-hander. Hunter has got himself into 3rd wheel. Maybe Barlow World will finally get the result they've been searching for. He's had a 2nd place so far.
Looked pretty much like David Miller doing the bulk of the pacemaking on the front end of the line there, as we look down to see where the ultimo kilometro is, the last kilometre of this race, and it is nice and fast. There is the Flamme Rouge, and it's still David Miller on the front end of the main field. 2 riders from Garmin riding very closely together, and that's an ideal situation as you go into the final kilometre. That's Miller pulling off to the left-hand side. Now they're being overtaken by Garmin.
Julian Dean takes up the running, but he's been blocked out here on the left by 3 riders from Columbia High Road. A little bit of bumping and barging going on as they try to fight for the wheel of Cavendish. Cavendish is waiting till the last possible minute. Julian Dean is 2nd wheel to lead out Farrar, and still there's a little bit of a clash. But 2-1-3 is the number we need to look at in Mark Cavendish, as the rush will come from dead centre of picture now. And it's Cavendish now still trying to hang on to the back wheel of Mark Renshaw. And there's a rush coming from Pataki in the centre of the picture, but they've given Cavendish pole position, and when he gets that, he never gets beaten. Mark Cavendish is just about to get his 3rd win of the Tour, and that is 1 more than last year. And look how the peloton has sat up there. So Cavendish gets in ahead of Pataki, and that looks like little Albo Davis coming through probably in 3rd place. He makes it look so easy.
He makes it look phenomenally easy. When you've got a man like Alessandro Pataki on your back wheel, it just goes to prove how fast this young man from the Isle of Man is. I wonder how many Grand Tour victories he's going to rack up in that career. As you said, Phil, just 24 years of age yesterday. He's got a long time ahead of him to notch up the wins.
Yes, he certainly has. And that's now 5 Giro stages over 2 years of riding for Mark Cavendish. I think we'll say goodbye to him tonight, because there's no more stages left till the end, and he won't want to be involved with all the mountains that are now about to come heading the way of the Giro riders. You can see the little clash of shoulders there.
A little bit of rivalry between Garmin and Columbia, as you can see the nodding of shoulders there, and obviously coming from the track, there's absolutely no fear for Mark Cavendish. He knows exactly what he has to do. There you can see the big lead out coming once again. That's Pataki right onto his wheel, making sure that he's in the slipstream. Ooh, Tyler Farrar gets boxed out a fraction there, but that's the nature of sprinting. Pataki is a man who sprints with sheer power. Cavendish on the far side sprints with sheer speed and domination, and I have to say now, Phil, an awful lot of confidence.
2 times World Madison champion on the track, and showing the speed he's really got here, just shoots ahead. I think Pataki Aloyi was absolutely beside himself when he beat Mark Cavendish at the start of this Tour. He's never got near him since, I have to say. Cavendish doesn't get it wrong too often. Robbie Hunter and Tyler Farrar, they were in the best seats to see the finish.
Well, they saw them from the wrong angle, though, because they were right on the wheel of Cavendish. And Cavendish is proving to be a great sprinter in these one-day races. And let's not forget, this year he got himself a great one-day classic, of course, Milano-San Remo, with an incredible sprint in the last 50 to 75 metres.
Well, it's been a wonderful period for Columbia High Road, because they haven't just won with Cavendish, have they? They've also won with Boysenhagen and Sifsef and the team. But there's the situation overall. No change at all today. De Luca's still got 34 seconds to make up. Leipheimer holding on to a podium slot. But Denny Menchov is the man of the moment. The Russian rider who races for the Dutch Bank, and he's still holding the flowers high. So he's held his lead. That's 2 pink jerseys for him now.
But Denny Menchov will know in the back of his mind that it's a very long ride down to Rome and the finish of this bike race. And it will include some serious incursions into the big mountain passes. And that's where Danilo De Luca will try and get back the overall lead.
Stage 14 now, and this is from Campo Bisenzio to Bologna. San Luca is actually the suburb, 172 kilometres. And guess what? Mark Cavendish and his lead-out man Mark Renshaw are not on the start line, but more surprisingly, Filippo Pozzato has abandoned, and so too the Australian from Garmin, Cameron Meyer.
Yeah, but I think Pozzato was involved in that crash on the run-in towards the finish yesterday, Phil, and that's probably what created a little bit of an injury for him. And I think the better part of valour was probably to pull out and try to get himself better for the Tour de France. At Bologna, the home of the finish, and again a pretty difficult run-in towards the finish line for one or two of these riders. There is Mark Cavendish, a winner of 3 stage victories in the Giro this year, the centenary Giro d'Italia, and not taking the start line.
So it's goodbye to Mark, back home to the Isle of Man as he now prepares for the Tour de France, which is a race he says this year he wants to see Paris. Felt he shouldn't have abandoned it last year, but he's only young, let's face it. As we get back out on the roads again today, and little bit of a sprinkling of second category climbs along the way, and nothing special other than that. It shouldn't disturb the leaders of the Tour, but you must stay vigilant all of the time.
Well, ideal day for a breakaway to get off the front end of the main field. Just looking down there, you can see a good working group forming.
Well, this is a nice little working group they've got here, because nobody in the move is affecting the situation. Peloton just hanging off the back and just seeing how it works out. It's a group of some 13 riders have got themselves away here.
Yes, and I don't think there's too many passengers in this group either, Phil. They're all pretty much happy to work. They realise that on a day like this, as we start to see the mountains looming once again on the horizon, as we begin to approach the final week of racing, they realise that this is the sort of day when, if they work together as a solid group, the breakaway has got a chance of survival.
Well, there's Philip Dynan, the Irishman, down there in the black of Cervelo. Also in this breakaway is his teammate Simon Gerrans. We've got Kirienka back in the action for Case Stefan. Chris Froome, Paul, is here for Barlow World. Gianpaolo Ciulla and Bonneford of the AG2R team, another man. Visconti again and Grivko. They seem to go everywhere together, those two. Gavazzi, the sprinter. Reda from Quickstep. Bertogliati from Sedimenti. Petrov, Katusha. Muller from Milram. And he's been dropped, in fact. And Eduard Voganov of Zakobo, they're also in there. That's the breakaway. They've had a lead of 4.5 minutes. We haven't got the time. Oh, well, we're counting. We might get one now.
Well, just coming up to this little climb, small climb, categorised climb, halfway around the course at 1 minute and 44. Danilo De Luca at the front end of the main field, but now wearing the Ciclamina jersey as leader of the points classification. And there's actually been a little bit of a split in the main field there as we rejoin this leading group of riders. The gap is 2 minutes over the front end of the main field, and I have a feeling, Phil, that last climb there, they actually shed off 1 or 2 riders from this group, which was 13 men strong. There's Chris Froome in the red.
Well, there's the full list, I presume, then, of the remaining riders in the breakaway, Paul. Andre Grivko won the first 3 climbs of the day. Now, there were second category, and one was a third category. So he's got himself, he's moved himself right up into a solid second place in the King of the Mountains. But I'm not sure he will endanger the lead there, being held by Garzelli.
Yes, 2 riders have disappeared from that group because that leading group now is down to just 11 men. And that would be the stadium of FC Bologna, a very big, strong Italian football team.
Indeed, they are. They haven't quite got the money of Manchester United and Chelsea, but even so, they are a very big team. And this is home today for the riders. The sun is out. It's been a lovely day all day. This breakaway, with nobody affecting the overall situation, they might well pull it off today, because there's no reason for the leaders to chase this breakaway down. It's a big, great breakaway. Plenty of riders here. Lots of teams represented. Who is there left to chase? And the answer is Rabobank.
And the answer is nobody, really.
Not
Rabobank
really,
are quite
not
happy
really.
to set a false tempo on the front, so they're just making sure that the race is nice and safe as we get into the outskirts of Bologna. There's a little move coming from one of the riders from ISD, and that may well cause everybody by surprise.
I think it's Visconti. Is it 51? No, it's Grivko. It had to be one or the other because they're both up there. And this looks as though Grivko has been a very, very aggressive bike rider for ISD here. As I say, he's won 3 of the climbs today. They're all smallish, but he's done his best and he's stacked up the points, and now he's trying to steal it on the last day. ISD are without a stage win, and they've certainly tried to win stages there. The very few teams have had stage wins, by the way, and we've only got about 5 teams actually sharing the stage wins so far.
Well, Liquigas at 5 kilometres to go have come to the front end of the main field, and I'm not quite sure why they've decided to whip up the pacemaking. Probably the fact is they're riding there on pride to try and pull that breakaway back, but I don't think they're going to do that here this afternoon as we're looking through the outskirts of Bologna to see whether or not we can pick up the front end of the main field. Oh, that's
just what you want.
That's a pretty dangerous thing to do there. That rider getting water right into his face. It will blind him for a fraction, especially going around a traffic circle like that. Fortunately, there was no accident, but that gentleman thought he was doing a nice favour to the riders in cooling them down, but he could have created a catastrophe.
Well, this is Grivko, remember, the national champion of his country in the time trial, and he's free to fly just at the moment. If he can get into his rhythm, he might well do it and break the grip of the breakaway behind, which is down to 11 men, 3 kilometres to go. I don't think the main field are going to do much about it now. They're going to come in with a time gap today. 3 riders on the front here from Cervelo.
They're just keeping the pace nice and high. I think everybody just wants to get to the end of a stage like this, Phil. Cervelo test team looking over the shoulders, keeping the pace high, looking over to see where Carlos Sastre is, and they're looking for 1 minute and 35 seconds. Grivko getting down into his very aerodynamic time trial position, and here he's hoping to survive off the front end of the group. If they are disorganised and they don't work together as they have been doing throughout the whole of the breakaway situation, they may well lose out to this man.
Well, Cervelo seem to have pulled off the front here as we race into the heart of the city here. And a bit of a tight squeeze through the arches again, but we get used to these now, I think, in the Tour of Italy.
It's always a tough run into any town in Italy. They always seem to manage to find a couple of nasty little false flats on the run in towards the finish. Grivko just has to keep hammering away there. Just 2 kilometres to go. That corresponds to around about 3 minutes of effort. This is the main field, just a little bit further back. They're not going to see anybody, I don't think, towards the end of this afternoon. But everybody in that chasing group behind wants to see this man, and the fact that the motorbike is pulling out means he's been caught.
Yes, they've seen him. There's 10 riders in this group at the moment as they continue. He's unlucky there, Paul, but again, another example of a town finishing on top of a hill, as so often happens here. Forget the main pack then, almost 90 seconds off the pace at the moment. As this looks like it's Petrov trying to stamp his message out on the course. Here on the front, and here comes an attack now. Is it an attack? No, perhaps not. It's Chris Froome trying, yes.
Chris Froome, the rider in the red from Team Bala World, trying to pull back that move. The main field, they're all over the road, but I think they must realise now, Phil, that they've lost any chance of pulling back the breakaway group on a day like this. The little climb up to the finish is 274 metres. There's Froome over on the left-hand side. Nice to see him.
Look at the maximum slope, 16%.
Yep, that's going to create a little bit of a surprise, I think, Phil, for 1 or 2 riders. That's why the main field is looking quite so aggressive. They are concerned about the possibility of a split on the running towards the finish, not necessarily catching the leading breakaway.
2 kilometres for the rest of the group here. That's the main pack. This is back with Chris Froome now, and this is Simon Gerrans, who somehow, these two seem to have slipped away. The camera's missed the shot, but those are the 2 new leaders. Well, they must be coming very close to 1 kilometre to go.
Well, Chris Froome is a great climber and a man who I think in future years could possibly have ambitions of finishing in the top 10 in the Tour de France. Grew up at 6,000 feet or 2,000 metres in the outskirts of Nairobi. As we look a little bit further back to the main field, Mickey Rogers, Marzio Brusegin, Danilo De Luca at the front end of the pack. Wondering whether he'll try and jump out of that pack to gain himself a little bit of an advantage.
Well, he's got well control of all the favourites here, and Menchov is not bothered to even... he's just keeping an eye from a distance there on Danilo De Luca, who wears the Point Ciclamino jersey. These boys are out of it today. They've got the wish. They've had a quietish day, but this will be the 16% section by the look of it here. And this is Simon Gerrans. Well, the last time he won a Grand Tour, it was a stage of the Tour de France. He did it on Italian roads as well, in Prato Novoso. And now it looks as though Gerrans, the man from Mansfield in Australia, is giving Chris Froome a little bit too much aggravation there.
Looking down there, that's Masciatelli, a rider from Acqua Saponi. I'm not quite sure what he thinks his tactics are here this afternoon. But he's
look at this.
This is at the front of the race, and this is the very difficult climb. And Simon Gerrans now has got the gap over Chris Froome. Froome, I think a little bit over-geared there, Phil, is really having a hard time keeping those gears ticking over, as Gerrans now knows that he's in with a chance here of a stage victory in the Giro d'Italia. His face is a picture of pain.
Chris is zigzagging all over the road there now to give you some idea at 1 kilometre. This is a superb show of defiance. Celebrated his 29th birthday a few days ago in the Giro d'Italia, and now he's going to celebrate it a bit late with a victory by the look at it, because it's all on his side. This is Gavazzi now. We often talk of him as a sprinter, but he's actually slipped away from them here, and he's going for Gerrans now. Can he reach him?
Well, Gerrans looks over his shoulder. He's a great climber, Simon Gerrans. And with the gap that he's got there, he's looking pretty solid. He's not the kind of rider, Phil, I think, who's going to start to weaken. Gavazzi charging around the steep part of this climb. He's caught in the middle of absolutely nowhere here, trying to ride across to that leading group of riders, but I don't think he's going to actually make it.
It's Paolo Tirolongo.
Well, it is Paolo Tirolongo, actually.
Well, I don't think it is, because Gavazzi is the only rider of Lampre in that front group, so I think they put the wrong caption up there as they continue to go here.
Well, actually, the Tirolongo's coming off the front end of the main field. The cameras are running around from camera 1 to 2 and 3. Tirolongo's actually jumped off the front end of the peloton inside town. This is Danilo De Luca.
Yes, well, he's got to keep going here. There's always a chance of a few seconds gap, and at the moment this race is still being decided by seconds, although the mountains in the last week surely will open up those gaps.
You can see Leipheimer
That's
cracking
Leipheimer,
there.
but he's been left lacking a bit there. Is he going to concede time here on the climb? I would say there's going to be splits on this peloton now, as again a typical Danilo De Luca stamping on those pedals on a short, sharp climb where he opens gaps. Menchov's nailed him, and so too, dare I say, as Stefano Garzelli.
And Ivan Basso just getting onto the back there as well. But I'm a little surprised on a short climb like this to see Levi Leipheimer in difficulty.
Meanwhile, the man in black is stamping on the pedals for Cervelo here. This could be a result for the young team, the new team on the block. As he goes through 350 metres to go, it looks as though Simon Gerrans is about to add a stage of the Tour of Italy to his stage in the Tour de France, and that's a tremendous result for him.
And isn't it strange that both of those victories in both Grand Tours will be on Italian soil?
A little bit of a stir from Danilo De Luca there. Not too impressed with the boys running up the home straight when you're trying to win seconds in a bike race. Simon Gerrans is not interested in seconds, but the flowers and champagne will go down very nice as the Tifosi look at a man from Australia now taking a stage win. He joins a very elite group of Australians in a win here in the Giro d'Italia as well. Riders like Brad McGee and Phil Anderson, of course. Mackenzie, those are the riders who've won in the past. Brett Lancaster. Now we can add Simon Gerrans to join the likes of Dave Mackenzie.
Further back down the slopes, the gaps have opened. Basso has recovered, so too has Levi Leipheimer. Put under a little bit of pressure there. The remnants of that leading group still starting to come in. 14 seconds.
And there is Gavazzi in third. Those gaps certainly open now. They're all going to get separate times, all of these riders in that group. More importantly, though, what separate times will come in the favourites group?
Well, I think everybody managed to recover despite the difficulty of the steepness of the climb. There's Chris Froome coming in. That's the group of the heads of state. Carlos Sasha is there. This is a little move by Pelazzotti, immediately matched by the killer. Danilo De Luca, Phil, he's all over these little moves. You don't catch him out on the run in towards the finish.
No.
Neither do you catch out Stefano Garzelli.
No, you're absolutely right, Paul. And they're very sharp old hands at this business. And they know you've got to take your chance immediately, react to the jump, otherwise you're losing seconds. And at the moment, this race is being decided by seconds.
Yes, but the gaps will start to appear once we get into the big mountains. But I do think this hilltop finish has caught one or two riders out, Phil, by surprise.
Well, every hilltop finish, there's gains to be made and also, sadly, losses too. And so we'll see what happens when they shake out the result for us. But we've seen the man who's won today, Simon Gerrans. He's a great example of a true professional who tries his heart out, and occasionally he comes up trumps. So well done, Simon, today.
Well, he'd be happy with that victory, but I say over the next few stages he's going to have to put his personal ambitions to one side, Phil, because Carlos Sastre will be looking to climb up the overall standings. But Togliatti, it was in second place.
Finished so far in 6th there. Grivko moved into 2nd in the King of the Mountains. He's now in 9th place on the day. Sastre 14th. Minute 04 on the leaders, but that's not important as we continue to look down. Basso coming into minute 07. Michael Rogers coming in at a minute 10, which means that Basso will go over Rogers now in the overall classification. He lost 3 seconds there. Still talking seconds. Here's the man from Mansfield, which is in the state of Victoria, and at the foot of a very famous mountain over in Australia called Mount Buller. So he's used to going up climbs.
He certainly is, especially climbs like that. No change in the overall classification.
Yes, Basso's got that 3 seconds advantage, so he's gone ahead of Rogers. They've swapped places, but the rest stay pretty much the same. And we're still talking just seconds between these riders.
But at the top, this man conserves 34 seconds ahead of Danilo De Luca, as he did at the start of the day. And he knows, though, Phil, that he's going to get some serious challenges from the Italians when they come into the mountains in the last week of this race.
So onward we go, stage 15 now, and it'll take us to the 2,500 kilometre point today. Just 100 miles, 161 kilometres the ride today. Astana continued to build a nice impressive lead in the team race, which is very nice for them as Lance is part of the squad.
Certainly be looking to try and conserve the lead as they head down the road towards Faenza. Short stage today for the riders, 161 kilometres. Andrei Grivko once again out on the course, Phil. Very aggressive, looking to get himself points in the King of the Mountains classification. I don't think he can tickle the top end of Stefano Garzelli, but if he keeps going on like this, he'll be starting to consolidate a very good second place.
Well, there we are. He's having a good couple of days. This is the second climb of the day with Donati in second, Gonzalez over in third. On the first climb, he beat Donati as well, and Gonzalez staying top 3. So that's the first climb of the day, I'm sorry, as we go through. And the whole peloton not too far away from the action. Just keeping an eye. The Grand Prix de Montagne, it looked like, I didn't even know who that looked like, but it looked to me as though the Acqua Saponi boys were trying to break in on the action. So that could have been Mazzano there, who got through. So they've awoken to the fact that Grivko might have a secret ambition of dislodging Garzelli here as we go towards the high mountains of the last week. Now it's status quo here. Rabobank back in charge of the peloton.
Rabobank in charge of the peloton, not too concerned about the breakaway that's formed a little bit further up the road. Once again, a breakaway form with riders not really seriously challenging in the overall race of the Giro d'Italia as we move well into the 15th stage of this race. And for a lot of the riders now, Phil, they can start to almost see Rome on the horizon, although there's some pretty big mountains before we get there.
Well, again, the race is enjoying good weather, and one has to say we've had hardly any bad weather at all since this race began. Just that one massive downpour. This has been the Sunshine Centennial Tour, or Centennial Year of the Tour. It's the 92nd Tour. And Garzelli, you know, this is Garzelli sitting on the back wheel of Basso, is he?
Well, I think Garzelli here is a little bit concerned. He's getting across the gap there, and maybe he's trying to get across the gap to that leading group of riders because he's concerned about his King of the Mountains classification. And that leading group of riders has been slimmed down to around about 7 men in strength. And of course, this is the next move on the road. This is the remnants of that leading breakaway, which is quite a large leading breakaway, but is now just starting to split up. And yes, it is Ivan Basso with Stefano Garzelli. I'm not quite sure what Basso thinks he's going to get away with, because he's got a large ticket on his back, despite the fact that he's moved up into the overall standings and he's looking for around about 3 minutes. They're not going to give him a minute back for a breakaway like this.
No, but if that's the lead pack chasing, and it is, it's certainly been reduced here on what are not major climbs of the day, but just enough to wear the old legs out a little bit. Remember, it's a short, snappy stage as well by the standards of what's been going before. So it's a chance here for perhaps Basso to spring a little bit of a surprise while they preoccupy their thoughts with Pelazzotti, who seems to be the number one on Liquigas. They're going over the climb here, just 3 minutes back. Under the escort there, the pink jersey of Menchov, just sat at the back there, nonchalantly pedalling along and looking better every day, is Lance Armstrong.
A bit of a problem here, Phil, for the man who wears the Maglia Rosa, because I think this acceleration on this rather small climb here has seen the reducing of the teammates of Rabobank, and that's going to put the man who leads this race, Denny Menchov, into a little bit of bother.
I think he's only got one teammate with him at the moment, but it's thinned down somewhat there. Cervelo, they're going to feel a little bit better now after that win by Simon Gerrans. It's their first win of the Tour, and puts them on the rankings with the handful of teams who've managed to win a stage. There certainly hasn't been share and share alike in this year's Giro. It's been grab what you can, quite frankly.
So look, this looks a little bit like the shape and style of Jeremy Hunt at the front end of this race.
Well, we've gone back to Basso now, and this race is really split up at the moment. Garzelli happy to work here with Basso because he needs to get up alongside Grifko and stop him pinching all those points. He's consolidating his second place in the King of the Mountains right now.
Very complicated situation starting to develop on the road, because on a day when they wouldn't have expected the race to split up quite as much as it has, Phil, there seems to be a lot of riders becoming very isolated by this situation. No, not too many teammates for anyone. I noticed Levi Leipheimer's got his man there, Lance Armstrong, to look after him. But this is a very clever move by Team Liquigas.
Well, the breakaway, originally 16 strong, there was nobody in it that mattered. The best placed man in it was 10 minutes behind, so that is why they'd never reacted. But now it's starting to change places again. Grifko went out just to grab points in the King of the Mountains, but now they're also bringing him back. We're inside 25 kilometres to go. I'm surprised that they've actually, the big riders have really put their backs into this, because tomorrow is really what you might call the Queen stage. It's 237 kilometres and it finishes on the Monte Petrano, and there's a lot of hard climbs along the way. So tomorrow is going to be a rough ride for everybody. I didn't think they'd want to make a hard day of this one.
Well, Ivan Basso has taken this opportunity. He sees this as a rare opportunity to put pressure onto the shoulders of Team Rabobank. And I think that's what the idea was this afternoon, to put pressure on Rabobank and Denny Menchov before his man Franco Pelazzotti can have a chance at launching a counter move tomorrow once we go into that very difficult mountaintop finish.
Look at the crowds watching the Giro this year. They're packing the sides of these small climbs. Garzelli anxious to get hold of Grifko and put him back in his place. He doesn't want to lose that green jersey. He's proud of it. He's taking something out of the Giro. The hard days are still to come. As we go into the final week, we've got the big stage tomorrow, then the second and final rest day, and then we've got 5 stages which take us up to the finish in Rome.
Well, there's a move by Danilo De Luca now, and he's seen this as a big advantage for him. This is the kind of climb that suits him, and he's trying to put Denny Menchov under pressure. He's seen, Phil, that Denny Menchov doesn't have any teammates around him to set the pacemaking at the front. This is going to be a race where every man has to fend for himself. There is Menchov seeing the danger coming across.
I tell you, you've got to hand it to De Luca the way he's racing. He's determined to try and get that pink jersey back. He's running out of opportunities. He knows that. If he goes into the last day with any deficit, it's all curtains for him. It's just a short time trial and nothing to talk about at the end. 14 kilometres.
That's David Navarro there from Team Astana. He's coming back. I think he was originally in that leading breakaway of riders, and he's looking over his shoulder to see if he can help Levi Leipheimer or Lance Armstrong. Trying to scramble across is a dark black jersey, and I would presume that must be Carlos Sastre, and he's seen the opportunity too to try and pull himself up closer to a podium position.
Well, this is the infight behind the leaders, don't forget. So the camera's rightly not bothered with the leaders. They're racing for the stage win, but they're not affecting the destiny of the Maglia Rosa, because the best man was 9:52 behind this morning. That's Jose Serpa of Sedimenti.
Yes, Jose Serpa, Phil, has managed to get himself into a large number of breakaways over the last couple of days. In fact, I think
it's Powell, Serge Powell.
Serge Powell has got himself into this move, and he's just sitting there. this is a very good chance for Serge Pauwels to get himself into a situation where he could probably get a stage victory, especially after the one of Simon Gerrans of just 24 hours ago.
Well, he's sitting on the back wheel of Andrei Grivko there, who keeps on hunting the points. This is the Basso group, which also contains Garzelli at 2 minutes and 15 seconds. At 5 kilometres to go now, we've moved up to the head of the race. Except I'm not sure who it is. Was it Bertagnoli?
Yeah, but I'm not quite sure what happened to Pauwels, because there's some interesting stuff going on just here at the moment.
And you see they're all swapping it around here. 175 is Marco Pinotti. Haven't seen much of him this year. He rides for Team Columbia. The team is winning most as far as the stages go, at least.
Italian national time trial champion.
Yeah.
And Serge Pauwels here is riding at the front end of this group, and he's going through 5 kilometres to go, and he's looking for 37 seconds.
And that's Lars Bak of Saxo Bank in the black colours also here. This is all the members of the original breakaway of 16. I think the winner is going to come from this group now. That's for sure.
Pauwels, a very good rider from Belgium that they brought onto the Cervelo test team squad. He was brought onto this team to ride well in the early season one-day classics in the Wallonie, races like Flèche Wallonne and Liège-Bastogne-Liège. That's the group of the heads of state down there.
There's only 17 of them, which is rather interesting. As they continue now to try and break this up. But we're looking here now at, again, the Sedimenti rider, but this isn't the breakaway. I think he's trying to bridge the gap just now, because this is a Bertagnoli. No, it's Bertagnoli. He must have gone clear of the field.
He's off the front end of the group. He's the lone leader at the moment, Bertagnoli. And I'm not quite sure where he's come from, but he's managed to ride himself into the leading position, being chased there by the 4 riders, including Serge Pauwels. That's the heads of state. That's the Ciclamina Jersey group, the Maglia Rosa group, and it's not a very big group at all on a day like today. Bertagnoli is now looking at just 3 kilometres to go to the finish.
Well, our camera's never shown him attack. He was a member of the 16 leaders. He's got clear of them all just now. He's never won a stage of a Grand Tour in his life. He has won a classic. He won San Sebastian. And that was a big result for him. But again, Paulie, he's on the Sedimenti team, which really have ridden well in this year's Tour.
And let's not forget, this is a team which is a wild card team. They were brought in at the very last minute. They're not one of the top Pro Tour teams. They have to get into any of these events through the wild card selection. A chasing group now of 4 riders with 3 kilometres to go. They're looking, Phil, for around about 30 seconds.
3 kilometres to the arrival. And Giovanni Stelvio, who runs the Sedimenti team and always gets as excited as the riders if he gets a result, could well be rubbing his hands with glee here as he continues to watch this, as the riders try now to close down the gaps. But at the moment it looks as though he might be well taking this one out. 27 seconds is the gap, and he's getting to the 2 kilometre marker.
There was Andrei Grivko once again in the thick of the action. This man from ISD has always been out looking to try and get himself some glory. At 2 kilometres to go, though, Leonardo Bertagnoli has still got himself around about a 25-second advantage over a chasing group of 4, and around about 1 minute 45-second advantage over the pink jersey, the Ciclamina jersey, Levi Leipheimer, Carlos Sastre, and the top men in this year's Giro d'Italia.
Well, the chasing group of 4 is Marco Pinotti, Lars Bak of Saxo Bank, Marco Marzano of Lampre, and Serge Pauwels of Cervelo. They are the 4 riders trying now to get on terms with what has been an opportunist breakaway from a tiring group of 16 men, and we didn't see him go. But the gap is there at 2 kilometres to go now. Look straight up the road. I don't see him.
Nope, he's a long way off. Andrei Grivko trying to get himself, I think, back up to that chasing group of 4 riders. He's right. Caught in no man's land once again. He was a member of that big breakaway, and I think that was a scary thing for Stefano Garzelli, because this man keeps chipping away at Garzelli's lead in the King of the Mountains classification.
Well, another opportunist attack here, and you make the most of your opportunities when you work out calculate the odds where you sit overall and try and take the most from it. And it looks as though Battagliati has done just that. Battaglioni rather. As we now get into the last kilometre, they're not going to stop him now. Let's hold the camera for a second. No, we're not going to do that. but there's nobody up the road. He must have a lead of about half a minute.
That's all he needs, though, coming into the final kilometre. Just one or two sweeping little bends, and then he'll line up into the finishing straight to give his team another stage victory. And this is a team that's been omnipresent in the breakaways. Let's not forget his teammate Jose Serpa was also in the early breakaway. And whenever they've been in breakaways, it's always been multiple riders. And now he'll be able to enjoy for the last 300 or 400 metres of this stage. Knowing well that behind him there's been a massive battle of the top men in the overall standings, and they really did throw caution to the wind. And although it's not actually left any of the big favourites behind, it certainly has ruffled one or two feathers on the day before the rest day.
4 wins last year as the American flags indicate the tailwind up the home straight here, but this will be his first one of the 2009 season. Looks as though we had a spot of rain here while the riders weren't here, but now down this narrow street he's got no worries as he heads up towards the finish. And he just checked over his shoulder there. But for Leonardo Bertagnoli, this is going to be his first win of 2009, and by the way, his 14th win in a career which began back in 2002. It's a delightful moment for any cyclist to win, but I think when you're Italian, it's pretty special.
It's very special for that man. He's got the victory. In the next group now, there's going to be the lineup for the sprint for second place. Powell's in the black jersey there, just looking down to check his gears, making sure that the brakes aren't touching. Marco Pinotti just sitting at the back. He's not one of the greatest sprinters in the world, Marco Pinotti, but he was last year the winner in the overall classification of the Tour of Ireland.
Yes, taking it on the very last day, which was another victory for Team Columbia as they ran out the team year's big winners. Just looking over to see when they're going to make the move now is Marzano, and it looks like it might come from Lars back. A good position to jump from, to be at the back, but no, maybe not. And look at the clock, it's got almost a minute here, so that was a fine ride. But now the man in black trying to wind it up here. Powell's gets it on the line, and that's a good result for him. So Powell's, Pinotti, and the back was the order over the line.
And Andrei Grivko is going to survive to get himself a fine 6th place. And he'll move up in the overall standings of the King of the Mountains classification here this afternoon as well. But he really does get himself involved in all kinds of aggression at the front of the Giro d'Italia.
Well, he's had a great last few days as Andrei Grivko, time trial champion, and showing us now he can time trial from the breakaway. Another breakaway he's been in today, and he comes in about 1 minute and 27 seconds back. And just coming up the line here is Mauro Facci, the quick step Italian, and Valjevic of Slovenia has gone through as well. They've all nipped off the front of the bunch. There's the manager, by the way, of the winner, and he can't wait to get up to the line to congratulate him. That's a big result for him. That was Giovanni Stelvio.
And there's the group of favourites, and they've had a serious battle. They're all together there, nobody losing any time at all, but that's an indication, Phil, I think, of how this race is going to unfold over the next couple of days. Once we get the rest day out of the way, we've got a lot of big mountain passes still to come. Now, this is a little bit of a problem here.
Is this Lance Armstrong? He must have been slipped from the lead group, chase group there.
It looks like he has, but he's got company there of the Petit Prince, the little prince, Damiano Cunego, sitting at the back of his group.
Well, the rest of the field, apart from these three, are many minutes behind today. So Lance was part of the decisive split in the peloton, but seems to have been unhitched on the run in towards the finish.
And he's got once again alongside him, piloting him, shepherding him to the finish line, none other than Jaroslav Popovic.
I'm a little bit surprised about Cunego, but he really is just below his peak form, although he said everything was going according to plan before the Tour, and now it hasn't been reproduced when it's becoming the big day. Armstrong, Popovic and Cunego are in at 2:58. I don't think we'll see anybody else come in because they're quite a way back, but there's the winner of the day.
Yep. Leonardo Bertagnoli, and giving his team another stage victory. They've had an extremely successful Giro d'Italia for one of the smaller teams brought into the sport and brought into the Giro as a wild card selection. No change really at the top end of the overall classification, Phil.
No.
On the eve of, I think, another very well-earned rest day.
Well, it won't be no rest tomorrow at 237 kilometres and mountains galore, but right now Bertagnoli gets the victory, almost a minute ahead of Powell's, Minotti back, Marzano. Grivko came in by himself. Looking further down there, Michael Rogers, De Luca, both together at 1:56, and I think just off the picture there, Menchov was with them as well. There's the man who wins the day, Serramenti di Guigiani, get themselves another big result. Another reason to be invited back next year, I would think. And overall, yes, status quo. Menchov, De Luca at 34, Leipheimer at 43, Pelazzotti is 4th, Sastre 5th, Basso and Rogers. So Menchov keeps the lead for another day. Now, how is his climbing? Stage 16, and at the eve of the second rest day before the final 5 days, will take the riders down through to the finish in Rome. And this is a very difficult stage today. Lots of undulations, a big chance now to open up the time gaps. It'll take the riders to 2,800 kilometres. It's a long way, Paul, 237 kilometres.
It's a very long way and a very difficult stage. We're starting to get into the final section of the Giro d'Italia now. And this is one of the first big climbs, the Monte della Cesoni, and that looks like Michele Scarponi going across there in first position.
Yes, it is, and the third place rider there was Popovic too. And so this is a breakaway which got clear after 20 kilometres today, fitting enough, 20 riders in it, and nobody affecting the destiny yet of the Maglia Rosa. What's going on here?
Well, it looks like a change of jerseys here. One or two riders have been involved in a number of accidents, and that was Michele Scarponi changing his jersey there, Phil. He was involved in an accident just a little while ago, and I think he basically just wanted to change his machine and put a shirt on which didn't have a big hole in the back.
Well, interestingly enough, Damiano Cunego, no longer a rated favourite in this race, has slipped into this leading group along with Popovic. René Dion of AG2R, Bellotti is there for Barlow World. Sprick is there for Bouygues Telecom, and Jenison of Case de Palme with David Garcia. As we continue on the mountains here as well, Ardia is here for Rabobank. Jalingoli, we haven't mentioned his name for quite a while in this race. Scarponi we've seen with a teammate, Francesco de Bonis. This is the composition of the breakaway. Jens Voigt is there, well, he always would be. Bradley Wiggins and Tommy Danielson, but they've been dropped as far as we know. We haven't seen them at all, and I think they went off on that first climb.
I think a clever tactical move by Rabobank, Phil, to place two riders in that leading group, and the two riders they put into that leading group were Maurizio Ardila and, as you mentioned, Jangeli. And I think the important thing for that is, as the main field starts to pick up these riders a little bit later on, it means that Rabobank will be reinforced surrounding their leader, or the leader of this race, I have to say, Denis Menchov.
Well, we're seeing Scarponi. This is De Bonis on the front just at the moment here for the Serramenti team as we continue on, but this is a perfect combination just at the moment. Remember, again, we have a very tough climb up to the finishing line. We're still talking not quite the seconds we were a week ago, but it still could change, and I think here that perhaps De Luca will wait again. He knows time is running out. If he gets to the final time trial and isn't in the Maglia Rosa again, then he won't win the Tour, I don't think. I don't think he can beat Menchov in that last time trial.
Tricky time trial, though, and it's a time trial that is very difficult to decide because it's a short time trial and there's lots of twists and turns and cobblestones, and who knows what happens when you're motivated to try and win a race like the Giro d'Italia. But certainly the advantage would be to the man who starts that final time trial in the Maglia Rosa. The Maglia Rosa, Phil, is looking very firmly on the shoulders of Denis Menchov now, and he's got a team who are dedicated to him over these next few days.
Well, that climb where we saw De Bonis come over was the Monte Neroni. Scarponi, his teammate, was second. Cunego went over third, and the time gap is 3 minutes 42. And the peloton here, so they still have a bit of climbing to do at the moment. Very narrow road. It's an absolutely super area for cycling, but I'm not sure about the Giro d'Italia. Again, they're not too worried about this. It's a long way, and there's plenty of hills to come. The last climb, by the way, is 10 kilometres long. So once more, time to manoeuvre a little bit.
Confirmation of the result at the top of the climb.
Yeah.
As you mentioned just a little earlier, Scarponi. He's been very aggressive, Scarponi. The whole of that team has been aggressive. As you can see, the pressure from Team Rabobank has reduced the riders in numbers in this group, but nobody so far from the leading contenders is under too much stress.
1 minute 51 and still counting as they continue the climb of the Monte Neroni. The peloton is not that big here at the moment, I have to say. There's 175 riders on the start line this morning. So we've now lost 23 riders from the Tour, which I don't think is a very high number at all. Most of the riders are going home to the finish this year.
Danilo De Luca in the
Side by
Ciclamina
side.
over on the left, Ivan Basso in the lime green, and they're all looking at the Maglia Rosa on the shoulders of Denis Menchov. It's not very often that a foreigner is able to come down here and dominate the Giro d'Italia. Over the last few years, Phil, it's been very much a race for the Italians.
Absolutely, and that's the way they've always liked it. There's only been ever 2 Russian winners of this race. Evgeny Berzin and Pavel Tonkov was the last one. And so the odds on Menchov pulling it off are not with him, let's face it. These are the dizzy heights around the region here, and still they keep continuing on the climb with nobody putting the hammer down. They've chosen not to attack here, that's for sure. If you can't keep the pace, drop off, but other than that, they're just keeping steady rhythms as they head towards what will be the Monte Catria is the next time, and then we have the Monte Petrano for the finish.
Stefano Garzelli, after a rough first week, is starting to ride a very solid Giro d'Italia. He's in about 5th or 6th position in the green jersey as leader of the King of the Mountains classification. Not too much for him to worry about here because none of the challenges to him were in that leading breakaway of riders, and all of the points have quite literally disappeared. Confirmation of that time gap as the main peloton starts to get up to the summit of the climb. Now this looks very much to me as if that's Martin Jangeli. And he obviously, Phil, I think has been tailed off by the front end of the main field. He was in that breakaway of riders that got clear very early on, and I think, again, tactically, that's what Rabobank decided to do. Try and place a couple of riders in there, so that must leave for Team Rabobank still Maurizio Ardila in the leading pack.
2 climbs left to go. The peloton are now over the Monte Neroni. It's a beautiful region here, that's for sure. And they're going to be in the thin air for most of the day. And the breakaway perfect for Menchov just now. Nothing to worry him at all. And if it keeps on going like that, again, it's up to the others to attack him. And he's just going to sit there and watch. He never gives any game away. He hardly ever smiles, this man. He has an introverted character. He doesn't go around talking, shouting his mouth off. He just gets on with the job in hand. Yet when he's on the bike, he's a Jekyll and Hyde character because he really has a lot of power. This is Cunego now. That means the top of the Catria there. He's gone over ahead of Basisio and
it
Popovic.
Also means that there are only 3 riders left in this leading group because Popovic just at the back there, and it looks to me, you see Popovic, just watch this again, this is an action replay. I thought Popovic was going to try and come up through the inside. But there's no contest. There's the 3, Popovic in 3rd place. And
well,
obviously
where's the rest?
They've dispatched everybody else on the slope of the climb.
Shown the action there from the breakaway. We spent too much time with the peloton, it seems, but Popovic is 3rd. Peloton will be on the bottom of that climb now, the Catria. They should regroup on the way down. Now the next big challenge of the day is the climb up towards the finish, but that's a little way off yet.
Well, seems like an awful long wait.
Well, it's a good picture that. We can't see any cyclists, but anyway, the clock is on and counting here at the moment. There's 1 or 2 rather ghost-like figures on the climbs now because this is getting very, very hard. These boys have got to be tired at this stage of the Giro. They're racing towards their second rest day, and looking at some of these faces, they'll be rather pleased about that, but they know that they have such a horrible last 5 days of racing. And still the clock is counting here. Now, I'm not sure who this Liquigas rider is, but I presume it's Jell Karlström.
I can only presume the same thing. These are the remnants of that breakaway, which is completely splintered, Phil, over this last climb. And if you look at the time gaps, Karlström is now, having started in that leading group with Damiano Cunego, is looking for around about 1 minute and 40 seconds. A bit further back, these are the top guns of the Giro d'Italia. Mick Rogers is comfortably in there. The Maglia Rosa looking very comfortable. And Maurizio Ardila is the Rabobank rider on the front of this pack. So obviously, Phil, those riders from Rabobank who are in that leading group have decided to sit up on the climb and wait to be around their leader, Denis Menchov. And that was the only reason why they were present in that leading group of 20.
Just keeping an eye on things, the little Colombian rider, he weighs about 44 kilograms, which is about 92, 93 pounds, so there's not much of him.
No, this is Scarponi, and he's going backwards towards that group. He was in the leading group of 20. He actually had a nasty little crash, although he did get himself the first King of the Mountains points of the day. But since then, I think he's been under a spot of pressure.
Ooh, he's puffing and blowing now as the clock continues to count. The leaders are over the top. That water is very welcome, not for drinking, just cooling down the back. I think this day is actually hurting a lot of people, Paul. They are starting to look like shadows rather than top-class cyclists right now.
It's a tough day. It's a very long day with a lot of big mountain passes to get over, and I think for a lot of these riders, Phil, they're very fortunate that looming on the horizon now is the second rest day, which gives the riders a little bit of respite before they go into the final 5 days of racing.
Well, Scarponi's back in the group. I'm not too sure how many's left up front now because our cameras aren't giving us a real chance to look at them. But here we are. This is Cunego up here at the moment. Gabriel Bosisio is sat at the back, so it must be Popovic in the front. 3 riders are trying to go clear here now.
This is a great move by Popovic to be given a little bit of freedom on a day like this. He's a fantastic bike rider. Won himself a stage in the Tour de France a couple of years ago. Best young rider. And here I think he's been given some freedom away from his services to Levi Leipheimer. And of course Lance Armstrong, who seems to be getting better and better as he goes on in this 3-week bike race.
Well, I'd rather fancy Armstrong to have a go, perhaps for a stage win in the last 5 days, if his form continues to arrive like it appears. There's De Luca tucked in. Ardea setting the pace. He's got a little bit of help. I think it's 10 Dam here, or is that Jangeli just come to the front? Either way, those boys are trying to do their best now and give Menchov as quiet a ride as possible. Calli, they'll be glad to be off the hills, but unfortunately they go back up them for the last climb of the day.
Yes, and that's where the challenges will come in that group of the heads of state there, because they realise it's a very difficult climb up to the finish line. In fact, there's a couple more very difficult days of racing. The climb that the riders are racing up to the day after the rest day is one that is extremely scary. It's called the climb of the Blockhouse, and I think a lot of them will be very happy that the organisation have lopped up a massive 5 kilometres, but it's still around about a 20-kilometre climb anyway.
Well, it is, and it's in a lot of people's minds. It's one of the big ones. The other big stage is up Mont Vesuvius. I thought that camera gave us a shot of Popovic on his own, Paul. He's gone away from the other two, and he's making a bid for glory here.
It's a nice move by Popo, and obviously he's got the ants in his legs, as they say here in France or in Italy, and he's got an 18-second advantage now over Damiano Cunego. He's decided that the other guys with him didn't have the firepower left in their legs, and he's now going to try and get a stage victory for Team Astana.
Well, they're saying 5 minutes back to the main chase, so Popovic here has a chance. He's done it before in the Tour de France, remember him winning in Carcassonne once with an opportunist lone break. And again, these beautiful roads in the villages. This is Calli. Somehow the Tour finds its way safely through. Pedro Herrillo, by the way, who had that terrible crash, apparently is making good progress, and as soon as he's strong enough there, we'll take him over back into Spain, where hopefully he will make a full recovery. But that was an horrendous sight going down that mountain.
This is an impressive move by Popovic, Phil, because there's still an awful long way to get down to the finish line, and he's going to put a bit of pressure on the riders in the group behind to try and pull him back into the fold. Incredible architecture that we've seen here this afternoon, just on the left-hand side there. If you're wondering what that was, it's actually a water tank that was put into this town in the medieval times to create the water pressure required to have a good bath. And I'm sure one or two of these guys would fancy a good bath or a shower now. That was a quick look at Damiano Cunego, who's trailing here by around about 20 seconds.
Well, this is the climb up to the finish. He's on it. It's just over 3,000 feet. The climb itself, maximum slope of 13%. He's got rid of Cunego and Bosisio. We saw a time check of 4:59 back to the main field, so surely that has given him a terrific start to the end of the day. 10.5 kilometres to go. Well, the official climb's 10 kilometres, but it looks to me like he's climbing already.
He certainly is, and there are a couple of steep points on this climb. Although the average gradient is not very much more than 6%, there's a couple of points where it jumps up to 11% gradient. Jaroslav Popovic, Phil, over the years has really laid down the foundations of his reputation in races like the Giro d'Italia, a race where he's finished on the podium previously before being snapped up by Lance Armstrong and Discovery Channel, and now coming back to Team Astana. He's a solid man to have in your squad.
Started out life in 2003 as the under-23 World Road Race champion, developed a little bit since then. Armstrong took a liking to him, went on to his team. He briefly went away last year to Silence Lotto. He really did nothing, he didn't look happy, and he's gone back alongside Armstrong and Johan Brunel. And now he looks as though he's found his old form again.
I think it's all to do with the atmosphere amongst the team, and maybe this year a little bit extra atmosphere with Lance Armstrong coming on board. And it'll be interesting, I think, when we go forward to the Tour de France to see what the chemistry of the team is when you've got Levi Leipheimer, Alberto Contador and Lance Armstrong on the same squad.
This is the lonely figure of Damiano Cunego down there, and he looks as though his racing is done for the day, the way he's riding. Now, there's got to be an attack irrespective of these boys up front, because that peloton is quite small, and they've got to try and snatch a few seconds, if not half a minute or more, off Menchov. So on the 10-kilometre climb, it is quite a hard climb. I think they've got to try something here. Remember also, we're coming to the end of yet another long 200-plus kilometre leg.
Jaroslav Popovic now got himself around about a 30-second advantage over Damiano Cunego. But yes, Phil, I agree with you, because Danilo De Luca is still nurturing dreams of winning this bike race, and he knows to win it, he has to, every time this race goes uphill, get time off Denny Menchov. He has to attack him on every opportunity. He cannot leave it to the final individual time trial. He must go out on the attack, and he must be aggressive. So too must Franco Pellizotti.
Yeah. Now this is interesting, because now, again, we've seen this so often this last couple of weeks. Pellizotti is being led to the fore to try and attack. The last time he did it, he almost won the day. We'll see what happens this time.
Well, the order is being given out. They've seen the false tempo set at the front end of the race by Team Rabobank. Rabobank have absolutely and utterly no interest in pulling back any of the breakaways up the road. But what Liquigas has is the chance of making the attack and moving their man Pellizotti up towards the podium position finishes in the Giro d'Italia that they're all now starting to dream about. And I think they all very much still believe that they can have a crack at the top spot.
Well, they too have now started the finishing climb of the day. All breathe in as we go down the narrow streets of this ancient village. And once they get onto the climb itself, they've already actually just started the low slopes of it here now. And two Liquigas riders driving at the front. The pink jersey of Menchov watching him. Is that Sastre moving up there?
No, it's not, but it's one of the other riders on his squad moving to the front end of the main field. That looks like Serge Powell's, the rider from Cervelo Test Team.
He's become quite an interesting rider, Serge Powell's.
I think he's been sent up as well, very much, Phil, like the riders from Liquigas, to whip up the pacemaking. Now, there's a little bit of controversy about yesterday's stage, where Powell's was ordered by the team management not to chase after the lone leader. And I think the reason for that was they wanted to conserve him for today's stage. They knew how important today was going to be. They know how important the stage after the rest day is going to be. And they realised that these are the days when Carlos Sastre can lay down the foundations for a victory if he's going to get one.
Well, there's still a lot of teams, never mind riders, who've done absolutely nothing in returning the rewards for their sponsors here. Colombia are happy. They've got themselves 6 stages, including the opening day. El Pior have done well, but Serramenti have done well. They've had a couple of stage wins as well, but don't forget, all the teams in this race, and most of them, have not been in the hunt for the final victory on the day. So there'll be a few changes. This is Powell's again. Look at this.
Absolutely floating. He keeps looking over his shoulder, and what he's doing here, he's trying to see how much damage he's inflicting on everybody. In fact, he's done so much damage that they're letting him go. He's having to sit back and wait. He's looking to see whether he can set something up for his own teammate, and that would be Carlos Sastre. Ivan Basso coming up now. Basso also is riding an extremely interesting final week of the Giro d'Italia. He too, I think, after 2 years away from the sport, is finding his legs.
Well, he's riding for Pellizotti now. Pellizotti's I think the undisputed leader of Liquigas. Sastre's the undisputed leader of Cervelo. They're both here. And so these boys, the super domestics, are trying to weaken Menchov by pushing him to his limits. I think that's the only way they're going to beat him, because Menchov is isolated now. I don't see many of his team left here. Maybe 2 at the most, certainly no more. but he's very, very strong as he comes up to Basso to remind him he's in charge. De Luca, always annoyingly, is never far away from the action as we move down to the back of the race here, just for the moment.
Well, at the back of the race is Carlos Sastre there, wearing number 61. Now, he looks to be under a little bit of pressure, and that's a bit of a surprise, Phil, because that has come from the pressure of his own teammate, and that was Serge Powell. So maybe I'm not quite reading the tactics correctly.
Well, we'll see. Is that Lance Armstrong creeping up on the outside? That man is getting better every day in this race.
He certainly is. He's just having a view over the affairs at the front end of the main field, keeping a very close eye on his own teammate, Levi Leipheimer, who's just over to his side. Yeah, the Maglia Rosa on the shoulders of Denny Menchov. He doesn't give anything away when you look at his style. His style is always the same. He uses a much bigger size of gear than anybody else. Marzio Brusegin, he looks as if he's struggling a little bit with the climb as well.
This is the long climb, and it all leads to the finishing line now. There's no way back. And Popovic is doing a great deal for the team here, don't forget, because they're beginning to look pretty good with the mountains, admittedly, still to come. There's Garzelli. He's hanging on to that despite that flurry of a couple of good days by Andrei Grivko. There's the stats again for you. Average of 8%, and a maximum of 13%, and the elevation of 824 metres.
It's climbing to the maximum of 1,100 metres. That looks as if this is once again Ivan Basso making a move, covered immediately there by Menchov.
It's very depressing when the race leader is quite as strong, but he's paying attention as well. Basso will look over his shoulder, and I think if he sees the man in pink and the man in the Ciclamino, he might well shut down, because the man who's not there is his own teammate, Pelazzotti, and that's rather important.
Yes, but he's coming across right now, I think, at 8 kilometres to go to the top. It's still Jaroslav Popovic. He's not showing any signs of weakness at all. This could very well be the win that Team Astana have been looking for.
Yes, that's a very good point. I'd forgotten they haven't won a stage, have they, like half of the race? And that is most unusual. There's Basso. Let's see, we need a time check now, because they've got to be closing in, but they gave Popovic a 5-minute start at the bottom of the climb.
Well, it wasn't. In fact, it wasn't Pelazzotti who came across. I saw the green jersey from the helicopter. It's Garzelli who's come across there. So Ivan Basso.
So why is Basso working?
Well, he was hoping to set something up. Yes, he was hoping to set something up for Franco Pelazzotti, but it's not worked. In fact, it's backfired on Liquigas.
Well, he's still working, and that won't go down too well with Pelazzotti unless they've decided on some plan which I'm not aware of. That's Sastre crossing the gap, I think, and that looks like Armstrong crossing the gap. Followed
by Levi Leipheimer as well. Now this is starting to get just that little bit grippy. We're getting to the point on the climb where it climbs up to around about 12% in gradient.
Well, we're getting high in the sky now. These stages finish quite late in the evening, and the sun is getting high in the sky and dropping behind the mountains at the moment, because we always finish around 5:30 to 6 o'clock in the evening, and this has been yet another long day. Leipheimer, familiar figure out of the saddle. It looks as though he's labouring, but he rarely is. That's his style of climbing, just concentrating, thinking, can he get a podium position here? A little bit of work required if he is going to get that. This is Arroyo.
I'll tell you one thing, Phil, I don't think Levi Leipheimer was actually looking all of that good at that point of the race. Jaroslav Popovic has now got a minute advantage over Damiano Cunego with 7 kilometres to go to the finish, and he's still looking very comfortable. He doesn't look like a man who's under pressure.
He's doing a terrific ride here. It is so hard. He makes it look so easy climbing these hills. Now this is the LPR rider who was in the breakaway, so it's Basicio, I think, dropping back.
Yep. Once again, you see these teams this morning, they obviously all had a plan to get their men into that leading group of 15 or 20 riders, as it was originally, to make sure that they still had men left down towards the... That is Lance Armstrong riding across here.
Leaders.
Yeah, but his man is missing. Levi Leipheimer hasn't got the form.
Well, Lance, I wouldn't have thought, would have left his side, but he's left him at the moment, and the same must be said for Basso, because he's left Pelazzotti. Is this Sastre coming to the fore?
Well, I don't know where he's come from.
Shades of Alpe d'Huez, perhaps?
Certainly shades of Alpe d'Huez. This is the kind of climb that would suit the little Spanish climber, because he knows that on the steepest part of the climb he can rock a lot of people's foundations.
Well, Carlos Sastre, he's been the sort of quiet man, but he's never been far out in the wings. And now he's really opened up the gas. And I think this leads to the folly of that pacemaking by Basso, because he's now got rid of his teammate Pelazzotti, because Sastre has taken up the running. And look at the speed of Menchov. That's unfortunate for Lance there, Paul, because he just contacted.
No.
Where is he?
He's actually sat up, Armstrong. He realises that his teammate Levi Leipheimer has got a little bit of a problem here, and I think Armstrong has actually sat up to go back and look after his teammate. Trust me.
I think he was just coming on when Sastre attacked, and he went straight off the back. Anyway, either way, he's going to go and see Leipheimer, that's for sure. And look at this now, Danilo De Luca. This is what they've got to do, hit Menchov with everything. But this guy's got all of the answers just now.
Well, he certainly has. Danilo De Luca knows he needs time. A little flurry of activity from Carlos Sastre, and it's opened up the gap now for Danilo De Luca to try. Armstrong is looking back over his shoulder. He's looking back down the road to try and find out where his teammate is, Levi Leipheimer. Whether it's by design or not, he's doing the right thing.
This must be the Trollenberg terror, I think, that's come out of the mountains. But Armstrong's not interested as he continues here. This is Popovic. Looks very like Lance, doesn't he, when he's out the saddle?
Well, their glasses are a bit deceptive. Franco Pelazzotti does not look very comfortable. He's further down the road as well. He's been put under pressure by the moves by his own teammates. Just in front of him, Maschiarelli. And the Gruppo Magliarosa is looking for 3 minutes and 20 seconds again. An acceleration coming from the man in black. That's Carlos Sastre.
Well, that means they've taken over 2 minutes back since the climb started, so Popovic isn't home and dry at all here. And now there's no Astana's up here because Armstrong's gone back for whatever reason away from the sharp end. Sastre is what looked like an extremely good attack. Not quite on his Tour de France form, and they've nailed that one back as Maschiarelli here sets the pace. Pelazzotti on his wheel. Is he going to recover and get back up there? Because at the moment this isn't good news for Pelazzotti.
Now Pelazzotti looking just around the corner at a podium finish, and now that's looking to disappear. But Carlos Sastre is riding this move here, Phil, for a podium position. Sastre with Basso, De Luca and Menchov. Menchov has responded to everything that's been thrown at him so far, and I have to say, although he did have a number of teammates with him a few moments ago, it's now a question of every man for himself, and it's every man for Jaroslav Popovic.
This is when leaders become leaders, and in fact he's honouring that Magliarosa at the moment because he's not looking at Tour Week. That's Cunego. He might well be going back to the chase group here because he really is struggling. Popovic looks okay just now. He's still got a good rhythm, and although he's losing time, that's to be expected. But the in-battle here has slowed down a little bit, so that might help Popovic.
Advantage to Popovic for the moment. A little bit further back down the road at 1.5 minutes now is Damiano Cunego. Popovic doesn't have to worry about the position of Cunego or anybody else in this bike race. What he has to do, Phil, is just to get into his own rhythm. Sastre goes again. He's unholdable today.
Well, this is the second time Sastre's hit them. Remember when he won his stage on Alpe d'Huez in the Tour de France? He went and that was it. Curtains for everybody. Hasn't quite got that form here, but he's putting in another attack. And for the first time, he's opened a gap on the Magliarosa. The others are not reacting. They're probably looking at Menchov saying, you're the leader, chase him. And he can't do it just now.
Well, he needn't panic either because he starts today with a pretty solid advantage over Carlos Sastre in the overall classification. And the thing about being a great leader in a Grand Tour is not to panic. Don't chase after every attack that gets thrown out at you. You have to chase the ones that start to put you under a little bit of pressure. Now, if he was to respond to this kind of move, he could put himself into the red zone and instead of losing 1.5 minutes, lose 5.
Well, this is the battle we expected here on this climb today, and as they continue to hit each other with as much as they can, Carlos Sastre started the day in 5th place overall, 2 minutes 52 seconds behind Menchov. So time is on Menchov's side, but he could well close the gaps up with the big mountains to follow when this race resumes the day after tomorrow.
Well, Ivan Basso has now decided he's going to leave the two leaders of competitions behind him, Danilo De Luca and Denny Menchov. He also doesn't yet really have the big serious ticket on his back because he's not really a danger to threaten him in the overall classification. And he, in fact, is riding himself across the gap up to Carlos Sastre. Menchov, he's just going to have to ride his own tempo and wonder whether or not he's going to get challenged here by the Danilo De Luca and Garzelli.
Look at this, the 3 leaders of classifications, shadowboxing.
Unbelievable.
Garzelli climbs up. There's Garzelli's statistics. He won this race in 2000. Now Sastre has gone, and Menchov is isolated for the first time, and he's got no answer here now. He might be able to get a wheel here. Maybe this will help him out.
Well, this is another move coming from Tadej Valjavec, a rider who's been very quiet in the Giro d'Italia, man, who is very capable of riding high in big mountain stages.
He hides, and he still comes up with top 20 finishes quite frequently in the big tours.
Well, this could be a little bit of a bonus for Denis Menchov, because it's somebody who's prepared to try and ride at the front to improve his position in the overall classification. The distance between Popovic and Cunego is 1 minute and 40 seconds. Just looking down there at Carlos Sastre, despite the change in the colour of the jersey, the scenario is almost exactly the same as you mentioned, Phil. It just reminds me of Alpe d'Huez.
He's made a move here. This is it now. He's got to gain time here, because at almost 3 minutes behind Menchov, he needs big time here to continue once the race continues into the final stretch of the mountains. Incidentally, Paul, Valjavec finished 9th in the Giro in 2004, 9th in 2008, and that's not bad, is it? 2 times 9th. He's also had a finish of 15th in this race, so he's very, very consistent, and he clearly loves riding the Giro.
Very consistent rider, and he obviously sees this as a chance to move up again in the overall classification. Coming up to the banner indicating 5 kilometres to go to the summit, still one lone leader, one man of the big Etapa Arena here this afternoon, Jaroslav Popovic.
We need more time checks of that 5 kilometre banner. At the moment, things are looking good now, because there's been a little bit of a slowdown, although Valjavec has added some spice there as well. Looks like Pelazzotti down there.
It's Ivan Basso.
Is that Basso?
Basso's trying to ride across the gap to get himself up to Carlos Sastre. Sastre is not too far around the corner, and this performance by Ivan Basso here this afternoon. Oh, De Luca's gone.
Well, Danilo De Luca has launched, and the reaction has come from the Maglia Rosa. That's the man. He cannot afford to gain any distance whatsoever, otherwise the jersey flips. And once the jersey flips, it may be a struggle to get it back. De Luca has got to try and steal seconds till they develop into minutes, otherwise when we get to the last day, there'll be nothing for him. And look at that reaction. Almost makes you think that Menchov was waiting for De Luca to attack.
I'm certain he was. Again, a little bit further up the road, the attack comes once again from Danilo De Luca, trying to put time between himself and Menchov. But again, as I said a little bit further down the climb, Phil, Menchov and his style doesn't give anything away at all.
No, it doesn't, and in fact he's got that under control. He obviously decided he can't cope with every attack from everybody. He's got no team, so he'll just pay attention to the man who sits right behind him overall and do what he does, and the rest, well, they can make what they think they can make. And it looks as though Cunego just got passed by Sastre.
He certainly did. It's a boom, boom, out go the lights for Damiano Cunego, and still looking comfortable further up the road. This man, Jaroslav Popovic, in an early breakaway of 20 riders, and now once he finally got to the last climb of the day, felt, okay, I've got a bit of freedom here this afternoon on my hands for Team Astana, and let me see whether or not I can get myself the stage victory. De Luca and Menchov looking for 2 minutes and 12 seconds.
Yes,
Carlos
so how much
Sastre,
is Sastre looking for?
He's looking for a lot of time, Phil, to try and get himself...
No, for the stage bit, to catch Popovic.
He's looking for probably around about 1.5 minutes.
Well, that is amazing. They've taken 4 minutes out of Popovic on the climb, if that is so. And so the day is far from done with 5 kilometres to ride. And time is what he wants. The stage win would be a bonus if it were to come, but it's time as far as Sastre is concerned. That's what stage racing is all about, and this is the one chance he's had. I would say it's the first chance he's had to gain time.
Ivan Basso hasn't given up either. He's hovering there at around about 10 to 15 seconds behind Carlos Sastre, but Sastre hasn't even looked over his shoulders to see if he's going to get joined by anybody else. The battle there with the two leaders of the competitions, the Ciclamina, Danilo De Luca, and then on the right of the Maglia Rosa, and that of course is the man from Russia, Denis Menchov, and Damiano Cunego gets a chance to see them go twisting by.
Yes, I'm the Lamprey rider, Cunego, former winner, remember, and was once the youngest white jersey holder of the Tour de France as well. Now, just passed by as if he wasn't in the race at all. Meanwhile, up front, Popovic will just be happy with an Astana stage win and an increase in the team race overall, because Leipheimer and Armstrong aren't too far away, so they should be notching good time up in the team race as well. That's the man who lies second on the road, and he's closing fast, I'm sure about that, and he's got just 4 kilometres to shut it down.
Well, when you've been in a breakaway for a long time like Jaroslav Popovic, you can't raise the tempo. You can only just keep it at a fairly comfortable tempo. Armstrong has gone further back down the road here, Phil, for Levi Leipheimer. And he's riding a very good tempo here to pace Levi back into the race. Levi's obviously having a bad day here this afternoon. Number 21, Lance Armstrong. It's amazing to see how he's battling it out for the team. And I wonder if he'll reverse those roles when we go to the Tour de France in July.
Well, form is a funny thing, and so is fitness and strength, and the body's reacting now. It's over 2 weeks since we started this race, and Armstrong has got steadily better and better. And it does look there that he's now riding stronger, more strongly than Levi Leipheimer, whose top three hopes are fading, I would think, on the climb today, while Sastre has his tail up. He's got a chance of being in the podium positions by tonight if he keeps this pressure on.
Sastre looking over his shoulder. He wants to see what sort of a gap he's got between himself and Ivan Basso. Basso has never been able to quite nail down that last 10 or 15 seconds. And it's very difficult to pull back a man like this, because this man is a specialist on these mountaintop finishes. We saw him win the Tour de France because of his ability to fly the coupe on the Alpe d'Huez last year. He's only looking for 1 minute and 20 seconds to this man, Jaroslav Popovic. It's going to be touch and go for Popovic, and you can hear the shouts from the side of the road, Phil. This man has spent a lot of his life in Italy. He's extremely popular here, and they'd love for him to get a stage victory.
He was once Ernest Colnago's favourite cyclist, so polite, he said, and Colnago used to provide his bikes for him when he rode for Lambau Credit, I think it was, but now, of course, he's here. And Sastre still plugging away. Gaining time from behind is all he's worried about. If Popovic comes in his view, OK, we'll go for Basso. He's still persisting. He's sitting third on the road.
I think this will be doing a lot for Basso's confidence, a man who's been out of the sport for 2 years because of his association with the Operación Puerto, and he's holding on to around about a 10-second deficit. But these two riders now are starting to claw their way back into this event, Phil, because I think now Danilo De Luca has decided he needs to be pretty careful. He wants to hold on to his podium position at the end of the day, and he realises that if he plays cat and mouse with Denny Menchov, they could both lose out big time.
You've got to love De Luca. He's setting all the pace, even though he's towing up the Maglia Rosa, who doesn't look like cracking. And, you know, it's such a situation that the Maglia Rosa could jump him in the last 100 metres and even steal back 3 or 4 seconds.
I think they're sharing the pace.
Sharing the work now.
This is a situation where they both realise there's no weakness in either party. De Luca knows that he can't jump away from Denny Menchov on today's stage, and he realises that they're losing time on Carlos Sastre, so the better part of valour is for these riders to work together. 1 minute and 20 seconds with 3 kilometres to go. Now, if that was on the flat, I'd say to you, Phil, Popovic has got this. However, on a mountain pass like this, those 3 kilometres are going to take an awful lot longer than 5 minutes, which is what they would take on the flat. We're still looking at probably 10 to 12 minutes of effort for Jaroslav Popovic.
Alpe d'Huez scenes here as we climb up towards the top of the climb of the day. And look at this, because that is the same banner 3 kilometres, so the clock, and it's telling us all, Sastre is eating this mountain up and is running at Popovic. I don't think Popovic can make this. 40 seconds at 3 to go.
Well, he's just in the last kilometre slashed 40 seconds off the advantage of Jaroslav Popovic, and he doesn't show any sign at all, Phil, of slowing down at all. He's climbing himself back up in the race, in the overall standings, but he's also climbing himself up to the possibility of a great stage victory on what everybody has called l'Etapa Reina, the queen of stages, the most difficult of stages. And he hasn't, in fact, pulled a big gap over these two, because he's
29.
only leading them by almost 30 seconds.
Well, but 30 seconds is 30 seconds, and there's still mountains ahead as we go into the last 5 days of the race after tomorrow's rest day. It's a Sunday here, and the riders, as you can see, playing before a large audience, all enjoying the occasion, and they really are turning on the style. Sastre puffing and blowing, but he knows he's inching closer to Popovic. Whether he catches him, secondary importance, but he wants to inch away from these boys, and then he might have a top 3 finish.
These two both locked together in battle, and just limiting their losses here this afternoon. When they go around those corners, they can probably just see the motorbikes behind Ivan Basso.
That didn't look too good.
No, he didn't look too good at all. He looked like he was starting to suffer. And are you surprised after the day that he spent in the Giro d'Italia?
And the Astana team car stopped on the left of the road. That's a bad sign too. I reckon they've done that because this man is probably within 20 seconds, 25 seconds of Popovic now. And I think, there he is. He's closed right in now. They've cleared the gap. Well, what does Sastre think about this now? All his arms will start tingling. The shiver down his spine. He's suddenly saying, hey, I can win this stage now as well as move up the overall, because he's clearly riding down Popovic and he's going to be by him in the next 100 metres.
Such a shame when you see the performance of a man like Jaroslav Popovic on a day like this, a big day, not even a look by Carlos Sastre.
You feel
Popovic tipping his head to one side. He will be a broken man now, Phil, as he sees what's happened. Sastre never even looked until he knew that he got a gap between himself and Popovic. And that dedication, that rhythm of Popovic, as soon as he was caught, Phil, it went out of the window.
What a vicious sport it is. The spice has gone out of Popovic now. He'll fall away. He won't make the top 6, I doubt now, because these two riders have got to keep the pressure on. And here comes Basso as well. Well, Basso really should be looking for the whereabouts of Pelozzotti, but he doesn't seem to be bothered at all. He's riding for himself right now.
I think the word has gone out that Pelozzotti, Phil, in fact, is having a very bad day in the Giro d'Italia, and he's probably going to lose himself huge chunks of time.
That's when you need your team.
And he's going to lose himself huge chunks of position in the overall classification. This man doesn't have to worry about anything, though, because Carlos Sastre has got himself into a situation very similar to the situation he was in 12 months ago on the slopes of the Alpe d'Huez.
Well, Basso himself, all credit to his strength as he returns to the sport at the very top, and the crowd seem to love him here in Italy. He's riding 4th on the climb to the finish, this interminable climb that just goes on and on. The approximate spread over the first 4 riders is about 40 seconds. 1900 metres.
Doesn't sound very much when you say it quickly,
easy.
does it? And it wouldn't be very much on the flat roads of the northern part of France, but here we're on the hilly slopes of the Alps as we look around the corner to Carlos Sastre. 2nd on the road now is this man, Ivan Basso. 3rd and 4th are Damiano Cunego and Danilo De Luca and Denis Menchov.
Well, the clock is counting, but on what is completely unknown to me, and they've taken it off. Basso here is sitting in 4th place. Up the road there, he can see the 2 riders. Looks like a man closing in. Meanwhile, life at the back for Astana. Armstrong is still pacing up Levi Leipheimer with Arroyo tucked in at the back. They're going to see, if they haven't seen him already, I reckon they're going to come across Popovic in a minute.
Well, Armstrong, dedicated to looking after his teammate there, just tapping out the pedals. You saw that he'd took that bottle of water at the side of the road. He will not drink that because you have no idea where that water has come from, whether it's come from a stream on the slopes of the mountain. But the first thing he did was try to offer it to Levi Leipheimer just to cool him down a fraction. One of the other reasons the riders like ice cold water on a mountain like this is because that cold water on your face, it can wake you up out of the slumber that the pain is starting to push you into.
A viciously tough day today. The rest day must seem 100 years away, but it's tomorrow. And shake the lactic acid out the legs, because the mountains are just around the corner, and not just today. There's a little group, that's the 4 riders getting themselves together, paced by Armstrong. The camera pulls up, no signs of Popovic yet. I don't think they've passed him, but we're not too sure where he is now.
Well, he's been caught out, and I would think that Popovic would have slammed it straight into reverse gear there, Phil.
It looked like he did, yeah.
And when you get caught like that, the morale just certainly takes a massive bending. De Luca and Menchov riding side by side, 1st and 2nd in the overall classification, and they are locked together. I have to say, Danilo De Luca tried everything to get rid of Denis Menchov, but Menchov knew exactly which man, I think today, Phil, that he wanted to mark as the most dangerous.
Ironically, De Luca now is having to ride to conserve his 2nd place overall. Never mind the fact he's towing the race leader, who's happy to make the most of the tactics. 1 kilometre inside to the top now for Carlos Sastre. This is going to be a stage victory, his first ever in the Giro d'Italia, and another good result following Simon Gerrans with his win for Cervelo. And then the question is, time will tell. Where will Sastre be tonight as we go to bed for the day tomorrow?
Well, as you mentioned, Phil, the victory of the stage for Carlos Sastre. He doesn't win very many bike races at all.
No, he doesn't, but he chooses them well, Paul. And his great victory in the Tour de France last year is now going to be added to with a stage victory in the Giro. There's no stopping. Then the time will start. It's not going to be a great gain, you know, at the end of the day. These boys got themselves organised. I know it's mostly the work of De Luca, but they're only coming in about 30 seconds back of him.
Well, it's 30 seconds back to the two-man chase group of the two leaders of this bike race, first and second overall, and they're just about to pull Ivan Basso back into their sights. A brave move by Basso, maybe questionable that he didn't look after his teammate Franco Pellizotti, but I think for him, he needed to test his legs on a day like this to see whether or not he's going to be a challenger in the month of July and the Tour de France. This man is trying to pull himself up to a podium position, not only that, but also to get himself a very well-earned stage victory here in the Alps.
Look at the time for the day. This is the longest day, 7 hours and 10 minutes. And he's now been picked off for Basso, after all that, by the hard-riding De Luca. So, a win for Carlos Sastre, win number 2 for Cervelo, and the clock will start as soon as he hits that line. So these boys have got to ride right up to the finish here. There's no presents given in the Giro d'Italia this year because the course is laid out to take it right down to the finish in Rome. De Luca has been a superb rider today, but I reckon at half distance he conceded he couldn't shake off Menchov, so he opted to try and stop Sastre getting too much time.
Well, that was the important thing. These riders will cast their minds back to the month of July last year when they saw a performance like this by Carlos Sastre turn the overall classification of the Tour de France completely and utterly upside down, and they would have been concerned about that because, Phil, there are still much more mountains to come and they can't give him a minute on a day like this, and he pulls back a minute in a couple of days' time because then he will be rocking the foundations of Denis Menchov's superiority so far.
Well, I have to say, rest day tomorrow. The next day takes us to the blockhouse and into the region where that terrible earthquake killed 300 people here in Italy. And so there'll be lots of sad memories when the race goes to the blockhouse. But tomorrow it's a rest. Today it's a win for Carlos Sastre. He just punches the sky. Cervelo will be very, very pleased with that. And look at this. Is the pink jersey in the end? You know he is. He has jumped the Ciclamino and he's going to take time out of him.
Well, it's not just the time, it's also the time bonus on the finish line, which he realises is important. It's also a psychological blow to Danilo De Luca, who will know that he's lost himself just a few more seconds of his chase to catch up with Denis Menchov. 4th place there for Ivan Basso. A good test day for him.
2 seconds gap there. I don't know what they will give, but that looked about 2 seconds.
Armstrong with Levi Leipheimer. He's nursed his teammate up to the top of this climb. A little bit further back there you can see Franco Pellizotti. Actually, he's obviously recovered a little bit over the final part of this climb.
Well, I think a few guys recovered because the initial flurry to try and catch up with Sastre hurt everybody, and they all had to pull back into the rhythms which they felt was their comfort zone. Garzelli coming up, he's still one of the best riders in this race, consolidating again his lead in the King of the Mountains. No worry there. Pellizotti's had enough today. No reaction to the attack by anybody, not even Maschiarelli. As Pellizotti, I think he'll tick this one off as a bad day. He might have dropped a little bit in the overall as well.
I think he may well have dropped down a couple of places. He may well have been replaced by Carlos Sastre. And the time still going. It's been a bad day for Levi Leipheimer, and I think with a performance like this today, he can probably kiss goodbye to any final hopes that he might have been nurturing of winning this bike race overall. Unless, of course, he can do something very special, Phil, and bounce back in the last week of the race.
Armstrong, Leipheimer, Arroyo, and Valjevich was the rider who's up ahead of these boys. They're going to be out 7¼ hours by the time they get in. Here comes Valjevich. Now, let me see. He must be finishing about 7th or 8th position on the day.
Still, he's lost himself a couple of minutes, but again, a ride like this on one of the big mountain stages can catapult you up the overall classification. And that may well be what he was looking for.
Well, as we enter the final phase of this year's Giro d'Italia, the players have now established themselves, including Lance Armstrong. He's consolidating a top 12 situation here. He's going to be in the top 12 on the stage, providing those guys on his back wheel don't jump him. And that's going to keep him right up on target, I think, for an extremely good result. But the big mountains, Mount Vesuvius, the blockhouse, still lie ahead.
Clock ticking. Armstrong here. He really has got the bit between the teeth. He really is enjoying his comeback to the sport of professional bike riding, and it's very rare, Phil, I think, to see a man make a comeback like this and be so solid after just 2 weeks of a 3-week Grand Tour.
Well, almost 3 minutes lost to the winner today. Just over 2:30 to the others. As the crowd now start to go down and check the riders out, we'll start to work out the overall result very shortly, and it's going to make interesting reading because we're not sure the time gas, but I reckon that Sastre is going to be possibly in 3rd place overall, heading for a podium finish. He's such a consistent bike rider. You almost guarantee he'll be in the top 4 whenever he rides, but there's the situation. Sastre wins, 25 seconds. They only gave a second there between Menchov and De Luca. I reckon there was 2. Yeah, Basso 4th, Gozzelli 5th. Top 8 completed by Valjevic. So look at that. Armstrong home in 10th place. Is he coming back or what? 2:51 down.
Yes, but don't forget, Phil, that difference between Menchov and De Luca, there was also a time bonus in there, so that will probably be another 2-second difference between those 2 riders. So it's starting to stretch out a fraction for Denny Menchov.
No, it will be. He probably got another 5 seconds on the day. Let's have a look. Yes, 5 seconds it is. He got a 4-second bonus and 1 second on the line. So De Luca there now back to 39 seconds. Sastre 3rd, yes, but a distant 2 minutes 19. He didn't get what he hoped for today, but he got a moral victory on the day, and I think he'd be pleased for that.
I think he will be extremely pleased going into the rest day, knowing that there's an awful lot more mountains still to come.
So 172 riders have reached their second and enjoyed a second rest day as the race now resumes. A mere 83 kilometres, just over 50 miles. Oh dear, it's a rather tough 50 miles from Chieti to Blockhouse. We finish on top of the world today.
A nasty climb it is as well, and it's got some incredible memories. I think, Phil, we cast our minds back to the great victory of Eddie Merckx here many years ago.
Yes, that's when Eddie shaped up to be quite a promising rider in the Giro d'Italia. He won it 5 times, of course. The breakaway established was pretty soon after the start today. 20 kilometres into the race, and here we are, 20 kilometres to go. Marzoli is here for Acqua Saponi, and there's in all 10 riders clear. Thomas Voigtler is in the breakaway again today, as is Visconti. And number 215 there is Rabuno from I can never say this team's name.
Zacobeo Galicia.
That's the one.
There's a crash.
A crash there. Now, until we get down, I'm not sure.
Looks like a black jersey.
Yes, it is a black jersey. Looks like it might be a Cervelo rider has gone down.
Just have a look at this here again and see how they're having
it. Oh my goodness,
the front wheel went.
That is one incredible shock. And that is a great shame, because the rider there who's gone down...
Looks like Phil Danon, the Irish rider on Team Cervelo. It is.
And that'll be sad, because in fact Philip was doing a great ride here in defence of Carlos Sastre. Sastre will miss his strength if he doesn't get back up, as far as I know. Well, he looks as though he might continue. We'll keep our ear on race radio and see if he does.
20 kilometres are left to go to the finish, and the reason that these boys have all come to the front, Phil, is because we're looking at another mountain top finish, and they certainly haven't slowed down to wait for their man Phil Danon here, or at least he's back up.
Yeah.
Quick check out of the bike, and
chains off for a start.
The problem is the race had already split up there, Phil, and the mechanics weren't able to get to him that quickly, so he's having to try and fix his bike himself at the side of the road. Not a lot of fun being a professional bike rider sometimes, is it?
No, Cervelo are one of the few teams left in the race with all the teams still in. So let's hope that he can get away. I think he will. He's a bit knocked around, but I think he'll get away again. But he's got a long, lonely ride to the finish now. Second year, professional in 2006, but he's got on a good team here now. And Sastre is one rider who seems to appreciate his strength.
Well, the fact is that his teammates were on the front end of the main field, and they're trying to whip up the pacemaking, because there's a small group off the front of this race as we start the final climb of the day. They're called the Blockhouse.
Yes, this is Cardenas. No better man could get up the mountain. Twice king of the mountains in the Vuelta. And Acqua Saponi have got Marzoli here. Good tempo riding. These are the survivors of what was a 10-man breakaway. I don't think there are 10 here now.
certainly are not 10 men left here. This is Danon further back down the road. I think it's just a question of survival for him now this afternoon. He's just going to have to get himself to the finish. And as on every day of a race like the Giro d'Italia or the Tour de France or the Vuelta a España, to stay in the bike race, you still have to finish inside an elimination time, which is a percentage of the winner's time on the day. It really isn't an easy sport.
Well, that, of course, is Danilo Luca's team. But nobody again in the breakaway, affecting the destiny of the big hitters. They're all watching each other back in the peloton, and they're all waiting for the final showdown. They'll be grabbing seconds once they get onto the climb, and who knows, in the foray they might well take up that breakaway.
Organisation at the front. Carlos Sastre, Phil, after his success of just a couple of days ago before the rest day, obviously feeling now that he's got the legs to try and eat away at the lead of the two men in front of him in the overall classification. Those two men are Danilo De Luca and Denis Menchov. He's got an awful lot of work to do if he wants to win this Giro d'Italia, but he did announce before he came here in the month of April that he was going to spend all of his time in April preparing for this race in May and a possible victory.
I think Menchov is proving a little bit difficult to dislodge right now. The way he's riding his race, he's chosen just to gamble at the moment. He's got time in hand now. The only man he has to watch at the moment is De Luca. The others he can allow a little bit of leeway, because he knows if he can take De Luca down to the time trial, he won't get over him there.
He's just got to keep a very close eye on him over the next few days in the mountains. 15 kilometres, well, 15.8 kilometres to go to the finish. That's just inside of 10 miles of racing to the top of this climb, and that's probably going to take them, Phil, pretty close to the 1 hour mark.
So the breakaway continues. Marzoli was the rider in red in that breakaway.
Brad Wiggins is just slipping up there, number 88 for Garmin Slipstream. It's good to see Brad in still at this stage of the Giro d'Italia. And as he said, promising to concentrate on the road side of the sport this year.
It's been a quiet tour, though, for Garmin Slipstream after that first day effort to win the team time trial. They've had some terrific efforts from the sprinter, Tyler Farrar, but that basically has been it. Well, they've always said they based their first day performance. That was what they were aiming at, and it didn't quite come off for them on this occasion. But look at the work being done by Cervelo now. I can only assume they're about to launch Sastre into the hills again.
Well, this is, if there's a race being made, tailor-made for Carlos Sastre, Phil, it is this stage here today. A short stage of just over 80 kilometres in length, 50 miles of racing, and then completely and utterly uphill towards the finish. And basically, it's on the side of this incredible mountain that the riders have to skedaddle their way up.
This is the beautiful town of Pretoro. How on earth they got it wedged into the side of that mountain, goodness knows. Look at it straight ahead of the field here. As the fields start to come through, everybody just waiting for somebody else to make a move. The breakaway itself, as we get up towards the blockhouse, the boys in black trying to put Sastre into a position to repeat the performance of 48 hours ago.
Cardenas.
Yes.
He's a great climber from Colombia and a serious member of Team Barlow World, and he's thinking about the stage victory. Interesting to note that that small team that was brought in as a wildcard, Zacobeo Galicia, the small team from Galicia in Spain, have managed to get themselves two men to this breakaway. Carlos Sastre here, Phil, having a little bit of a chat.
Yes, well, I can't think what he's asking at the moment. Probably how far to the climb or something like that, because all those rivals are sitting there right behind him. This is the remnant of the breakaway, which looks to be cracking at the moment, as Cardenas doing what he does best, that's climb mountains, trying to make an early run at the blockhouse.
Cardenas, he's really looking for the move here for Team Barlow World. They need to perform in races like this if they're going to get themselves selection for the Tour de France later in the year.
Well, they won't go to the Tour, I don't think, which is rather sad, because I think that they did so well there last year. But this man will, Voigtla. He's been in the second breakaway of note during this Giro.
He said he wanted to look for the moves, and Cardenas there going around the corner rather wild and rather wide, as it's still control on the front end of the main field by the men in black, the men of Cervelo Test Team and Carlos Sastre. Sastre will be looking to try and get himself the victory here, and he's chatting to his teammate. Look at the face of De Luca just behind him.
So determined. He knows he's under pressure again here now. He'll be a bit afraid of what Sastre tries to do. Second time up. Menchov's got his mouth open. Well, that's a first, as he sits on the shoulder too of Sastre, because Sastre's now their big challenge, I think. They don't quite know how well he's starting to move.
We're down now to just 3 men, and you get a chance here to see why everybody fears this climb, because when you see men, climbers like Felix Cardenas, out of the saddle on a climb like this, it's an indication that the gradient is starting to dig in.
And it's still an awful long way to climb, by the way, up here. So we'll probably see Cardenas rid himself of the other two at some stage, but right now, just steady riding. The peloton is slowing down a little bit as the pressure goes on at the front. Every time you go around a hairpin, you climb a little bit more. Force for Menchov. Strength, well, I think he's shown he's got plenty of that.
He certainly has, and confidence too, and I think the more he stays with the attacks of Danilo De Luca, the more his confidence is going to be raised.
Well, it's 18 kilometres to the top of this mountain. That's an awful long way to go, especially as the gradient will not ease too much. This has been a talked about mountain almost since this race began, and for the big climbers it's a decision time, and Sastre's a big climber.
He is a very big climber, a class act, and he's got a strong team around him. Serge Powell's at the front there, setting the tempo for Carlos Sastre to try and do something else in this race. It's hard to believe, Phil, we've been talking for about 7 or 8 minutes and there's still only 1 kilometre being covered of this climb. There's 15 kilometres left to go to the finish.
Well, it's nice to see Voigtler even getting on terms with Felix Cardenas at this stage of a climb. There's a little bit of an attack here. Leaky gas rider just getting away. I was just wondering, is it Sylvester Schmidt who's having it?
It is Sylvester Schmidt having a quick little attack there, trying to get himself off the front end. But this is not for himself, this is not for personal glory. They're trying to set something up for either Basso, who rode extremely well the day before the rest day, Phil, or of course maybe for the return of Franco Pellizotti, who I think will not be too happy at losing his podium position at the moment in the Giro d'Italia.
Well, Schmidt's made the move. Now, there'll be no reaction from the leaders here. We're not going to worry too much about the whereabouts of Schmidt just yet. And so he'll be given his lead if he wants to try and keep up that pace. Of course, keeping it up is not so easy with such a long way to climb. Now, is Cardenas still in the group, or is he going away? It looks like he's decided to rid himself. It's a pity our cameraman missed the attack again. Never mind. Schmidt is coming. Oh, and so is Carlos Sastre here. As Sastre comes up, look at the face of Danilo De Luca. The art of suffering, personified by Danilo.
Well, Schmidt is about to get himself pulled back into the fold, and that acceleration there by Schmidt and Team Liquigas will have eliminated a number of riders from that leading group. Cardenas doesn't have very much more than about a 30-second advantage over that group of the main contenders, so I don't see Cardenas getting himself the stage victory here today.
It's early, and there will be a reaction from the field, and he might get swept up in the rush for the line, but let's hope not, because Barloworld have tried on a number of occasions. It's not come off, but at least they've tried, and they've been good moves too. They've always been left with a little bit of hope. Richard Soler, by the way, left the race on stage 16, so he's no longer with us.
Soler has been pretty much dogged by injuries since he was the 4th place finisher and the winner of the King of the Mountains in the Tour de France. Very fragile. It tended to err towards problems with his knees and tendons. And I'd love to see him get back to the form that he had in the Tour de France when he finished in 4th place overall. You can see there that Carlos Sastre, Phil, having shown all of his cards a couple of days ago, now doesn't have any friends left at the front end of this group. They are all very wary of his attacking ability.
This is Riccardo Chiarini, who was in the breakaway, now being passed by Schmidt. Chiarini digging deep to try and go forward again, because he knows his boss is behind him, Danilo De Luca, so he better show some good effort, I think.
Yes, but there's a man coming across the gap there, and it's a Liquigas rider.
That might explain the attack.
In fact, it's not a Liquigas rider, it's an Astana rider.
No, you're right, Liquigas is there as well.
Well, that's Pellizotti,
yes,
and
yeah.
Armstrong is trying to come across the gap as well. Now look at this. He had said he was going to try and get himself a stage victory in the Giro d'Italia, and he's coming across the gap now to what I think is a very serious move. Sylvester Schmidt, Phil, has seen that he's got his teammate Franco Pellizotti alongside him, and he's whipping up the pace.
Well, is this recuperation the day after the rest day? Having lost ground the day before the rest day, Pellizzotti's out to regain the podium place in this year Giro d'Italia. Lance Armstrong just continues to emphasise the form is coming. What about the Tour de France now, I wonder?
A lot of people will be asking those questions now. If you see a man like this away from the sport for 3.5 years, able to respond on a massive mountain like this one, he's going to go sweeping by Felix Cardenas. Cardenas is probably going to say, what? I haven't seen this since 2005.
No, that's right. And Cardenas has blown the coupe there and gone backwards. He's tried to lift his pace a little bit to catch up with Lance. Lance is making a huge effort to reach the two Liquigas boys. Cardenas found his legs, takes the inside, a bit steep around the corner there, Felix, as he found out. Still, he got onto the wheel of Lance.
And that was what his goal was, to try and recover from being caught and dropped there by Franco Pellizotti and try and get himself back into this race. There are moments on a climb like this when you can have a little bit of a difficult time, but you can ride yourself back into form, especially if you're a great mountain climber. Not many men left in that group there, Phil, as we pull up to the altitude, as Franco Pellizotti now is trying to ride himself back into the Giro d'Italia and eyeing a podium position at the end of 3 weeks.
Pellizotti looking for Sylvester Schmidt. I think you better keep on looking because he just got dropped. He flicked his arm to call him through. He's not even there at the moment. So Pellizotti is now out to make the pace for himself. It would be great if he opened time. He's aiming at the time of Sastre. He's got to get better than him if he wants to get back into third position. It's funny how you have good days and bad days, even the best riders in the bike race. But look at this now. Armstrong has got up to Schmidt.
Well, Armstrong is looking to try and get himself up to Franco Pellizotti. This is a serious move by Armstrong. Pellizotti sitting comfortably here on the slopes of the blockhouse. Looked over his shoulder nonchalantly to see if anybody was coming back up to him, and all he can do now, having made the decision to go forward, is to concentrate on the job in hand and set out this incredible pace of his and hope he can survive and hope there's no reaction from behind. But Lance Armstrong is trying to get himself back into this event and think about the possibility of getting himself a stage victory, maybe to emulate a certain Eddie Merckx.
Well, Pellizotti here is now becoming one of the star players if he can put this on. There's the first three riders on the road. Just on the back wheel of De Luca you can expect to find Menchov, but otherwise the other two are on their own. Armstrong trying to keep Pellizotti in his sights here. Pellizotti knows he's coming, but he's not going to wait for him, that's for sure.
He certainly won't wait for Mr. Lance Armstrong, because he probably feels that if Armstrong gets onto his wheel, he'll get the added motivation and manage to stay there. But I think Lance is actually starting to falter a fraction there, Phil. He's not closing down the gap anymore. He's locked in at around about the same distance behind Pellizotti. Pellizotti, bit between the teeth, decided now that this is the moment when he wants to try and leapfrog Carlos Sastre in the overall classification. But I'll tell you one thing, that's a sheer sign of determination by Mr. Armstrong.
Well, it's a good show of strength, that's for sure. And now it's Leipheimer who's playing the faithful teammate there, sitting second wheel and not encouraging the chase at all to see if Lance can reach Pellizotti and maybe leave him before the top. Pellizotti won the mountain time trial in the Tour here last year. That's one of his 3 stage wins, 12 as victories as a professional, and 7 times a rider in the Giro, finishing 4th last year.
On the left, Franco Pellizotti, a man who has not been away from the sport over the last few years. On the right, Lance Armstrong, a man who has not ridden at this level for 3.5 years since he retired from the sport on the Champs-Élysées in 2005. But the way he's riding here, Phil, it's almost as if he's never been away from the game.
Valcelli just checking over his shoulder to see if anybody's coming through that long column of cars. I think this is the select group now. This is the express train moving out of the station. There's Armstrong, a nice study of this great athlete. And there's a study of his bike. Doesn't look so good in slow motion, I must say.
Well, the amazing thing about the Trek people is that they spend an awful lot of time spraying up these special edition bikes of Lance Armstrong, and to get that colour scheme, it takes approximately 40 hours of work to bring it up to the level required to keep everybody happy. And that is just 40 hours, Phil, of spray painting.
That's a long time. Just looking down the way the line here again, it is always Manzano, isn't it? Mascarelli rather.
Mascarelli.
Setting the pace. Now the fact that Mascarelli is setting the pace here again indicates to me, wait for the attack from Garzelli, his teammate. because there's big mountain points at the top today, and that would more or less stitch it all up for Stefano Garzelli.
Garzelli has to be very careful over the next couple of days just to make sure he keeps ticking away at those mountain points.
Just has to worry about Grivko, but not today. He's gone. He's not here.
But Armstrong still ticking those pedals over very well. He's got a serious bit of form coming on in the third week of the Giro d'Italia.
Absolutely.
It really is a mark of the quality of that man who has really dominated the Tour de France for 7 years in succession, and made everybody enjoy the sport too and take it to an even higher, more international level.
Mascherelli setting the pace. Levi Leipheimer now the faithful domestique for Lance Armstrong. Danilo De Luca, Stefano Garzelli, those are the riders. Sastre is still there, the pink jersey of the race leader Denny Menchoff. It's Michael Rogers, isn't it, just there? And I don't see the white jersey here at all. And Kevin Sealdryes, I think, is here. We could be seeing a switch here today, Paul. Sealdryes, I beg your pardon, Sealdryes as per pro Lundqvist, who lost the lead coming into the rest day. And Sealdryes, you know, is only 22 years of age, and the Belgians, it's a long time since they've had a good climber, but he's not in our pictures at all, but he's now best of the young men.
Well, number 21 on the right-hand side, Lance Armstrong. Once again, he's going to move the hearts of the Americans at the Tour de France in the month of July. And he's moving their hearts here in the Giro d'Italia, because who would have thought that on a big mountain stage, a mountain-top finish like the Blockhouse, Lance Armstrong would come out of the pack to show us that he has got the form that really made us excited about the sport a number of years ago.
Well, what it does show is he's not at all afraid of the big climb, so that's a great indicator. He's gone and put his nose out front, not afraid to blow up. He's trying to catch up with Pelazzotti, which is not easy in itself. Pelazzotti is trying to get back onto a podium position here and replace the damage occurring 48 hours ago to Carlos Sastre. Danilo De Luca, always riding hard, just keeping an eye on things, waiting to sense an opportunity. Menchoff turned off a little bit here. He's gone down the back. I don't think it's a bad sign, but he's not marking De Luca for a change.
Well, he's got Lawrence ten Dams in the group with him, so at least he has a teammate in case of a mechanical incident or accident. Sitting a little bit further back, I think the reason for that, Phil, is he's fairly relaxed in the position. He probably feels quite confident that for the moment there are no attacks likely to come from Danilo De Luca. Carlos Sastre, he had tried to set this up as a launch pad for his attack. Well, I think that kind of backfired on him on today's stage, and he's had to leave it up to somebody else. And Franco Pelazzotti is now trying to remove Carlos Sastre from third place in the standings. We're setting ourselves up for a big battle over the next couple of days.
Well, you know, Pelazzotti's gone early enough on this climb to make some real time up here. And after the damage which Rilo Basso started the trouble the other day, his teammate, and now Pelazzotti's trying to repair all of this damage. And the one man who's trying to spoil the party is Lance Armstrong.
Armstrong still looking fairly fluid there, but I think he must be concerned about the fact that he didn't quite get onto the wheel of Franco Pelazzotti. There's 20 seconds separating Armstrong from Pelazzotti, and that's the way it seems to have been locked over the last couple of kilometres. He's looking back over his shoulder there to see what the position is of the leading group of the top men of the Giro d'Italia here this afternoon. But again, I have to say, it's confirmation, Phil, that this man is definitely back.
Yes, he's been building. It took him 10 days to get into the swing of things, but he's there now. He had a rough first week, that's for sure. It cost him most of the time he's lost on this race, but now he is building himself back into shape. Pelazzotti, he's always said and always believes he can win the Giro d'Italia. I think he's lost his chance personally, but he has proved to us he believes he can do it. And if you believe in something, well, a big prize could come your way, like a top 3 finish.
These guys have actually cut off a fraction here, and they're not chasing this man Franco Pelazzotti, and that's going to put a lot of pressure onto the shoulders of Carlos Sastre.
Just looking down, no change at all here at the head of the race. Michael Rogers is in there. There's a novel way to show the boys the time gaps, except they forgot to tell us, but never mind. This is the composition, it seems, of that group now. All the big names, including Bruchigine, is there, third last year overall. Schmidt still hanging on. I should think he's a bit tired now. Simoni, we haven't seen him, have we? But he's in there. Ochoa is in there. And here we go.
DeLuca,
a lifting of the
Garzelli.
pace. This should reduce the gaps. And again, you see, it took a little while for Menchov to get out the pack, but he's out and he's racing after these two.
It's not Menchov. I think that's the rider from Lampre. That's
No,
it is
Menchov.
Menchov.
He was quick to spot the move, and he was caught down the back, but look how fast he got out of trouble.
He was
there.
waiting for it, and I think that's Bazo coming across there in the lime green jersey of Team Liquigas.
Now, as we look down here, we have a group of riders all back together again. Can you believe that? Sort of.
Kilometres to the arrival. It's quite polite of our Italian hosts this year to have everything given to us in the English language. This is the big chase now. DeLuca, Menchov, Basso and Garzelli. Garzelli has been impressive over the last 10 days. Had a hard time in the first couple of days of the Giro d'Italia. And Armstrong looking over his shoulder, and these guys must be wondering, where has this man been for the last 3.5 years? And I'll tell you one thing, Phil, he's definitely not been at the pub drinking beer.
Well, no, that's for sure. No, he's kept his body in terrific shape. 3 sub-3 hour marathons, as well as doing great mountain bike performances, showing the specialists how to do it. And Armstrong now, DeLuca was one of the first men to welcome Lance back into the peloton here at the Giro. Now he's out to destroy him if he can, as he lifts up the revs here. But Basso's got his back wheel, another man, of course, that knows all about Lance Armstrong's abilities from the Tour de France, because he probably cost Basso the chance of a win in that great race. And Menchov, another man that knows what it's like to ride alongside Armstrong. But they're all putting him in his place just now, it has to be said. Armstrong's under pressure now as the big four get going.
Well, he left an awful lot of energy, Phil, on the road there, but the response has got to come now from Carlos Sastre, because he's the man who, before the rest day, rose himself up into third place in the overall classification, had the rest day, and coming out of it, he's now seeming to be going backwards once again and being put on the defensive.
What a difference, 48 hours. Sastre was winning the stage and putting Pelazzotti in difficulty. Today, Pelazzotti could win the stage and is putting Sastre in difficulty. The yo-yos of the human body. And now, all that Danilo DeLuca wants to do is to get rid of that pink jersey. This boy's getting around, isn't he?
Very strange.
Now, where is Sastre, the lonely man on the mountain?
The lonely man on the mountain. He's with Lance Armstrong. Armstrong looking at the back wheel of Carlos Sastre. He's having a serious testing today, Armstrong. And bear in mind, Phil, Armstrong at 37 years of age probably hasn't quite got that explosive nature that he had when he was 27 years of age. And a short, violent stage like this is probably something that doesn't really suit his abilities, although he's handled himself fairly well.
Well, there's the composition. Garzelli, Armstrong, Basso, DeLuca, Menchov. Well, Armstrong's not there. He's back with Sastre right now. But this is a beautiful climb. It twists and it turns. Its gradient's pretty regular. Well, lovely road surface.
Well, it's 35 seconds to the four-man chasing group, but probably more important to Franco Pelazzotti is the time gap back to Carlos Sastre, because he's not going to turn the tables on Menchov DeLuca on a stage like this afternoon, but he could turn the tables on Carlos Sastre. Look at the face of Danilo DeLuca. It is so expressive. He really digs deep into the pain bank there. Looks like somebody else has disappeared. In fact, Garzelli's disappeared. We're now filled down to 3 men in this group.
Well, again, Mr. Poker himself is telling us nothing. He's just checking across on them both. He's not under pressure at all, apparently, Menchov. As Basso is following, and we're pulling back. Are we going to see Garzelli? Yes. Is that Garzelli? Yes. So he has been unhitched.
Yes, he has. I'm not surprised. He's really not a climber of the quality of the other men that he was with. And they're battling out here to try and pull themselves up to Franco Pelazzotti. And again, Danilo DeLuca, he doesn't shirk the responsibility of doing any pacemaking at all. He really is a confident rider this year in the Giro d'Italia.
Almost forgotten about Pelazzotti. He's just gone past 8 kilometres. And he's still clear of the field here and not looking at all under stress. No point in panicking yet. It's either going to happen or it's not. He's made the move. He's got the gap. He's just got to try and hang on now.
Well, that's all he can do, and just hope that he can build up on the gap between himself and Carlos Sastre, the man in the black jersey.
He's coming back here, Paul.
What a man. This guy is unbelievable. He will not give up. They're just giving us the announcement that it's a 3-man group. Well, sorry, Mr. Chiron operator. We're a 4-man group.
Yes, the face tells all, but I presume he was dropped because he came back apparently rather easily there.
It's just one of those things, Phil, on a climb like this. There are times when you can just go through a bad patch for 300 or 400 metres, then all of a sudden you feel a little bit better to say, well, why don't I get back into this? And that's exactly what Stefano Garzelli has done.
Well, we're seeing 4 guys here who really know how to hit the pain barrier, that's for sure. Can't actually say about Menchov because he doesn't seem to show anything. But the others are right tickling the red zone here. They're pushing it as hard as they can and they're matching each other. Pedal rev for pedal rev. Meanwhile, Pelazzotti is up front and looking like a winner at about 7.5 kilometres from the top.
De Luca, not afraid to do the pacemaking, and Denny Menchov, all he has to do really is defend, because if anybody wants to win this Giro d'Italia, they have to take it away from him.
Right.
I've been impressed over the last couple of days by the rise to the top of his form as well of Ivan Basso.
Well, as we look through the trees here, as we're getting higher up the mountain, they look rather green, so there's probably had a lot of rain up here. And these boys are speeding to the top of the blockhouse, which is, the stage is only 83 kilometres. They started very early into the afternoon, so they always try to finish at the same time because of television coverage, of course. So it's only been a half day of work today, but boy, it could make a few distances because it's hurting Sastre for sure.
Sastre, Armstrong, Sylvester Schmidt, and just sitting on the back there is Gilberto Simoni. I wonder where Levi Leipheimer is.
Yes, Leipheimer is falling away. He did seem like he was an automatic podium place, but this last few days, I'm afraid he's dropped away from that, which is rather sad. It would have been nice to have seen him on the podium. Pelazzotti is looking to try and reclaim a podium pace. 4th last year. He won't want to finish in 4th place again. It's got to be the worst position. Sastre knows all about finishing in 4th places. Sorry about the picture, but the trees are going to cause 1 or 2 little problems for us.
It's because of the digital signal, which gets lifted up from the motorbike up to the helicopter and gets, as you mentioned, broken by the trees before it gets beamed down to the finish line. Danilo De Luca not asking any help of anybody at all, and he really is riding with extreme confidence here. He's tried everything he can do every time the race has gone uphill to dislodge Denny Menchov. I think they made a big mistake of not getting rid of Denny Menchov in the first week of this bike race. It hardly looks as if Franco Pelazzotti is trying here at all, Phil. He just sits there and he taps out that rhythm. While further back down the road, Gilberto Simoni has come up here to assist Carlos Sastre, and Lance Armstrong just monitoring affairs and probably monitoring the way his body is talking to him and trying to decide whether or not he's going to be a serious contender at the Tour de France in July.
Nice picture, Pelazzotti. Cheers from the team cars. They egg him on here. 36.7, the average speed for the day. Yes, it's a short stage, and this mountain will have a huge effect on the average speed over such a short distance. But the gap is counting now. He might get some idea. But he's not looking like a man who is under stress from behind. He looks as though he's riding his own race. He's well aware, because of the race radios, exactly where those chasers are.
But what's more important to him, Phil, is not De Luca or even Denny Menchov. No. I think he knows he's not going to wipe away 2 or 3 minutes, which is what he's looking for. But what he wants to do is wipe away the minutes between himself and Carlos Sastre.
Well, the time gap continues, 48 seconds about, but I don't know, we've taken the clock away now, haven't we? These are the 4 principal actors here. Sastre is the principal loser just now. After coming forward in the gains 48 hours ago, he seems to be losing that now. Unless, of course, as we get near the top, he finds his second pair of wings and flies up to these boys. But he may have to take Lance Armstrong with him. Here he is. He's not looking quite as fluid as he did the other day.
Funny old game how one day you can be on the top of your form, you have the rest day and throw that into the mix, and it can create all kinds of complications with the body. 30 seconds back to the Maglia Rosa group for this man, and a minute back to the group of Carlos Sastre, and that's roughly, Phil, the time gap that he's looking for. But he has to conserve that all the way up to the top of this climb.
Well, more time boards coming up, and more distance boards rather, as they come into sight. There should be 5 kilometres to go to the finish. That's still 3 miles to climb here. Still time to make time and time to lose time as well. Danilo De Luca, whatever you think about him, he's never afraid to drive the pace, and he doesn't care who tries to follow him, because he seems to be happiest, and this is often the way with climbers, to dictate the speed of the climb.
it's a lot easier if you can dictate the speed which is comfortable to yourself rather than have somebody else dictate their pace. Sometimes it can be that little bit too fast and sometimes it can be a little bit too slow, but De Luca is quite happy to do the pacemaking. We're now just going through the Passo Lanciano, and that's on its way up to the summit of the climb of the Blockhouse, which if the organisation wanted to could take the race up a further 5 kilometres, but I think they decided that the roads were just a little bit too much damaged by the winter months this year.
And by the earthquakes too, and so they decided there might have been an element of risk, so they are stopping short of what would have made a very different climb. Having said that, if that clock was what I think it was, it looks like it's about 38-39 seconds, the gap now for these riders. Oh, there we are, 39 seconds and a minute 2 to Sastre.
Well,
So he's
Sastre,
losing just a little bit, eh?
he's under pressure now, Phil, to try and keep himself in this bike race, and this can so very often happen the day after a rest day. The riders really don't enjoy a rest day because it really makes a big mess of the body clock. Your body has been used to, over now 2 weeks of racing, taking that punishment on a regular basis. Then all of a sudden it stops and the body gets a little bit confused, and some riders have a hard time handling that. Many of them still go out for 3, 4, 5 hours of training on what is supposed to be a rest day just to make sure that they can keep the body clock tuned in to the effort and the battering that it's been taking in a Grand Tour.
Well, we're keeping up with the riders and we're still finding them through the trees, as these 4 riders are turning out to be the strong men of this year's Giro d'Italia, with one exception, of course, Pelazzotti, trying to force his way onto the podium today, and if he keeps this up, he will do. The lonely man. It's been a very brave escape, whatever you may think about it, set up by his teammate, premeditated, I would suggest, by Sylvester Smith, the Super Domestique on Liquigas, and he formed the launch pad for Pelazzotti to go forth on his own. He had to attack at the bottom to regain time. At the moment he's got time. That's 4 kilometres to go up to the summit now. Face giving nothing away. All he's thinking about is time and possibly a great stage win here.
Yes, currently he has time, but what he has to do is maintain that time and make sure that he can keep that time that he's already garnered over Carlos Sastre. If he cracks towards the finish, if you crack on a climb like this, a 1 minute advantage can end up being a 5 minute deficit, and that's why you have to learn how to ride within yourself on a big mountain pass like this. Danilo De Luca is doing that completely and utterly. He doesn't care about anybody else. And this man is probably very interested in the way that his body is reacting here this afternoon at 37 years of age, riding a Grand Tour that he's never participated in before. Lance Armstrong almost got across the gap to Franco Pelazzotti, and I think, Phil, if Armstrong had been on the wheel of Pelazzotti, it might have been a completely different ball game.
He's going away at 4 kilometres, 46 seconds. He's nudging it clear here. Armstrong, the haunted look there of a man who is perhaps struggling a little bit now, but still so are the others quite clearly, otherwise it would leave him behind. The snow markers on the right shoulder, on the right of our picture, are left shoulder of Pelazzotti. We're looking now for the next marker, which will be 3 kilometres from the summit.
Doesn't sound like much, but it's an awful long time in the saddle, especially when you're talking of 12 and 13% gradient on a climb like this. There's a big gap behind him now, and that will give him some serious comfort. Carlos Sastre ticking away, and this will be something good, I think, Phil, for the confidence of Lance Armstrong, because he knows Carlos Sastre is the winner of the Tour de France of last year. He knows that Carlos Sastre is a great climber. He's already got a mountaintop finish under his belt, and the fact that Armstrong can match him on the slopes of a climb like this will, I think, nurture ambitions of maybe a possible victory in the month of July.
78 seconds to Sastre from Pelazzotti now. That's enough to lose the podium place for the moment. But Pelazzotti's not home yet. The clock hasn't stopped. This is the group here. And I thought we'd lost a man, but he's tucked away in second place. And Denny Menchoff always close to the man he sees as his most strongest rival now, De Luca. Meanwhile, the lone figure here, the man in the lime green. Right colours when you race among the trees, really. 3 kilometres. Clock can start again.
3 kilometres to go. It's a long, long way to get up to the top on a climb like this. We're in the tree-lined part of this course. Danilo De Luca just riding for himself, not worried at all about the fact that he's dragging up the Maglia Rosa on his wheel. Not worried at all about Ivan Bassa, who he knows will not give any assistance at all because he's defending the position of Franco Pelazzotti. But hats off again to the man in the green King of the Mountains competition jersey there, because Stefano Garzelli has ridden a brilliant last 10 days.
Well, these same men we spoke about now for 2.5 weeks, they've crossed swords, they won't give an inch. They're split by seconds, they've gradually eked out minutes, but it's still not given us a decisive winner because with still Mont Vesuvius to come and still the last day 14-kilometre time trial, I think the organisers have plotted a very good 100th year of the Giro, that's for sure. 51 seconds the gap now.
Gilberto Simoni coming to the front, and in fact Simoni and Lance Armstrong are now setting the pace for Carlos Sastre, who's bowing his head down. I think Carlos Sastre is having a very difficult time. He's starting to zigzag a fraction here, and he can probably see disappearing up the road a possible podium position in the Giro d'Italia.
It's a bad day, there's no question about that, and Armstrong is haunted there as he sits on the wheel of Gilberto Simoni. But Sastre might be unhitching here because he's still more than 3 kilometres from the top. Look at the tempo being set here by Danilo. He's having a look up the mountain there to see if he can see Pelazzotti.
Well, he won't see him because he's looking for 51 seconds. It's 1.5 minutes now back to Carlos Sastre's group. So Sastre is losing his podium position to Franco Pelazzotti.
Losing 4th place overall as well if he keeps this up. We're getting up into the mist now. At least the helicopter knows where he is. That's always a bonus. But Simoni, Armstrong.
Sastre's fought his way back to that group, Phil. He must be turning his body inside out in a situation like this, just trying to stay in contact. He knows that even if you have a bad day today, because it's the day after the rest day, there are still a couple more mountain stages to go.
Well, this is the area where the riders have been talking about for well into 2 weeks now. They know there's more to come. There's the pink smoke. Just to remind you, in case you didn't know, we're watching the Giro d'Italia here. And Pelazzotti now is there's an attack here. Danilo De Luca has tried yet again, but so coolly, Menchov is there, but where are the others? It looks as though they may have cracked them.
Well, I think there was a little bit of confusion there, Phil. There were motorbikes all over the place. Danilo De Luca saw that as an opportunity to try and create the surprise, and he went straight into the motorbikes. He's distanced Ivan Basso. He's distanced Stefano Garzelli, but he's not put any distance between himself and his shadow just happens to be called Denis Menchov.
What a racer, though, this man is. He's just pressing on those pedals to destroy anybody. Menchov is under pressure, and you've got to watch out on those spectators, Dennis. But there's no way now that Menchov is going to give up this close to the top. 1,600 metres to go to the summit, and the killer is living up to his reputation.
He is throwing everything at Denis Menchov. He knows that now the kilometres are going by in the Giro d'Italia. Every time we get closer to the finish of the summit of these mountains, he realises that he's losing an opportunity to dethrone the Russian rider. Menchov is using a massive gear and just sitting there looking at the rider in front of him saying, "Go on, mate, give me everything you've got, but you ain't going nowhere this afternoon." 1,700
metres is where those two just passed. Now we've gone up to 1,500 metres. It looked to me like they were coming back. It's amazing because they don't seem to be travelling any like the speed of De Luca.
Well, De Luca's pedalling action makes it look as if he's going an awful lot faster than he is. Stefano Garzelli and Basso are using much bigger gears, as is this man here who just keeps tapping out that rhythm. He's got it on the outside chainring, so there's an indication, Phil, that in fact the gradient is starting to ease out.
Well, here comes Basso, and he's been jumped by Garzelli here. That man is like a yo-yo. Garzelli's going back up to the Maglia Rosa.
Well, they're going absolutely crazy, the tifosi here, the Italian fans in the Giro d'Italia. They want their man Danilo De Luca to try and get rid of the Russian rider who's in second place, sitting locked on his wheel. But I don't think he's going to do it here this afternoon. In the ultimo chilometro, the final kilometre of the climb up to the summit of the blockhouse, it's still Franco Pelazzotti, but the battle is for the Maglia Rosa just a little bit further down the slopes at around about the 1 minute mark.
Well, it's damage limitation for those two, but for this man here, he's lost his third place for the moment at least. He's still got one more chance perhaps on Mount Vesuvius to put matters to right. How much energy is Pelazzotti throwing away today? Or is he confirming his third place finish in the Giro d'Italia this year? Because I don't think anybody can split these two riders. They must be fighting out the first place. It's still not clear which one will get it though. The gap is not that significant. And that looked as though Basso has dropped out. I don't believe this. But here he comes back again, right up to them. Stefano Garzelli in a position now to take second if he's got anything left in those legs.
And he will be more motivated than the two others, Phil, to try and get himself the second position, because let's not forget this is a monster mountain and he will have massive points to gain here. I think if he can get himself second place on the stage, he's almost got the King of the Mountains classification sealed up.
Yeah, Grivko had 2 great days when he lies in second place in this competition, but Garzelli is way up on them. So we have Sastre. We keep cutting back to him. He's losing possibly 2 minutes on this climb. He's a long way down there. There's Basso. It's taken a lot out of him today as well, but he knows now that Pelazzotti is going to win the stage, and that's a good result for Liquigas, of course. It'll be their first stage win of the Tour, and they've been in the frame every day, but no wins have come their way. And now Danilo De Luca. This man has set the pace all the way up the mountain. Menchov has followed. And meanwhile, it's almost as if they've sent Garzelli off to report on the progress of everybody else and come back and tell them what's going on, because he's back with them. But here's the moment of glory now as Pelazzotti heads home for a victory here, which I think he'll cherish. This is probably going to be his best ever victory in a stage of the Giro d'Italia.
Class actor. Short stage, Phil, 2 hours and 20 minutes, but what a phenomenal stage and what an incredible battle we've just witnessed.
You know, 50 miles in 2 hours 20 minutes on this terrain is not bad, is it? As he comes up now, the last 25 metres, the time will stop when he hits the line, and I think he'll be rewarded. Yes, it's him for Liquigas. I think he'll be rewarded with third place now, at least for the moment, because we still have 4 more stages to go, including the short final time trial.
Well, the big sprint as well. Let's not forget Danilo De Luca will try and get himself some points here if he can, Phil, because there's the time bonuses still at stake here between first and second place in this sprint, and it's De Luca who's going for it. Coming around the outside, though, Stefano Garzelli.
De Luca then looking for the time. Garzelli has gone over the top of Menchov, who looks to be a little bit stiff now. And can you believe the determination of Stefano Garzelli, King of the Mountains against bonus time, and King of the Mountains gets the bigger points, and the bonus, of course, and a third place. So tonight, after the battle, there's a little bit of gain here.
And there's a gap there as well between De Luca and Denny Menchov. It's not very much, but psychologically, I tell you what, Menchov today, Phil, has pulled himself inside out. I reckon he might have lost 2 or 3 seconds there. Basso crossing the line there inside of 1 minute behind his teammate Pelazzotti, and he doesn't look as if he was under an awful lot of pressure.
I would say Basso is very pleased with that performance today. That's a very good performance for a man on the comeback trail. Here comes Lance in his group. And that is Sylvester Smith in here now, so he's come back up to this group, which is a terrific ride considering the effort he put in to launch Pelazzotti.
And so too has recovered there Levi Leipheimer, who was behind his teammate Lance Armstrong for quite a long time, but he's pulled himself back into this event as well. Carlos Sastre, I think today, Phil, definitely the big loser on the stage.
Bruchegine leading out from this group, and will there be any takers? They'll all get the same time at the moment if they finish like that, so they may not bother with the sprint as such. But Marcio Bruchegine heads up towards the line. Nobody's going to take him on, so he'll get that. And Schmidt is glued to his back wheel to make sure he gets staged at the same time as well. There will be a time gap to the rest.
And the next man to lead them home, in fact, it looks as if it's Armstrong coming across there in that next group. Mick Rogers, Armstrong, Gilberto Simoni. I think that's Maschiarelli just coming across the line at the back end of that group. He did a lot of work for the team, that is Maschiarelli. Look at that pain on his face. Look at the mask on that face.
That's a haunted man. He's hurt himself today, but you know, I reckon Sastre lost 2 minutes there. That is huge. A great day, a bad day. Consistency wins the race, and this man, he had a great day and a bad day as well, but he won the race.
Well, that's the way it goes sometimes. What goes around comes around in a 3-week stage race. Franco Pelazzotti gets himself the win, 42 seconds ahead of Garzelli, 43 ahead of De Luca, and a 5-second loss there for Denny Menchov.
Yes, and 1:59 will be the loss there for Sastre, because he was in the group with Rogers at 1:59. Anyway, let's see if he's got the third place overall. That'll be the next caption that comes up. He's got the stage win, and Liquigas are on the board. There aren't many teams winning stages. Plenty of riders from the same teams winning stages, mind you. But now he's got back into a podium position, having finished 4th in this race 1 year ago.
And he's extremely happy with his performance here this afternoon. Performance set up by his teammate Silvestro. Let's have a look at the overall classification. De Luca moving into 26 seconds. Pelizzotti up into third. Basso up into fourth. And Carlos Sastrafil making the plummet from third down to fifth.
And the gap at 3.5 minutes is significant here. That may have cost him a podium. And that's possibly why Pelizzotti was smiling so much there. But Denny Menchov, the champion-elect, I wonder. So, stage 18, just 4 days left to go in the Giro d'Italia. It concludes with a time trial, but today it's a little bridge to the next mountain stage. There is one second category climb along the way as we head to Benevento. 182 kilometres today, Paul.
A long day in the saddle for the riders on the way down to Benevento, with one big mountain stage to come, and finally the big deciding time trial.
Well, picking up the action here, 5 kilometres to go for the riders. There has Visconti won the only climb of the day. Tirolongo was second. They were in a lead. Massive breakaway today. 25 riders getting clear, and 9 of them surviving. And the riders in no hurry. I think they're worried about tomorrow because we go up Mount Vesuvius.
And that's going to be a magnificent backdrop, I would have to say, looking down towards Naples. 3.5 minutes back to the main field, who don't seem too concerned about that massive breakaway that got clear on the run in towards the start. But as we now start to get into the final kilometres of this stage, there's a lot of riders now feel that they've got the chance to take a stage victory. And not a lot of teams in this Giro d'Italia have actually come away with very much glory at all.
No, well, it's a sort of breakaway. You see, virtually all the teams represented. Many of the teams, in fact, had 2 riders in the breakaway. So once you get that situation, then you should be able to stitch up the day's racing, especially when nobody affects the grand battle for the final Maglia Rosa. Well, we've got about 9 riders, I think, trying to get themselves together here, as they've got a few circuits.
It's Felix Cardenas. He's been in the break almost every time there's been a significant breakaway in the Giro d'Italia.
And that is Jason McCartney there, Saxo Bank, number 204. It's nice to see him getting to the front now. There were 2 riders in the break from Saxo Bank. Lars Bak was also here. Not too sure who exactly is left. 153 is Scarponi, and it looks like that man's got himself into an opportune situation once again.
Well, Scarponi was hoping for a high finish in the overall classification, but he missed out on a number of the big mountain stages. But here he's been, as you mentioned, Phil, a serious opportunist. This group has split up and come back together again over the last couple of kilometres. It was initially a 25-man leading group.
Well, no situation has changed now since we reshuffled the pack coming up to the rest day. The only change then was Seal Dryers taking the white jersey of best young rider. Since then, although we've seen some good racing, Astana's also maintained their lead in the team on time as well. Now, these boys are trying to reshuffle. They were 25. They've got it down to just about 9 riders here, if that at the moment. And as you can see, we're closing in on the finish. So it's going to be a sprint between this group. And I can just give it Lars Bak is in here. Danny Pate is in here. He's the rider at the back there for Garmin Slipstream. Cardenas again. If you can't win on the mountains, try and win on the flat. I guess that's the answer. Danny Pate zooming through. That's Cardenas.
Yep, Cardenas sitting at the back of the group. He has been looking for the victory. He's been in all of the significant breakaways of the Giro d'Italia this year. As this has been a very complicated circuit around the town here. The riders have been away. They've come back together. They've reformed. They've launched the attacks once again. It might be nice to see McCartney getting himself a stage victory there as he's trying to go through that little chicane. He's chased there by Danny Pate.
Well, Jason McCartney, it's good to see the Americans finishing this race very strong. There's the complete breakdown for you. Scarponi Devenans is the rider from Quickstep who has made the breakaway. Lars Bak is a teammate of Jason's. Cardenas is the rider in red for Barlow World. Try, but they haven't come up with a result just yet. As we now approach the last couple of kilometres of the day. This has been the sort of transition day, really. The day when the pack has shuffled correctly for the leaders. They've taken time out. Tomorrow will be a little bit different.
It will be very different tomorrow as the riders climb up to the almost to the summit of Mount Vesuvius, and the last chance for a mountaintop finisher to try and rearrange the top end of the overall classification. Looks like the Arc de Triomphe, doesn't it? Well, that's not going to come until the month of July in the Tour de France, but this has certainly been, I have to say, Phil, a very complicated circuit around the city.
It's been an entertaining one for the crowd, and the crowd has certainly come out for the race this year. Somebody has tried to slip up off the front of the race here. I'm not sure, but it looks like it might be Scarponi has gone.
Well, looked as I didn't quite catch the jersey there. That's McCartney trying to pull them all back together there. The cobbled streets now of this finishing city, and it's a moment like this when if somebody jumps off the front, you've got to take responsibility and nail them back immediately, because if you give somebody 15 or 20 seconds, then everybody starts to think about how they're going to sprint out for second or third place. But it's once again, it's all back together, and that effort came from Jason McCartney.
Yes, and the quick-step rider is Defrins there, as he's gone back into the pack. And there's an attack. Oh, it was a feigned attack. Nobody reacted. He should have gone. Huh. These boys are shadow boxing now.
It's McCartney who dropped to the back of that group there. He was just hoping, I think, to try and create the surprise, but the road didn't allow that. It closed the gap just in front of him.
It's hard to say who's a good sprinter here, to be absolutely honest, in this. Lars back, Danny Pate, Cardenas certainly isn't, Grabowski is here. Davenens is the quick-step rider. We're into the last kilometre. Big opportunity here for somebody to notch their first ever victory in the stage of the Giro d'Italia.
Well, you don't get that many opportunities in a career to be in a situation like this where you've got a chance of victory. I think I would like to give the chance there to Felix Cardenas. He's a man who knows how to sprint when he comes to the top of the mountains, and he's positioned perfectly there in second position.
And they've got themselves a rather rough stretch of road here, so they're going to have to keep in the saddle for the sprint. Oh, it's gone better now. Cardenas is going to have to find something special on the left of the road if he is going to do anything here. This is Daverance of Quick-Step, who's being forced to lead them out, and he's going to have to make a big decision now, because he's not where he really wants to be just now.
Well,
Cardenas got a good position.
He's jumped them. He's got himself a gap of about 4 or 5 metres, and that's all you need at a moment like this. But there's a big response there. It's Cardenas, very nervous there in the red jersey of Barlow World. Danny Pate moving up into second place. If they don't nail back this Belgian rider right now, right here, he's going to steal the victory away from them. I think Cardenas realises that. He's come up to the back wheel.
A sprint has started. It's actually quite a nasty little drag, this, and it's goodbye to the Belgian rider from Quick-Step. Cardenas has got the front. Danny Pate is going to take him on. This will be an outstanding result for Danny Pate if he comes now, and he's being challenged by Scarponi, who's already got one stage, and it looks like he's about to make it two. Danny hasn't got the final push to the line, but Michele Scarponi has, and that is another victory for Serramenti. And he's very anxious to point that out. That's 3 stages they've won now, Paul. That is an exceptional result. But Scarponi gets 2. And an excellent result for Danny Pate. I think he was pipped on the line there by Felix Cardenas.
Yeah, I'd just like to see that again, because it looked as if Danny Pate had a little problem with his gears there, as if they jumped at one stage and he seemed to be over-geared before he corrected it and started to get going once again. But definitely the victory going to Scarponi there on the right-hand side of the road. Victory number 2 for him. Just let's have a look at this one more time. This is a little bit further back. This is other riders, remnants of that 25-man group coming into the finishing line.
I'll tell you what, only 6 teams on the race list out of 22 teams have won stages of the Giro d'Italia this year, which I find quite amazing. And that is another victory now for Serramenti. And that's 2 for Michele Scarponi. There's big Danny Pate there. How close and so near to get the victory. I don't see anything wrong with that, Paul. Maybe he's...
No, it's a little bit further back just before he came around the corner. He may well just have been over-geared. Cardenas must be kicking himself, because he was one of the fastest riders there, but he couldn't outfox Michele Scarponi. Danny Pate, Lars back, and Davens, who I thought was looking extremely strong, faded down towards the finish. Maglia Rosa group, Phil, losing themselves almost 4 minutes, but it's not going to change the overall classification.
Not in the least. They're all a blanket at the top, and all waiting now for the next stage of 164 kilometres to the top of Mount Vesuvius. That's going to be a grand battle, and that will take us up to 3 days to go too. So we've done 3,000 kilometres now with that victory by Scarponi. We're just about 400 still to go, maybe a little bit more than that, 450. But they can't do a thing wrong, this team. They've even got the hang of opening the champagne this year on the Giro d'Italia.
Well, it's a team that's always been aggressive, Phil, at the Giro d'Italia. They always get pulled in at the last minute as a wild card team, and they always do proud to the organisation by being an aggressive team and going in the breakaways and making a fun race to watch.
That's the overall exactly as it was at the start of the day. Sastre still holding 5th. Leipheimer a top 6 finish. Michael Rogers sitting in the best ever finish by an Australian, which was Phil Anderson. 85 I think it was, in 7th place, but he's got a finish yet. And Menchoff still heading the tail after 76 hours. There's 171 riders still in this race, and the 198 that started out 2.5 weeks ago. And Menchoff is still getting closer to his what would be his 3rd Grand Tour victory, because he's won twice the Vuelta a España.
I think he'd be very happy going into the final time trial stage, Phil, with an advantage over Danilo De Luca.
Avellino, here we go now, 164 kilometres. Is this to be the last big challenge before the time trial on the final day? Boy, oh boy, oh boy, those pictures are sensational. Thank heavens the fire is out. This is Mount Vesuvius, of course, and I think we'll see some eruptions on the climb itself today, Paul, because this really is, in my opinion, the last chance for the likes of Danilo De Luca.
Well, this is the race route that's going to take them to the outskirts of Naples and, of course, the climb up to the summit of Mount Vesuvius. And what an amazing place to take the 100th edition, the 100th anniversary edition of the Giro d'Italia, and that's where they're going to climb up to. That's Naples, just up in the top left-hand corner, by the way.
We turn inland from the Gulf of Naples as we head into the finish at Mount Vesuvius, and sensational pictures as always. Oh dear me, we didn't want to see that, but that's somebody, and that's caused a ricochet effect. And the Astana riders who've gone down in 2 different positions there.
Quick look, it's hard to see who it was who went down there.
I've got a feeling Lance is one of them.
Well, it looked like it was a rider with dark socks on, and Armstrong has had those dark socks on overshoes since the start of this race. Pretty difficult to see from 1,500 feet, though.
Not easy, but I'm not too sure, but I think Armstrong was one of them.
Yep.
Anyway, he's up and riding, that's all that matters, and we don't want to disrupt that collarbone, which I presume is now nicely healed.
Well, it should be nicely healed with a 5-inch steel plate and 12 screws in there. He doesn't seem to be panicking too much. He's getting his feet into the cleats, and he's going to get himself up and running. The race is not full on at the moment, so he should get himself back into the pack.
Well, we'll see as we head up towards the climb. It's all about the Battle of Vesuvio today. It's only 1,000 metres, but it is a very steep climb, and we're still only split by seconds at the top, and Menchoff will feel under pressure here, I think, today, because Danilo seems to like these power climbs.
Yes, well, you say it's only 1,000 metres, but we are climbing up from sea level, so it's almost 1,000 metres of climbing. And again, we're likely to see a little challenge come from the men in the lime green jersey of Team Liquigas, because I think Franco Pellizotti is going to be on the defensive. He will know that Carlos Sastre will try something today, and he's going to have to try and make sure that he can hold on to the wheel of the Spaniard if he's got to nurture any dreams at all of finishing in 3rd place in the overall, because I think he's still a long way off the 2 men who are by far head and shoulders above everybody else, De Luca and Menchoff.
That's certainly the way it appears right now. We start to head up towards the big climb of the day, and the last real big mountain, I suspect, of this year's Giro, as these boys here all at the front now. Liquigas launching one after another. This is machine gun attacking riding now.
Well, they certainly know what they want to do here this afternoon. That's Valerio Agnelli who's gone off the front there. Not a rider we've talked very much about from Team Liquigas, but again, I think they are trying to lay down the foundations here of something very special for their men, Pataki, and of course Ivan Basso, who also would like to move up that little bit higher in the overall classification.
Well, this is what they're doing now. His job is just to draw the sting of anybody who will chase amongst the leaders, while the others are waiting in the wings to launch a counter-attack if they can. Team LPR just trying to mind affairs here in favour of Danilo De Luca, but all the plans which have been worked out at the start this morning by the team managers are now about to be played out. Pellizotti is in a perfect position right now.
He's got the chance to go out and try and get himself another move, but there's going to be, I think, a lot of riders, Phil, will use up all of their ammunition today, because if they can do anything, this, I think, is the last possible opportunity of endangering the overall lead of number 141 there, Denis Menchoff of Russia.
Well, Menchoff knows time is running out. It's a ticking time bomb for the others. He's just got to keep an eye on one man at the moment, unless things swing round to the worst halfway up this climb. But he's got a nice time gap here. Clearly, Liquigas have not given up the chase here. They believe they can get a man higher than Pelazzotti in third.
That's what they're going to do. That's why they've sent this rider out on the attack, to soften up the blows, to get ready for the big attacks that will come once the Mount Vesuvius starts to get that little bit steeper, a little bit more aggressive. And of course, to add to the recipe here this afternoon, Phil, you've got a very hot day on the outskirts of Naples.
Well, it looks as though we've got a little move going on here from Lampre.
Yeah, this is Tiralongo going once again. A great name for her bike rider. Tiralongo means a long turn or a long pull at the front of the bike race.
He first came to our notice in Australia when he was riding in the Tour Down Under. He's always been with Lampre, and he's a super domestique, so one can only imagine he's softening the race up as well. Perhaps for Cunego. We've not seen anything of Damiano.
Cunego, I don't think Phil been very happy with his Giro d'Italia this year. He felt that everything was right, he felt the form was right, but he just wasn't able to mix it with the big guns here.
Yeah.
10 kilometres to go to the summit, as Tiralongo's come straight across that gap very rapidly.
The last time he climbed Mount Vesuvius, by the way, was 19 years ago, and it was won by Eduardo Chozas, who's long since retired.
Yes, he was a great rider, Chozas, in races like the Tour de France. His speciality was the long breakaways of 120, 150 kilometres, and he won himself a couple of big mountain stages in the Tour. There's Sastre, number 61.
Well, he need a better pair of legs than the last time he went up a mountain, the blockhouse, because that cost him. He's sitting in 5th place overall, still a wonderful position. I mean, the guy rides such a brilliant stage race, so you can go down to the bookmakers and always bet on him being in the top 5 or 6 riders because he's so consistent.
And one of the very rare riders who've managed to participate in 3 Grand Tours in the same year. And that's a very short list of riders who've done that over the years. 151, Gilberto Simoni. Been fairly quiet in the Giro d'Italia this year, but he's still there. And he's still a man who you can't discount as doing something special on a final mountaintop finish like this. And I just noticed there, quite comfortably ensconced in the main field, number 24, Levi Leipheimer.
Well, these two riders are getting themselves together now at the front. And we'll see what reaction will come from the rest of the race, because he's not going up in that. There's far too big a group here. As they start the climb now, we'll clear their houses shortly, and it's every man for himself. If you're at the back of the bunch at this stage, there's not much chance you'll get to the front, because the road's a little bit too narrow now, and the pacemaking is consistent.
Well, they're stretching themselves out into a long line at the front end of the main field. Always seems to be sitting right in the first 3 to 5 positions is Danilo De Luca, but now being admirably marked there by Menchov. Garzelli in the green jersey. He's pretty much got that King of the Mountains classification wrapped up with his second position the other day.
Yeah, that's a done deal. And Seal Dryers also really hasn't got much of a challenge now for the white jersey, because a couple of bad days by Thomas Lundqvist, it's cost him big time. He'll come back though, he's young enough.
Well, Tiralongo, although he's putting a lot of effort into this move, Phil, has only got himself about 20 seconds over the front end of the main field. And I don't think with the big guns that are at the front end of that pack, he's going to go too far off the front away.
Never won a race, Tiralongo. He's been pretty active, and it's his 5th time he's ridden the Giro, so he's clearly a very good bike rider, but he's never won a race.
Well, they took a pretty bad line around that corner as they tried to accelerate away. I'm trying to see who that is moving off the front. That's one of the riders from Seramente. That's Carlos Jose Ochoa, one of the Colombian riders on that squad. In fact, he's a Venezuelan, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, he is.
South American.
Now Garzelli. He's amazing. He's had a superb Giro. He really has. He's not had the form that won in this race 10 years ago, but he's made sure he's tried every move, and he's been prepared to suffer as well. And as we saw at the top of Blockhouse, he could pull out something special when it mattered.
I'd have to say, Phil, you could probably count the number of stages on one hand when you haven't talked about Stefano Garzelli. Yeah. He's always been in the mix on almost every stage of this bike race.
Even the sprinter stages. He even tried to win the sprint when he was wearing his red team colours. Now he's in the green as King of the Mountains.
Ivan Basso, 111. I think he's confirmed and probably made himself realise that he's got the form to come back and ride the Tour de France.
Well, he's got himself into some sort of a shape, but you know, Italian riders ride well in Italy. They don't always transpose that into riding well in the other countries. They get very inspired racing in front of their own crowd, That's why they've got the most victories in their home tour, unlike the French, of course, these days in the Tour de France. But that probably is Arroyo down there. Yes, it is. And Valjevec on his wheel.
And I thought I saw a move going clear with Carlos Sastre and Gilberto Simoni, but it's a little bit confusing again from the height of the helicopter. That's definitely Danilo De Luca and Denny Menchov.
Definitely. And
followed by Pellizotti.
Yeah. Maschiarelli is also the number 2 on the Aqua Saponi. He's slotted in nicely, closed the gap up to Valjevec and Arroyo.
There's Leipheimer.
And Sastre's being dragged along for the ride as well.
Yep, number 61. All coming back together after that little bit of a flurry of activity.
The other rider there is Daniel Navarre from Astana. Of course, they need to keep the men up here because they're looking now more and more likely to win the team race, and so they've got to keep 3 men in the front of the action.
Well, it was Gilberto Simoni trying to make the move there. He's gone off the front end of the pack and he's being chased now. It looks like Levi Leipheimer himself has decided to come to the front and reel back this man who's got himself across the gap to Basso and Stefano Garzelli.
Yes, take a look over the back of Basso here. You see the boats down there in the Gulf of Naples as we start to get rather high up now. This is Leipheimer. Is this going to be a move? These are desperate moments now. If you're going to gain time before the end, today is the day, and you're going to have to give it your best shot, win or lose. Garzelli's going to give it his best shot. He's sitting second wheel.
Well, Leipheimer has got himself across to Gilberto Simoni. He's gone past Gilberto Simoni. I don't think they'll be too concerned about Leipheimer. Phil, he's lost himself a fair amount of time. There's Armstrong coming up, number 21. He really does have to be happy, I think, with his performance here at the Giro d'Italia, because it wasn't the ideal preparation, smashing a collarbone just about 4 weeks before the start of this race.
Yeah, it's more than he could have hoped for the way he's ridden. He's ridden superbly, and as long as he bridges the gap to the Tour de France, I think he'll be a marker.
I think he certainly will be a marker. Basso took that drink but decided he wasn't too interested. Maybe it wasn't the right combination.
Well, Basso also gritting his teeth, pushing on. He's ignored that one too. He's concentrating now. Big chance. Taps out the rhythm as he races up the climb of Mont Vesuvius.
He's got himself a nice gap. And again, it looks like it's Gilberto Simoni trying to come across the gap there.
Who's that? That looks like Sastre.
Yeah.
Well, Sastre's found a new pair of legs here as he goes over the top of Simoni. It made us look as though he was standing still, Simoni. He has his good days and his bad days, Carlos Sastre, as we give him his full Spanish title. And that, it's not Arroyo, that. That was another rider from Castapon who's just shot off the front.
Well, it's Armstrong in the group there with Levi Leipheimer setting the tempo on the front end of the main field.
Interestingly, they've ignored Sastre. Now, what will Basso do if Sastre comes up? Because he can't endanger Pellizotti's third place, no. And Basso himself is ahead of Sastre.
He's just going to have to sit on him, I think, once the Spanish rider comes by. And he will realise that it's a very dangerous move on this final big mountain stage of the Giro d'Italia for his own teammate, Franco Pellizotti.
Well,
Carlos Sastre Candil.
Very interesting, because Sastre is making his final go here to claim that podium place in the finish in Rome. He's got the man who's just ahead of him sitting on his back wheel. Pellizotti is behind him, and bet your life now that there won't be any help coming from Ivan Basso. He'll match Sastre. He won't help him.
He cannot help him at all. He dare not put into any kind of pressure the position of his own teammate. Sastre knows that, and he's going to try and attack again to see whether or not he can get rid of Ivan Basso. I'm not sure that the gradient of this climb is steep enough for him to get rid of Basso, who has ridden himself into form in this last few days of the Giro d'Italia, but they have got a very sensible gap here, Phil, at just inside of 7 kilometres to go.
Time is on his side, the distance is there. He's got to get rid of Basso to do anything about it. And the group behind here thinning out as the tempo stays with them.
Looks like Serge Powell's, and he's a man who's done an awful lot of work over the last couple of days for his teammate Carlos Sastre. Stefano Garzelli in the green jersey. A bit further back, it's David Navarro, the rider there from Team Astana. He's riding alongside Levi Leipheimer for as long as he can. Armstrong is over on the left-hand side of that pack. 12% is the highest, steepest gradient of Mount Vesuvius, even though the average gradient is only 7.5%.
Yes, a good racing climb, we could call this one. I must say, Serge Powell's one of the revelations of the Cervelo team, I think. He'll go well. He's not won a race yet, but he's a new boy on the block, and he's showing us he's got good ability to climb here, and playing a very good number 2 to Sastre as they go up the mountain.
Well, that's a good gap there, Phil, I would say. And as you can see, Pals is all over the front of this. He's setting a false tempo, trying to discourage anybody from actually organising the chase. I think, again, caught in no man's land there was Gilberto Simoni, and I can only presume he's halfway across the gap to these 2 leaders.
Well, a little bit of a grimace on the face of Ivan Basso. I'm not sure if he's going to stay here for much longer. We're getting high in the sky now. Now, is he coming forward, or is he just holding it?
Well, he's locked in the middle. Powell's all over the front end of this race, and I think once we get a little bit closer to the summit, you may well see another move. I was going to say by Danilo De Luca, but it's Stefano Garzelli.
Well, who else would it be at this stage of the Giro d'Italia? The man in green is trying now to get up to the leaders yet again. He seems to climb, and he takes his moment when he recovers, then he accelerates, then he eases down, recovers, and goes again. I know it's typical of a climber, but he seems to do it with some success.
Gilberto Simoni,
look at this,
in 3rd position. Garzelli in 4th position on the road, and he's actually looking pretty good here, and they've given him his ticket of freedom for a while.
The King of the Mountains 2009, they're just demonstrating his climbing ability here. Also a past winner of the Giro d'Italia, and Garzelli's done himself an awful lot of good this race this time around. He's not the most popular man with organisers, he seems to be pretty popular with the crowd. Sastre, is he playing a card which might put him back into 3rd place?
That's what he's aiming for this afternoon. First. Basso grimacing a fraction, just trying to stay in contact. He's the man who started this move. Sastre came across to him, and now he's been put into a defensive role. He has to defend the role of his own teammate. Team Astana have sent a couple of riders to the front. I presume that is David Navarro doing the pacemaking for Astana, and that's what they're looking for, a little bit further up the road. And there is the Lone Star flag of Texas, and I wonder who he's waiting for.
He's on his way. Just stay calm. He's coming at the moment, but I must say that the first 3 on the GC are riding 3 alongside each other in the right order just now. But Pelazzotti must be thinking, what can I do? If Sastre keeps going like this, I'm going to lose 3rd place probably to Basso, his own teammate. And there's Pelazzotti sitting on the wheel now of Denis Menchov.
Well, Danilo De Luca, shadowed as always, as he has been for a number of days now, by Denis Menchov. This gap, Phil, is actually starting to open. Looking down the road there, I would say we're looking at a good 30 seconds advantage for this man. He's looking for a huge chunk of time. Looks over his shoulder to see what sort of damage he's doing. This may well be setting itself up for a victory for Ivan Basso, because Ivan Basso, all he has to do is just sit there. There it is, the Lone Star flag. We haven't seen that for a number of years, about 3.5 actually.
No, he must have blown it out of the closet, and now he's waving it alongside Lance Armstrong there as he comes up in that group.
That's Gilberto Simoni.
Yeah, but we need to keep up with the leaders, I think, because Sastre's got to crack Basso, and if he doesn't, it's the end for him, because he will finish in 5th place overall. Garzelli still clear of the field and trying to reach the leaders and upset again the result on a good day.
Hats off to him over the last couple of days, because he certainly has never given up any hope at all of finishing in the high positions on the individual stages, getting himself points in the King of the Mountains classification. And hats off too to Gilberto Simoni, who must be pretty close to the end of his career now.
Yes, I thought he might actually join Felice Gimondi on the podiums, but I think now it's probably gone a little bit too far. I think we won't see him like he used to be. He was a brilliant mountain climber, absolutely pure climber. He's got the build as well, but now it's too late. And this is not Arroyo coming up at the moment.
He's getting himself across to the back wheel of Gilberto Simoni. And Case d'Epargne here proving why they're one of the great teams of the big Grand Tours and the big mountain stages. Basso just sitting there on the wheel of Carlos Sastre, allowing the Spaniard to set a tempo to possibly move himself up from 5th to 4th to 3rd in the overall classification. At 5 kilometres to go, this is Carlos Sastre's last chance of turning the tables.
I think this is Arnold Jonasson who's come across here, a brand new boy on the team. And a little bit of a surprise, but the last couple of days he's been managing to mix it with the climbers. And he's bridged to Gilberto Simoni. The pace still being set here to try and keep Levi Leipheimer in the mix here, with Navarre setting the pace.
It's actually Popo who's come to
Is
the
it
front
Popo?
now. It was Navarro a few moments ago who set the pacemaking. Now it's Popovic has come up to the front and he's ripping them apart here, trying to pull this race all back together. Maybe he is trying to set something up for Lance Armstrong to possibly have a crack at a stage victory.
Well, the only man that Astana have lost along the way, sadly, was Chris Horner with that fall, and it didn't start next day. Probably watching this on television right now, but let's hope he gets
Basso's
back to
gone.
the Tour de France. And Basso has cracked here. Another, oh, what a shame he missed it again, but the acceleration must have been pretty severe. And now this is it. He's got Basso off his wheel. He's now got to get the gap and climb back up that overall. Desperate moments for Carlos Sastre, but what a yo-yo race he's riding.
What a magical climber he is as well. He is very dominant on these mountain top finishes. As his teammate Serge Pauwels did a lot of work early on to set something up. Ivan Basso didn't quite have the legs to stay with it. Well, sorry, he's actually dragged himself back to Carlos Sastre, who says, no, mate, you can't do that to me because I am floating today. I'm going for the win.
So, look at this now. Carlos Sastre trying desperately now. The Tour de France winner last year. And that was great celebrations on behalf of Team CSC, who are now known as Team Saxo Bank. And they let Carlos Sastre go to the new team on the block, as Cervelo. And we haven't really spoken a lot of Saxo Bank here in this year's Giro d'Italia. But Sastre is still very much in the mix. I think this has cracked him.
I think that was the final cracking of Ivan Basso. This man really has got some incredible accelerations on this climb. Simoni there, he's still got a slight advantage, but that group behind, led by Popovic, is slowly starting to pull him back.
Johnson, the new rider on Cervelo, developing nicely as the race gets longer. Now we're looking at Sastre. Now we've gone back to the chasers. The cameras are all over the place.
Oh, well, the group is
And
almost
there's
back to
an
Luca.
And he's dragging Pelazzotti here. Well, that's taken care of those two. Jonathan and Gilberto Simoni are back in the pack. Here is that incredible tempo being set again by Danilo De Luca.
Danilo De Luca, whose nickname is the Killer, and he certainly wants to kill everybody in the bike race here this afternoon. But Pelazzotti has gone himself over the top. He knows he has to try and pull himself back to Sastre.
Well, that's a good sign of confidence for you. He's worried about the whereabouts of Sastre and Basso, of course, his own teammate. But now it's time to try and get up because they are fighting out what is a podium place of third. This is the battle for third place right now. Danilo De Luca has shown us time and time again he cannot get rid of Menchov by setting a pace. He's got to slow and try and jump him because Menchov is very happy at the same speed.
Well, Menchov is the big turbo engine. He can trundle along at the same speed all day. He doesn't like those little accelerations of riders like Danilo De Luca on the climbs. And very often he'll allow one of the climbers to go clear and then he'll slowly rank up the engine and pull it all back together. It looks now as if this is Team Astana pulling them back once again. They've watched those flurries of attacks and decided they needed to nullify them.
Now they're all looking at one another here. There is the breakdown. Garzelli is up there. A very exclusive little group this, but it's almost as if the white flag has gone up here, Paul. They just cannot crack one another, can they?
Well, they've tried everything. They've tried a number of moves to try and split the group here, but nobody can actually go head and shoulders above anybody else, apart from one man, and that's one man from Spain, because Carlos Sastre is walking away with this climb up to the summit of Mount Vesuvius.
Well, are we watching Sastre take the boys in black to yet another win? Because
Jose
he's...
Serpa.
I don't know where he's getting his form from, Sastre. One day he's good, one day he's bad. But it looks like he's good again today.
Yep, he knows this is the final chance for him. Jose Serpa, the Colombian rider from Seramente, he's looking to see whether he can ride across the gap. I don't think anybody's going to ride across the gap to one Carlos Sastre wearing number 61. The kilometres are now ticking by for this man. There's only 2 days of racing left to go once he gets to the summit of Mount Vesuvius. But Pelazzotti, well, he's flown the coop.
Well, I don't see Sastre doing a great final time trial. He's got to do it today, and I'm not too sure whether he can. It looks like Johnson's cracked there. The other Cervelo rider, as they all scurry around him, led by, of course, Danilo De Luca. And wherever Danilo goes, so too does Denny Menchov. Pelazzotti looks, they're the top three riders in this year's Giro d'Italia. Only the third place is in doubt at this stage of the race as we go into the last couple of days.
Well, they've pulled back Jose Serpa there on the right-hand side, the Colombian rider on Seramente. He's a very good climber. We've seen him in breakaways on a number of occasions. but he's not going to outfox the men at the top.
Garzelli's still in the mix. He is the king of the mountains now. This man is the king of the day. And as Sastre continues, hopefully edging away second by second from Franco Pelazzotti. Pelazzotti himself, this is Lance Armstrong. He's been on the floor today, but he's back in the action. He's got Arroyo there now, who's anxious to take over from his new young teammate, Jonathan.
Well, Armstrong, I have to say, Phil, is certainly riding himself into some serious form. He's going to be a big threat when it goes through to the Tour de France. His biggest challenge will probably come from his own teammate, Alberto Contador, who, since the early part of this season, where he was very dominant in a number of races, has been quite quiet of late.
Well, all of those riders, Paul, are on the limit. There's nobody now can crack anybody. Sastre's got the freedom to win the day. I don't think they're going to catch him. I don't think the time gap either is going to be significant, but we'll see. And Garzelli just tries to mess them all up as he sets the pace again. But really, the top 4 or 5 riders now looking very, very equal.
Everybody's confident that they've played all their cards. They've put all of their games onto the table, apart from Danilo De Luca, who, you know what, Phil, I don't think is going to give up until he gets to the streets of Rome. Again, that little attack, that little dig at Denny Menchov. Over the top goes Franco Pelazzotti, but De Luca responds immediately.
He rides his bike with the style of a sprinter. The only thing is we're going uphill here. And Menchov, well, he's laid his cards down. He's just going to go everywhere De Luca goes, and he's not going to play any other part in this year's Giro, because he knows he's the only man left who can beat him. And as long as he stays alongside him, he can't even do that. Pelazzotti back.
Well, these 3 men are the top 3 men in the overall classifications. If we were to stop the race at this point, still Carlos Sastre in his black jersey of Cervelo test team a little bit further up the road is trying to change that and trying to ride himself up into a podium position for Rome.
Time is running out. The top of the Mount Vesuvius is approaching. Carlos Sastre is thinking now of a second stage win here, and that will really turn his race round. At the moment he's conceded a podium finish in Rome, which is now just a weekend away. But 2 stage wins would be great compensation for one of the most consistent stage race riders still riding the circuit. These boys are continuing to fight it out. 1, 2, 3 overall in the Giro d'Italia, and hoping that's the way it stays in the case of Pelazzotti, because he's the only man who has position in danger.
Well, the accelerations and decelerations are playing into the advantage of Carlos Sastre, who rides at the steady tempo all of the time. It's for him just a question of riding a lone effort up to the summit of this climb and not even consider what's happening in the race behind. It looks like Levi Leipheimer has ridden himself back up to this group of 3.
Well, this has been an intriguing match of shadow boxing on the climb here. I'm not quite sure what stage Garzelli is playing, because 1 minute he's at the front, next minute he's riding at the back. Guaranteed he'll put in at least 1 more attack before the finish. There's the face of Sastre. The throes of a dying man? I don't know, but it's certainly his last chance to claim that 3rd place. I feel certain about that. The chasers are at 2 kilometres. Sastre's now got his head up, looking for the red kite.
That's Gilberto Simoni, number 151. Behind him, Tadej Valjavec. Very consistent over this last week of racing as we've been through the big mountains of the Alps again. Little acceleration coming there. Carlos Sastre has got himself a 58-second advantage over the 3 chasers.
The Russian in an Italian sandwich there in that chase group. Pelazzotti still showing concern on his face as to the whereabouts of Sastre. He might know the time gaps are not great just now. But even so, he's going to have a go and find out if he can do amends himself here. That's a good move by Pelazzotti. But he has ridden an excellent tour. He's always believed in himself. 4th last year, always wanted a podium place. And on the last climb, the big mountain of this year's tour, he's not going to let it slip from his grasp.
Well, he's just left those other 2 riders with him completely in his wake there, as he's decided to take the responsibility of the chase behind Carlos Sastre onto his own shoulders. He has fought over these last days to keep himself right up there in the highest places of the overall classification. And I think he, as you said, Phil, does not want to finish in 4th place. I think Ivan Basso there has just learned of that information, and he's sat up to wait for his teammate. Now, that, again, is a great tactical manoeuvre by Team Liquigas. Once he gets to the wheel of Basso, you wait and see how Basso clicks in that turbo once more.
1,500 metres, coming up to 1,400 metres. Basso waiting up the road. By the way, you're not allowed to turn around and go back against the race. You can only let the race come towards you. And Basso waiting now for his teammate. Garzelli sitting at the rear of the group as he sees the top two riders overall put in their move as well. They're not allowing too much of a gain for Pelazzotti, because you never know in that last time trial. It's only 14 kilometres and there's one more road race tomorrow. And again, it's De Luca doing all the work and Menchov doing all the following.
The guts of that man, Danilo De Luca. He is laying down the law here. He's fighting every last bullet that he's got in his magazine he's trying to use on this stage. He realises it is a last chance. It's the last chance for him to try and dethrone Denny Menchov. But you know, Denny Menchov is not a very easy man to get rid of, and he's got the power and he's got the confidence, as he can almost see and smell the finish in Rome on the horizon.
Well, with hindsight, it might be the day that De Luca lost the Giro d'Italia, but we won't know for a weekend yet. This man also may have lost a podium finish because of the reaction of Basso and Pelazzotti. He's not getting the escape distance. We haven't got an exact time check at 1100 metres for these two, so the other three must be under a kilometre to go.
The last time check I heard crackling through was just 45 seconds at 1 kilometre to go. That is not going to be enough for Carlos Sastre to turn the tables. He may well just be able to pull himself up to 4th place in the overall standings, but certainly I think 3rd is just too far out of his reach. Look at the pain written on that face.
Oh, he's dreaming of 3rd place in Rome, and that's all that's keeping him going right now. He's going to be pretty grateful that Basso went up in front of him and he's been able to hook up. They've had a good tactical team plan the whole race, Liquigas, and thus far it's worked. They've just come up against two very strong individuals in these two, who are having a private battle in the Giro d'Italia, really, separated by seconds. And if these boys stay up front, and of course there's no time bonuses, and so De Luca needs to reach those two guys in front to try and get himself yet another time bonus.
That's the important thing for him. Time bonuses for the first 3 riders to cross the finishing line. Carlos Sastre looks back. He doesn't concern himself with time bonuses. He just wants time, and more time if he can, over the riders behind him. Riders like Franco Pelazzotti. They're just about to pull into the fold Ivan Basso. Basso sacrificed himself a few moments ago for a kilometre or so to try and pull his teammate Franco Pelazzotti a little bit closer to this man, Carlos Sastre.
Another 100 miles, slightly slower time this time, 4.5 hours they've been in the saddle. As Basso drops back, hoping that Pelazzotti can just do what he can do. Now he's going to finish second to Sastre. And now De Luca is in with a little hunt for another bonus time. I mean, he packs a good finish. He could be nibbling a couple of seconds here.
Well, for 3rd place finish, there are 4 seconds time bonus available. Carlos Sastre keeps looking around every corner, wondering where the finish line is going to be, and amazing how history repeats itself. The last man to win here, as you mentioned earlier, Phil, was a Spaniard.
That's a very good point. I hadn't thought of that, Paul. Well done, yes. Of course, Chozas was a Spaniard, wasn't he? And it looks like they're going to reserve Mount Vesuvius for their own, because there's no catching Carlos Sastre. But I think we're looking at 20-25 seconds, no more than that. He lost more than that the other day. So Pelazzotti has proved his strength in depth, and he's proved he's worthy of that 3rd place finish. And now he's got just the weekend to come, and Sastre won't like the time trial. But today, enjoy the glory, because this is going to be his 2nd stage win as he comes into the last 100 metres. Time still of the essence, but for now, Cervello's going to enjoy yet another win here.
Well, Sastre are right inside the final corridor of noise, a chance to look over his shoulders and check. Victory for Spain, victory for Cervello.
And the clock starts now as Sastre gets win number 2 of this year's Giro. Pelazzotti, he's really dreaming of the finish here. He is very, very tired, that man. I think he'll get 2nd place. De Luca will want 3rd. He keeps cracking Menchov in the sprint finish and gaining a little bit of time. But he needs more than a little bit. Oh, look at the face of Pelazzotti. He's in about 20 seconds. That's enough to keep him in 3rd place. Now, can Danilo De Luca get any more time? No, this time Menchov says you might beat me in the sprint, but you're not getting any more time. So he gets just the bonus.
And Ivan Basso coming across the line there in 5th place. Well, after all of that effort by Carlos Sastre, all he was able to wrench back on the man from Italy was 21 seconds.
Well, there's a familiar pedalling cadence of Lance Armstrong coming up the hill here. Not too sure where he's crossed the line there. 5th or 6th, I would think, as the Tadeusz Valjevec comes in as well. And Johnson has done a good ride.
Stefano Garzelli's in this group, and he's ridden a fantastic race over the last few days, and he's kept himself pretty much in contact. He doesn't have to worry too much about the King of the Mountains points here this afternoon, because that's a competition that he's got sewn up. That's Tadeusz Valjevec getting himself a good 6th place.
So as we see the riders come up the hill here, they've conquered Mount Vesuvius all in all. And overall, I think you'll find there's very little change in the classification, just a few seconds altering perhaps the proximity of the times.
A flat undulating stage for tomorrow for all of these riders before the final time trial. There's the face of Lance Armstrong. Job done for the day, and I think job done to pull himself back up to the top end of this sport.
Yes, well, there's the rider who will feel happy now. Vindicated, I think. He's made his best play, but he's had one good day, bad day, another good day. Not quite enough to get a podium in the finish in Rome yet. Let's have a look at the finish order. De Luca gets the bonus for third place, and no time gap at all on Menchov. Basso at 35, Leipheimer 6th, Valjevic there in 7th. Going further down, the Seal Dryers, the best young rider, fabulous finish for him in 14th place. Armstrong crossed the line in 16th place. Popovic a bit further down, just behind Cunego. But Carlos Sastro, win number 2 for him. He's a really nice guy. He's a very quiet guy off the bike. But give him his head. He's an absolute demon on it.
Especially when it comes to a mountain top finish. And once he's managed to pull himself right up there, we get a chance to look at the overall classification. He was able to pull himself up to 4th place overall.
Yeah,
and that's a position that
18 seconds now he's closed in.
It could be very precarious, I think, going down to the final time trial. But watch out for this man, because Denny Menchov is a solid performer when it comes to the individual time trial, and it always has been the Achilles heel of Danilo De Luca.
So as Menchov thinks now the final weekend, we'll move on to the penultimate stage of this year's Giro d'Italia. Stage number 20 from Naples to Anagni. And it's a massive distance. What a weekend this is, Paul. From 203 kilometres today to a mere 14 kilometres tomorrow.
Well, this is a fairly flat course as the riders make their way up north to the outskirts of Roma, where the race is going to finish in 24 hours' time. And it's a long, flat stage. A couple of small climbs out on the open road. And the race, once again, in the early part, Phil, has been dominated by breakaways.
Well, not surprisingly, one little climb out on the course today. It comes at 185 kilometres. These boys having got away at 4 kilometres today, forming a leading group. And these are the remnants of the group here. But I'll tell you what, this has been a very competitive Giro d'Italia this year. 21 seconds, that's all they've got. So they've swept up most of them now.
Yes, and it's a long drag up into the finishing town, and it's the main field has got themselves fairly organised at 3 kilometres to go.
A short stage, the riders who got into the breakaway. Robert Foster, we haven't mentioned the whole race, the sprinter, we haven't seen him sprint too well either. He was in the mood, but it's all been swept up. They got a lead of only about 3 minutes before it all came to nothing. And these are the boys racing for the finish now at 2.7 kilometres from the end of the line.
Marco Pinotti's got himself in there for Team High Road. Now that would be one for the books. They've already got themselves 6 stage victories so far out of the Giro d'Italia. That's not a bad tally, is it? But this is a very difficult uphill finish with the main field, Phil, not very much more than I would make 7 or 8 seconds behind.
Well, Huzarski of ISD is here. Charteau, Anthony Charteau, he won the Tour de Langkawi, didn't he, a couple of years ago? Haven't heard much of him since. He now rides on the Spanish Case de Pan. And Paul Attila is also in the group. But it looks to me as though Pinotti is trying to continue the terrific Giro that Team Columbia High Road have had.
Yes, but look at that. The main field is not much more than 7 or 8 seconds behind. It's a question of survival. Will they survive? The main field have got this pretty much tacked down here, Phil. We're probably not too far away from 2 kilometres to go.
2 kilometres to go, and those handful of riders just ahead of the whole field. We want Mark Cavendish back in the race now, because this is going to be a bunch sprint.
Well, I don't think they can bring Mark Cavendish back in from the Isle of Man at this late stage in the game. Very difficult to get a flight out so late in the afternoon, so he's probably just enjoying this in television.
Well, a look over the shoulder from Pinotti, a desperate move here coming from Tirolongo, but don't bother because the field is all coming together. And it's LPR here, the team of Danilo De Luca. Why? De Luca needs the time bonuses. 18 seconds is the gap and there's a bonus there that could well take him into the lead if he wins.
Well, 20 seconds is the time bonus, and almost certainly Danilo De Luca will be looking for that. There he is in the Ciclamina jersey, right on his wheel. You might just notice is Denny Menchov, again riding at the front of this bike race all the time in the green jersey, Stefano Garzelli. And I would think, Phil, fairly nervous moments there for Denny Menchov, knowing that almost certainly Danilo De Luca is going to try and get himself the time bonus. Psychologically, he really needs to do that before he goes into the final individual time trial tomorrow.
It looks like Alan Davis in second place, the sprinter who hasn't yet got a win. His face was so screwed up, I wasn't sure, to be absolutely honest, but I think it was. And amazingly, Paul, Quick-Step have not won a stage of this year's Giro d'Italia, which is in itself very unusual.
A major surprise at Denny Menchov concentrating now. This is the last road stage of the Giro d'Italia, the last 1.5 kilometres of a road stage of the Giro d'Italia. And after battling over all of the mountains, the Dolomites and the Alps, he's separated by a mere 18 seconds from Danilo De Luca at the top of the leaderboard.
Well, that is an attack by Silence Lotto, and it's got the style of Philippe Gilbert. That looks like Gilbert, he's gone. That is an incredible move by Gilbert. Now, Silence Lotto is one of the teams who has not won a stage here. Only 6 teams have won stages this year. A reaction from Astana.
Well, Astana and Thomas Vokler there, I think, is the man from B-Box Bouygues Telecom who's gone across the gap. This is the kind of move that Philippe Gilbert made, if you remember, about 12 months ago, Phil, on the final stage of the Tour of Switzerland.
Well, he's been joined here, so it's not done and dusted, this, but it's a very, very good move indeed. This Bouygues Telecom rider is Vokler, and Vokler isn't going to help him. He's going to try and judge to see if he can take this one. But if they hesitate, it's all over. Just a slight uphill approach to the line. The field are massing back there. Now there's a reaction from the field at 1,000 metres to go. Well, Philippe Gilbert and Thomas Vokler, both opportunist riders, and both trying to finish off with a stage victory here. Vokler is going to possibly spoil the party here.
I have a feeling that was in fact Jaroslav Popovic who's popped off the back of that group there, but Gilbert kicks once again. He's now inside of the last 400 or 500 metres around the corner there. But I tell you what, Thomas Vokler has not been dispatched so far, and he's still almost in the slipstream of Philippe Gilbert.
The power of Philippe Gilbert here. We talk about him being a classic winner. He's never won a stage of a Grand Tour as far as I can recall, and at 450 metres to go, he's now turned up the pressure. This could be an emphatic victory here, and Silence Lotto will take something away from this year's Giro d'Italia now. Vokler has come close, but he's not going to hold on to Gilbert. He is riding like a man possessed here for the line, because this is the first victory for the team. It does nothing to the overall, so that will help out Denis Menchov. Tomorrow is the time trial of just 14 kilometres. It should be a lap of honour. Gilbert gets it. Vokler gets second place, just a couple of seconds back. Now who's going to take third place as they race up towards the line? And I don't believe this, but Stefano Garzelli's a bunch sprinter now.
Amazing. That man has been all over this race, whether it's in the mountains, on the flat stages. There is Danilo De Luca. He'd been dreaming of a time bonus, but I think that was just a little bit too rapid, the final 2 kilometres. Great win by Philippe Gilbert, and that takes a little bit of pressure off Team Silence Lotto, Phil, I think, coming into the Tour de France in about a month and a half time.
Oh, absolutely. Gilbert will be really pleased with that. Opportunist win for him. Cadel Evans, of course, is not here. He'll be going to the Tour de France, so the other team leader has come good here today, Gilbert. Actually, he did well, because when Vokler caught him, I thought, well, Vokler's just going to sit on him and try and jump him, but he accelerated off the front and just left Vokler in his slipstream.
Great move there by Philippe Gilbert. 2 seconds advantage over Vokler, and as you rightly said, Stefano Garzelli in third, ahead of Alan Davis.
That is incredible. Simon Gerrans finishing this also very strongly for Cervelo. Probably get a ride in the Tour de France. 9th place there for the Australian. But he's the French-speaking Frenchman here who sprays the champagne. He'll put this down as one of his best victories.
And not bad for a French-speaking Belgian, because he also speaks Flemish as well.
He does indeed. Yeah, now what's next, he says. Let's have a look at the overall. That's much more important now. 1 day to go, 20 seconds the gap. So somewhere De Luca lost 2 seconds to Menchov there. Not too sure how that happened, but anyway, that's what they say. So Menchov goes into the last day, 20 seconds to the advantage. Last man to ride, 169 riders left. Surely now Menchov will be confirmed. the man in pink. Let's go to the time trial. So the points classification as we go into the last day, led by Danilo De Luca by quite a considerable margin over Denis Menchov. He looks set to take something on the winner's podium as we now go to face up to the last day's time trial. De Luca's been a real man of this race. He's tried everything to his ability, but so far Menchov has had it, and it's come down to the last day, a race of truth. No doubt who the best climber is, one of the most aggressive riders in the race, Stefano Garzelli, clear of Danilo De Luca and Menchov here. He'll take that green jersey now to Rome tomorrow and ride it with pride. Nobody can touch him for that.
He's a deserving winner, I think, of that classification, Phil. And if there was a classification for the most aggressive bike rider, that would have to go to him as well.
Kevin Sealdrive, the Belgians have a new find here. He's only 22 years of age. Thomas Lockfist led for so long. The only other wear of the white jersey. He's fallen away once we got into the high mountains, but this man didn't. And Quickstep are taking something home as well. They'll have a man on the podium too. So let's go to the time trial and see how it all ends. 14.4 kilometres. We're downtown Rome. Where else would you finish the 100th edition of the Giro d'Italia?
Well, if you want a competitive final 14.5 kilometre individual time trial, Phil, this is it. Around some of the great landmarks, around by the Colosseum is where the finish is. But unfortunately for a lot of the riders, it's a rather damp day and rather precarious too.
Well, this is Konovo. I'm going to have trouble with this one, Paul. Gonovalovas, who's coming home and surprising everybody, getting the best time here. 18 minutes of 42 seconds. An early starter he was too, outside the Colosseum. These are flashbacks to earlier in the day, and he's now got the best time at the moment.
Lithuanian national time trial champion, starting second rider from the end, Danilo De Luca, wondering if he can create the big surprise here and dethrone Denis Menchov. I have to say, I don't really think so.
He'll agree with you, Paul. He said overnight the tour is done. He doesn't think he can do it now, but then he might be trying to deflect pressure off himself. He certainly won't go away without trying to take it. Menchov still has to ride the 14.4 kilometres, but history tells us he's the better time trialist.
But just look at the surface of the road here. Brad Wiggins, he's got a chance of getting himself the victory. He's got to try and challenge the time there of Konovalovas. And I'm not sure whether or not he's going to do that. Wiggins has ridden in probably the worst part of the afternoon. He's a great specialist. He's only looking for 6 seconds to try and beat this rider from Lithuania. When he comes up to the line, he's actually not... Oh.
Well, they've gone 1 second more, but it looked to me like he hit it on the same time. It would have been split to the hundredths of a second, of course. And that looks as though the Lithuanian champion has just been saved there. I have to say, he was very fortunate with the weather when he rode, and Wiggins wasn't, and it certainly will have made that difference at the blink of an eyelid for sure. But that's the name of the game. Ignatius Konovalovis is the man who's still on top, as Menchov makes the last rider start of 169, who will finish this race.
Well, let's not forget he's a very good individual time trialist, but we are racing here, Phil, over rather nasty, slippery cobblestones in the heart of Rome. Lance Armstrong out on course. I don't think he's taken too many risks here this afternoon, Phil, and nobody's going to begrudge him of that because he has ridden this Giro d'Italia on the mending broken collarbone. Outside of the top 40 for Lance Armstrong, but I think a very successful 3-week Giro d'Italia.
Absolutely. And did you hear the crowds there? He's going to feel very satisfied with himself tonight when he celebrates the end of his first ever Giro. He's ridden with credit to himself, that's for sure. Casually comes in, nothing to gain or lose, but he's going to finish this race probably in 12th place overall.
The man of the match for me. Definitely a man who's ridden well here. He's going to try and get himself inside of the top 10 on the stage. A 9th place finish currently for Stefano Garzelli. But this is the match. On the left-hand side, Danilo De Luca. The right-hand side, Denis Menchov. These two men are battling it out, Phil, for 20 seconds.
They're both in the pink corner, really, aren't they? As they continue to race up the line. Let's join Levi Leipheimer finishing. Lost a podium finish here. Top 6 finish, though, for him. And in the time trial at the moment... See, he's not a good rider at all now. Leipheimer, I think, was just getting to the end of his form as he finished this race.
But Phil, I think a lot of riders in this final time trial here have not taken too many risks. Interesting to note as we look at Ivan Basso coming in here to a top 20 finish in the individual time trial. Only 5 seconds was separating Denny Menchov from Danilo De Luca. That's not much. De Luca is doing a great ride.
Well, it's one-on-one. 20 seconds separates them after all 3,460 kilometres of racing. 20 seconds separates them, and it's going to go down to the line. Won't be the closest finish in history, but you can't get much closer, let's face it. Danilo De Luca has been a fighter. The killer's been on form, but he met a silent assassin, I think we'll call him, because he really has just sat there and destroyed De Luca.
Well, Carlos Sastre riding a slow race, pole pole as they would say in Swahili, in around about 60th position, but that's not going to change his position, I don't think, Phil, at the top of the leaderboard.
14 kilometres, it's good for the crowd, and it's given the race a terrific finish here. It's a pity the rain came to the centre of Rome, where we expected it to have been quite warm. Pelazzotti, he's going to make a third place finish in the Giro d'Italia, one better than a year ago, and a good ride too as he crosses the line. They're going to give him 15th place for the moment.
A great ride by him, certainly a man who's battled up to the top of this podium position, but the big battle now, Phil, is between these two men. Denny Menchov here has got himself a fairly big advantage over Danilo De Luca, but De Luca, I think, has ridden a fairly serious race. Here's De Luca in the finishing straight now. Well,
this is De Luca, and then we need to see if Menchov can hold that 20-second advantage he started with. As De Luca drives up, he always looks so fast on the bike as he comes up to the line, and it's a good ride for De Luca in the time trial. 16th time, 19:27. So that means 19:47 has got to be the finishing time for Denny Menchov. The rain has continued to fall for the late finishes. It could be, you know, that the rider from Lithuania here... Oh, goodness me, he's gone down. And what on earth happened then? He's up like a flash. Now the time starts now. 5 seconds, 6 seconds, 7 seconds. That's the way, a quick bike change. It's probably lost 7 or 8 seconds here, and he's still not running.
Well, he was in a straight line. I have no idea how he went down there, but he mustn't panic. He had around about a 20-second advantage over Danilo De Luca at that point, but he will have lost himself a good 10 to 15 seconds with that accident by the time he changed the bike and he starts to get himself going again.
Well, that certainly has swung victory, I think, towards the champion of Lithuania. And that's going to be a 4th stage victory for Cervelo. Because there's still a little way. It's happened just outside a kilometre. Look at the face of Danilo De Luca. I don't think surely he'd want to win like this when he see Menchov crash, but it was nobody's fault but Menchov, as now he drives home. The adrenaline must be pumping here as he approaches the time of Conor Valovas. It looks to me as though there's going to be a surprise winner of the final day's time trial. Cervelo's 4th victory, but has Menchov done enough to win the Giro d'Italia? As he comes now, he's lost the winning time, so that victory sorted out. But Menchov, I think, is going to still win this tour, because even with the fall, he is going to beat the time of Danilo De Luca.
He's going to do that. De Luca lost 45 seconds on the time of the Lithuanian national champion, and this man, Denny Menchov, is going to finish just inside of the top 10. He's lost 24 seconds. He still took 20 seconds out of Danilo De Luca, so the Russian has won the Giro d'Italia.
And he becomes the 3rd ever Russian to win now. He follows in the wheel tracks of Evgeny Berzin and Pavel Tonkov, and so now there are 3 Russian winners of this event. I know the Italians will be disappointed they haven't won their centenary event, but I don't think Menchov is worried too much about this. This is a huge victory as well for Rabobank. The ups and downs of the world of cycling, goodness me.
Well, that was a straight line, Phil. Let's have a look if we can watch that one more time, because I have absolutely no idea how he went down there. He just lost his front wheel, but he was very lucky to slide. Goes straight to the bike. You see the reaction of the man. He wants to get back onto the machine. Mechanic, what an incredible job by the mechanic. The mechanic was right there before Menchov had even got to his bike.
Well done. And he had the bike off the rack, and well, it was a big panic, and it was well handled, but at the end of the day, it didn't affect the destiny of the final Maglia Rosa. Oh, the adrenaline is pumping now. Yes, he says. This is the man who never, ever lets you know how he's feeling. Well, he's telling us now. Ooh, ouch.
Yeah, that doesn't look like a nice way to finish the Giro d'Italia, but at least he's put it all behind him now, and very shortly he'll come out to gate the final Maglia Rosa of this race.
He might need a few more nips and tucks there before the end of the day. Well, this is Team High Road's Edwin Boysenhagen finishing there, champion, and the man who got second place is Badley Wiggins. They're the top three. Well, we'll find the top three. This is the man in his lovely colours here, is champion of Lithuania, Ignatius Konovalovas. Is a name I better get used to saying if he starts turning in performances like this. There's the result of the day. Konovalovas getting the win in 18:42. He did get the best of the day, let's face it, but a win's a win. Wiggins at 1 second, probably was the better ride of the two. The ever-consistent Garzelli comes in 9th, Menchov 10th, and De Luca 17th. So the gap was always there, and the fall made no difference really at the end of the day.
No, but that was a great performance by this young man to get himself the stage victory.
This is the winner. Now he's in his team strip now. Looking a little bit confused. What do I do next?
Well, it's a big win on the final day of any Grand Tour.
Massive.
And everybody will remember this, and it's always important to win as we finish, as I mentioned earlier, just outside the Colosseum.
This is the final result. 86 hours and 3 minutes. Menchov gets the better by 41 seconds of Danilo De Luca, and on the podium as well is Franco Pelazzotti. Looking further down here, Damiano Cunego will not be happy, losing 28 minutes, and Grifko finishing second there in the King of the Mountains. Out to the podium now. Incidentally, we have Colombia had 6 stage wins, LPR 4, Rabobank 2, Sedimenti 3, Cervelo 4, Liquigas 1, Silence Lotto 1. They were the only teams to get a smell of victory on the daily stages. This man, though, has got the final Maglia Rosa. Tomorrow it will sink in, but today there's no doubt Denis Menchov from Russia has won the 100th year of the Giro d'Italia, and that was some result.
Well, I've hardly ever, Phil, in this man's career, seen him show so much emotion. I'm sure that crash had a little bit to do with that, but he's battled over this last week, and he's battled to stay on the wheel of Danilo De Luca, who threw everything at it. And I don't think De Luca can go away from this Giro d'Italia a disappointed rider, despite the fact that he finishes second, because he did everything possible to die and dethrone the Russian.
And is there a finer backdrop than the Colosseum here, as Denis Menchov of Russia is out front? This has been, in many ways, a remarkable Giro d'Italia, and I hope you've enjoyed the coverage here as we watch the runners-up come on board with Pelazzotti on the right and the killer De Luca on the left. World Cycling Productions, of course, will be bringing you a bumper edition too of the upcoming Tour de France. Menchov will be in the thick of the action then, I am sure. Until then, it's been a marathon too for Paul Sherwin and me, Phil Liggett. We'll hope to have you along next time and shortly. Goodbye.